The story begins on Flower Cloud Peak of the Kunlun Mountains. A Taoist master was practicing swordsmanship there. He kept swinging his sword wildly, then jumped and flailed about, his face drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Not far away, an old man sat inside a small pavilion watching. Holding a child in his arms, he said, "Do you see? This is the Kunlun Mountains. It is the strongest of the 9 great sects, the sacred land of the Kunlun Taoist sect." As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and looked down at the child. "Hey, why does your cute little face suddenly look so bored? Master is showing you our sect's techniques, don't you like them?" he said while rubbing the boy's nose until he cried, mistaking his discomfort for excitement. The little boy looked less than a year old, yet he sighed with the weary expression of a 70 or 80-year-old man. He glanced disdainfully at the sword-practicing Taoist and sneered inwardly, "Like it, martial arts are nothing but a joke. Why is he putting on such an act?" The old man looked at the Taoist again and laughed. "Haha, are you worried about master? Don't worry, one day you'll fly like that too." The boy mocked inwardly. "Fly? You call that flying? Isn't he just flailing around? I once truly flew like a bird, but all of that is now just the past." Seeing his sly expression, the old man pinched his cheek and asked, "What are you thinking that makes you look so sneaky? Look, your master seems really excited. He must be trying to impress you." The boy sighed inwardly. "I'm not so sure. It just looks like he's wasting energy for no reason. Besides, he could just jump to move, so why bother flying around like that?" The Taoist flipped through the air several times, laughed loudly, and unleashed the cloud dragon's 8 great palms, dragon roaring across the 9 clouds. After watching for a while, the boy had to admit, still, he really does look as cool as those righteous sect fellows. After landing, the Taoist immediately unleashed the giant flying sword, Dragon's Swift Slash. The boy mocked inwardly. "Look at that, he's just stabbing around, yet the technique name sounds so grand, compared to mine. Forget it, what's the point of saying it now?" The old man looked at the boy again with sadness. Why was such a little child abandoned on this mountain? As he spoke, he gently rubbed the boy's face again. The boy grumbled inwardly, "If you've got the guts, try punching me." In his previous life, the boy had been the leader of the heavenly demon cult, though he never wanted that position. If his father had not been the previous cult leader, he could have escaped much earlier. Worse still, his father was a bastard whose martial arts were too weak for someone leading the heavenly demon cult, so he had to protect him. His father lived a very long time, forcing him to remain the heir for a full 100 years. During all those years, countless weak rivals kept coming to challenge him. So he spent that same 100 years sending every one of them to the afterlife. The people who died by his sword over those 100 years were beyond counting. In the end, they all knelt before him. They were utterly incompetent, yet it still took them 100 years to give up. What a bunch of bastards. And just when he thought life had finally become easier, his father suddenly died. He hated being the cult leader, but then he decided to give it a try to make up for all the years he had endured. Yet less than a year later, he died as well. Just when he thought everything was over, something unexpected happened. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was that Taoist master practicing swordsmanship. Then he thought, wait, why is there a newborn baby here? The man picked him up and said, "Don't worry anymore, I'll take you with me." And when he opened his eyes again, he had become a newborn after Hiocheng of the Kunlun sect found and brought him here. The old man gently stroked the baby and said, "It seems the Supreme Heavenly Lord guided Hiocheng to find you, so perhaps you were born to belong here. That's why I'll place my hopes in you." And the boy snorted inwardly, "How obvious. You just want me to become the greatest martial artist in the world and bring honor to Kunlun, don't you?" The old man looked at him lovingly and said, "Grow up quickly, my child." The boy was momentarily stunned by that warm gaze. The old man then shook his head and said, No, every child grows differently, so it may take you a while. Let me say it another way, always protect your faith until the very end. Please, Zhongguang." After practicing for a while, the Taoist master walked over and said, "Master, Zhongguang is still too little, so I'm worried. Let's head back." And the old man nodded. "All right, let's go. I'm wondering what to feed him. Everyone has helped these past few days, but we can't rely on them forever, and your junior brothers said they've hired a wet nurse. We should see how it goes. You youngsters are much better at this than I am." The 3 of them soon returned to the main hall of the Kunlun sect. The boy stared ahead with a puzzled expression, wondering what he was looking at. A mountain goat was standing there eating grass. The Kunlun disciples greeted them eagerly. "Master, you've arrived." And the old man smiled. "You've found quite a useful helper. We can ask people for help now and then, but goat's milk will do just fine every day." Hearing that, the boy broke into a cold sweat. "That mountain goat is my wet nurse." Seeing his reaction, the old man became even more excited. Excellent, well done, it looks like the little fellow likes it. The boy hated it but couldn't say a word, so he could only make a miserable face, making the old man ask in surprise, "You don't like it? Why does he look so sad?" And another disciple replied, "I think you're spoiling him too much." "Is that so? But I love Zhang Guang just as much as I love all of you." The boy glanced at the old man and thought, "I've watched this old man for days and he really seems like a good person. He always teaches his disciples the right values, worthy of being an elder of the noble righteous Kunlun sect. No wonder he is known as the virtuous elder among Kunlun's 3 elders. His personality is completely different from the elders of the heavenly demon cult. I wonder what would have happened if I had met someone like him in my previous life. Honestly, I've always been curious about living a warm life with others instead of killing every day, so I'm truly satisfied to be reborn in this place." Master Zhang Guang is smiling. "I saw it, little one, and we're smiling because of you too." The boy smiled brightly, feeling genuinely content, but it only lasted a moment before his face fell again. "I was wrong. This isn't a place fit for people to live. There's nothing but grass everywhere. Just look at this miserable landscape. Even the clothes are ridiculous, and those Taoists endure the wind blowing through them because they wear the same outfit all year round. On top of that, they all sleep together in one cramped, shabby room. This isn't simplicity anymore, it's outright poverty. And with nothing to do every day, they just read books. Existence is non-existence, non-existence is existence. Remain calm in every situation. Emptiness is empty, yet emptiness is never truly empty." Zhang Guang lay beside his master listening to him read, struggling in agony. "My head is already empty enough. This is torture. I want to leave this place. How is this the greatest martial arts sect? It's just a Taoist temple." Zhang Guang suddenly burst into tears, flailing and knocking everything over, so Hio Cheng stopped reading and asked, "Are you uncomfortable?" The moment Hio Cheng lowered his head, Zhang Guang raised his tiny fist to punch him, but Hio Cheng nodded and said, "Good timing, it's time to eat." Zhang Guang was then taken to the goat pen to meet his goat wet nurse. He sat there endlessly playing with the goat's udder. But the goat ignored him completely and calmly kept eating grass. It had stopped reacting altogether. No matter how much I torment it, it never reacts. After only a month here, even this goat has become like those Taoists. I won't end up like that, right? No, stop imagining such terrifying things. Fish can't live in crystal clear water, and someone like me can't survive in a place like this. I have to save time, master martial arts quickly, and leave this place. Some time later. That day, several women came to the mountain, and the moment they saw Zhang Guang, they happily ran over asking, "Master, what's your name? Oh my, this little master is so adorable." Zhang Guang had now grown into a young novice, and he stood there blankly before telling them his name. They immediately rushed over to pinch and rub his cheeks. "He's so cute, these chubby cheeks are so soft." Zhang Guang looked utterly miserable, but he could only stand there and endure it. After they had played with him to their heart's content, they waved goodbye. "See you again, little master." Zhang Guang stood there sighing helplessly. "Forget the martial world. I can't even escape these women's hands. I need to start learning martial arts." With that thought, he headed to the training ground to watch his senior brothers practice. "I'm still too young to even run properly, let alone learn martial arts. But that doesn't mean I have to wait. If it's too early to train techniques, then I'll cultivate internal energy first. If I want to improve quickly, I'll start with the demonic arts I'm most familiar with." Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by the noise ahead. His senior brothers were sparring while shouting, "Spirit Unity Kick, Cloud Dragon Ascension." Zhang Guang sat with his arms crossed, watching them. "Look at them jumping around. Well, I have to admit it does look pretty cool. Wait, why didn't I think of that? If I use the heavenly demon cult's martial arts, I'll end up fighting the righteous sects again, and my life will be exactly like before. I want freedom in this life, so I can't let that happen." But Kunlun's martial arts are different. Kunlun is the most mysterious of the 9 great sects, and simply being its disciple earns everyone's respect. "That's right, I'll learn Kunlun's martial arts." As he was thinking, someone came up behind and picked him up. "Watching your senior brothers practice?" Zhang Guang was startled. "Master," Hio Cheng nodded. "Yes, it's me." Zhang Guang looked at him and said, "Master, I want to learn internal energy." Hio Cheng was stunned by those words. He wasn't shocked because Zhang Guang wanted to learn martial arts, but because the boy had finally spoken. "So you can already say all that? That's wonderful." Zhang Guang struggled unhappily and repeated, "Master, I want to learn internal energy." Hio Cheng nodded. "All right, but wait until you're a little older. Right now, the most important thing for you is to eat well and sleep well." Zhang Guang angrily kept punching his face, thinking, "So you refuse to teach me?" Hio Cheng laughed. ouch Zhang Guang. That night inside Hiocheng's room, he was sitting on the bed meditating and cultivating his internal energy. Zhang Guang sat nearby with a sly grin thinking, I'm not one to give up. Even if you won't teach me, I can watch you from behind and learn by myself. The foundation of internal energy lies in breathing. Every sect has different rhythms and methods, but in the end, it's all energy cultivation. And for the heavenly demon cult leader I once was, it's child's play. Besides, when I first arrived at Kunlun, the elders purified my body, making my energy center exceptionally clean and strong. I'm planting a seed of pure energy into my healthy energy center, and if I keep following these basics, I'll achieve incredible results. Time passed as rain fell, leaves withered, snow covered the ground, and new sprouts emerged. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Guang turned 5 years old. Hiocheng looked at him seriously. You're 5 now, so you can slowly begin martial arts training. Let's start with the basics of internal energy. Zhang Guang looked at him in confusion and asked, the great heavenly energy art. Hiocheng laughed, what, you need to learn breathing first? Zhang Guang calmly replied, I already know that. I've already expanded my energy center and gathered internal energy. Hiocheng froze in disbelief. He immediately reached out to examine Zhang Guang. What did you just say? Let me check. He placed his hand on his disciple's abdomen and used his internal energy to examine him. Only then was he completely stunned, staring at his disciple like a monster. What? His energy center is incredibly stable and it's enormous too. Trembling, he withdrew his hand. How did you do this? Zhang Guang smiled proudly. I copied you while you were cultivating. Hiocheng looked utterly shocked. You reached this level just by copying me? That's impossible. Zhang Guang replied, but it worked, didn't it? Hiocheng thought to himself, I've examined him myself, so I can't deny it. Though still confused, one thing was certain. My disciple is a genius. Excited, he picked up the boy and said, we have to go now. Meanwhile, the Kunlun elders were gathered in a meeting. Just as one elder declared the meeting over and everyone was about to stand, Hiocheng rushed in carrying Zhang Guang, shouting happily, Master, senior uncles. Everyone turned around in surprise. What's going on? Hiocheng lifted Zhang Guang high. My disciple is a genius. The others barely reacted and simply nodded. All right, all right. Hiocheng continued, we can't teach Zhang Guang the usual way. We have to teach him like a true genius. The old men looked at the boy and commented, Zhang Guang spoke unusually early. That's right, he's an extraordinary child. Seeing they still didn't understand, Hiocheng turned serious. I'm not joking, he's truly gifted. Please examine Zhang Guang's energy center. One elder stepped forward, his energy center very well. Like Hiocheng before him, he placed his hand on the boy's abdomen and examined him with internal energy. The moment he finished, he exclaimed excitedly, how is this possible? Has the Supreme Heavenly Lord blessed our Kunlun sect? Hurry, let's teach the boy internal energy right away. The other elders hesitated. But is it really safe to teach internal energy to a 5-year-old? It could be dangerous. If that's the case, I'll watch over him together with Hiocheng. Senior brother, are you serious? My energy center may have been destroyed, but I can still teach the boy how to sense energy. That's not what I was talking about. Zhang Guang thought to himself, his energy center was destroyed. Why? I wonder if he'll tell me someday. After discussing it for a while, the elders decided, we'll teach you the lesser heavenly energy art first. Everything must follow its proper order. We'll proceed step by step to ensure your internal energy remains balanced. Under the elder's guidance, Zhang Guang began cultivating. The old man watched the boy in amazement. His progress is incredible. In just 3 years, he's mastered everything I've taught him. Take everything I know and make it your own. As the old man was lost in thought, Zhang Guang suddenly awoke from cultivation and called out, Master, I've reached the lesser heavenly stage. But there's still something I'm curious about. The old man was startled. The lesser heavenly stage, are you serious? Zhang Guang nodded. I think I've already reached the greater heavenly stage too. Please check. The old man placed his hand behind the boy's back. All right, let's begin. After sensing for a moment, he was completely shocked. How is this possible? The boy had already surpassed the lesser heavenly stage. He had truly reached the greater heavenly stage. The old man slowly withdrew his hand and sat there in a daze. Seeing him remain silent, Zhang Guang turned around and asked, Master, I've reached the greater heavenly stage, haven't I? The old man came to his senses and nodded. Why, yes. Zhang Guang asked again, then I don't need to learn the greater heavenly energy art anymore, right? Please teach me the supreme heavenly energy art instead. The old man, still stunned, asked, how were you able to do this? Zhang Guang smiled, simply because I could. The old man immediately picked up Zhang Guang and ran toward the main hall. He laughed loudly to the elders inside. Our sect has a reason to celebrate. The elders all turned toward him. Why does this feel strangely familiar? Moments later, every old man was jumping around in excitement. He really mastered the greater heavenly energy art. I can't believe he learned the greater heavenly energy art at such a young age. He truly is astonishing. Isn't this the first time someone has reached it this quickly? That's right, a genius like him must be taught properly. Didn't you say that yourself? Then if Zhang Guang wants to, what do you think about teaching him the endless starry sky energy art? What? Only someone at least at elder level is allowed to learn the endless starry sky energy art. Won't the others object? Zhang Guang's talent is enough to silence them. Once they see him with their own eyes, they'll have no choice but to accept it. Well, you're right, that's all internal energy, but what about martial arts? The old man paused as he recalled something. Martial arts are the same. The boy mastered absolutely everything I taught him. He didn't miss a single thing. And he's incredibly passionate about learning martial arts. How could I not place my hopes in him? Long ago, when our founder attained the Great Tao, legend says a dragon flew over the Kunlun mountains, and that child will one day become a dragon as well. Time flew by, and another 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Guang had grown up considerably, and was sitting on a wall reading a book. Something felt very strange. Why did they teach me the wrong version of Kunlun's martial arts? I have to get to the bottom of this. With that thought, he quickly headed to the scripture pavilion. The moment they saw Zhang Guang, the 2 disciples guarding the place greeted him warmly. Oh, it's Zhang Guang, come in. Are you here to read martial arts manuals? Zhang Guang walked straight to the bookshelf. Yes, there's something I'm curious about, so I came to look it up. The 2 praised him. How admirable, you're really hardworking. Zhang Guang ignored them and quickly searched through the books. I knew it, I wasn't mistaken. According to these records, Kunlun's martial arts were once elegant and magnificent, so why have they become like this? The 2 men spent more time chatting than reading and soon sat down to talk again. Have you ever thought about it, 4th brother? The demon cult has been so quiet that it's making me uneasy. Turns out you think the same as I do. Zhang Guang overheard them and thought, the demon cults, they're talking about the heavenly demon cult, aren't they? He quietly kept listening. But the true heavenly demon is gone now, so they'll stay quiet for a while. You're right, the root of all evil is dead. Zhang Guang was stunned. They're talking about me. What do they mean by the root of all evil? The other man continued, just reading about how the demon cult expanded under that bastard is enough to make me shiver. Zhang Guang became even more confused. What did I even do? Do they know how hard I worked just to keep those brats under control? Memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. Master, we must eliminate those Kunlun bastards. Why should I care about those Kunlun people? Don't you need to display the demon cult's strength to the martial world? Inform the elders. Yes, I'll notify them immediately. Go ahead, but don't slaughter people recklessly. Show some restraint. That's right, I told them not to go overboard, so why are they calling me the root of all evil? The 2 men's voices struck Zhang Guang like a sword through his chest. Unbelievable. He started 7 wars in 100 years. He truly was a bloodthirsty madman, and because of the true heavenly demon, countless martial arts and secret techniques disappeared during that century. Zhang Guang scratched his head in confusion. 7 wars, I told them not to overdo it. What exactly did those lunatics do? And those lost martial arts were my fault. Only then did the 2 notice him. Oh no, we were talking about such horrible things in front of a child like Zhang Guang. You're right, I completely forgot. Zhang Guang, don't ever become someone like the true heavenly demon. If it's Zhang Guang, he might even save the entire martial world. Zhang Guang watched them leave. They're telling me not to become myself. But I was only taking it easy a little, yet everything they said was true. Since I've become the Sect's heir, I need to properly learn Kunlun's true martial arts. Reading books alone won't make me stronger. What kind of nonsense is this? If they're blaming me for everything, I can't just let it go. I'll seriously master Kunlun's martial arts. At the training ground, a young man was practicing martial arts, repeatedly punching a sandbag when someone suddenly called out, Yung Wu. The young man turned around, saw it was Zhang Guang, and smiled. Oh, little junior brother, what brings you here? Zhang Guang asked, will you spar with me? While secretly thinking, I'll start with the easiest opponent. Yung Wu nodded, a spar, of course. Let me see how much you've improved, and I'll let you attack first. Zhang Guang thought to himself, even though he knows I'm a martial arts genius, he probably won't go all out since I'm still a kid. With that thought, he lowered his stance to attack. Then I'll start with the cloud-chasing fist. Yung Wu nodded. I'm ready, come whenever you are. Zhang Guang immediately unleashed the technique, and his figure instantly became blurred. Yung Wu was shocked, the kid's figure is fatting. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Guang appeared right in front of him. Yung Wu looked down in confusion. Though surprised, he quickly raised his hand to block Zhang Guang's punch. But the moment he lifted his arm, Zhang Guang's fist suddenly changed direction. Startled, Yongwu barely dodged. That kid's movements are unbelievably strange. Zhang Guang smirked and pressed the advantage. He unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at Yongwu. After attacking for a while, he found an opening and threw a punch at his opponent's face. But Yongwu reacted just as quickly and blocked it. Zhang Guang didn't stop and immediately spun around. He drove a kick straight into his opponent's chest. This time, Yongwu couldn't dodge and was knocked backward by the kick. He stared at his junior brother in amazement. Excellent, but your technique is far too flashy. The cloud-chasing fist should be fast and powerful, Zhang Guang replied. Then it wouldn't be the cloud-chasing fist anymore. It should move as freely and gracefully as drifting clouds. Yongwu waved his hands in panic. Don't say things like that in front of the seniors or they'll scold you. Zhang Guang stroked his chin in confusion. Scold me. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his stance again. Fine, then I'll try attacking exactly as it's taught. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward again. Yongwu dodged his punches and nodded. That's right, that's how it's supposed to be. Zhang Guang continued throwing kicks. Yongwu kept retreating while dodging and defending against the attacks. After a while, he burst into laughter. Excellent, just as I expected. Our little junior brother truly is a genius. Zhang Guang replied gloomily, but you dodged every attack. Yongwu stroked his chin. Your movements are actually pretty easy to predict. Zhang Guang raised his hand. Then I'll do it the same way as before. He once again unleashed a flurry of punches toward Yongwu. Yongwu was secretly alarmed. This variation is hard to deal with. I can't predict the kid's attacks. I can't let him keep fighting like this. At that moment, he fixed his eyes on the charging Zhang Guang. I've got you now. But something unexpected happened. He grabbed nothing but air as Zhang Guang instantly slipped to the side and appeared behind him. Yongwu was horrified and quickly tried to turn around. Oh no. But it was too late. Before he could even turn around, Zhang Guang's kick had already struck him. The young man was sent flying like a kite with a broken string before crashing face first into the ground. Even then, he still couldn't believe what had just happened. Holding his back as he stood up, he muttered, "How is this possible?" while Zhang Guang grinned proudly behind him. Well, if the cloud-falling fist is used like this, it's much stronger, right? Yongwu recalled the moment he thought he had caught him, only for his junior brother to vanish like mist. How could a 13-year-old kid dare alter the martial arts passed down by Kunlun for generations? Yet unlike before, this version felt incredibly free and graceful. Seeing him remain speechless, Zhang Guang asked again, "Don't you think it's cool?" Yongwu snapped back to his senses and nodded. Why yeah. Zhang Guang continued, "Then I'll teach you." Yongwu hurriedly stopped him. Wait a second. Zhang Guang gave him no chance to refuse. I'll only do it once more, so watch carefully. Yongwu nervously followed along. Damn it. Altering the Sect's martial arts without permission was considered a grave offense and great disrespect to the founding master. As the two practiced, a voice suddenly came from behind. What are you two doing? Yongwu's face instantly turned pale as he looked back. The one who spoke was his master. He sternly demanded, "Answer me. What exactly are you two doing?" Zhang Guang sighed inwardly. Where did this old man come from? Without hiding anything, he answered, "I was teaching him the cloud-chasing fist." Hyojik walked toward them. What, you call that the cloud-chasing fist? Yongwu panicked. This is bad. He's finished. He's still too young to know how serious it is to alter the Sect's martial arts. He stepped in front of Zhang Guang. Master, please calm down first. Hyojik walked over, grabbed his ear, and scolded him. Useless boy, you're the senior brother, yet you dare teach your junior such things. Come with me right now. Yongwu glanced at Zhang Guang and thought, maybe this is for the best. Once master finishes scolding me, I'll warn my junior brother. Seeing Hyojik about to take Yongwu away, Zhang Guang stopped him. Martial uncle, wait. Hyojik cut him off. I'll deal with you later. Zhang Guang explained, I'm the one who altered the cloud-chasing fist. Both Hyojik and Yongwu were stunned. What did you just say? Hyojik immediately took Zhang Guang to see his master, Hyochung. Senior brother, what are we supposed to do? We can't just ignore this. Hyochung looked utterly confused. What do you want me to do? Why are you shouting so loudly? Hyojik continued yelling, Senior brother, how can you stay so calm? You know how serious this is, don't you? Hyochung replied, then what should I do? Punish him for disrespecting the founding master. Hyojik continued, I don't mean it has to go that far. I just think Hyochung interrupted, how about we just let it go? Do you have any objections? What should I do now? Zhang Guang smiled inwardly. As expected, only master can calm that old man down. Hyochung stroked his chin thoughtfully. I understand, it's better to see it first before deciding. Zhang Guang, show me your cloud-chasing fist. Zhang Guang nodded without hesitation. Yes, master. The two then went out into the courtyard to watch Zhang Guang perform the technique. Zhang Guang didn't use the original cloud-chasing fist, but the version he had improved himself. After he finished, Heo Jik asked Heo Chung, "Senior brother, what do you think? Do you finally see how serious this is?" Heo Chung was secretly astonished. Heo Jik hadn't exaggerated at all. But more importantly, my disciple truly is a genius. Seeing that expression on his face, Heo Jik frowned. Why is this fool spacing out again? As Zhang Guang continued performing the fist technique, he still felt something was missing. I think I can refine it even further by combining it with my own method. That's fine, isn't it, Founding Master? The Founding Master's spirit beside him stroked his beard and calmly nodded. Of course, if you can take Kunlun's martial arts a step further, there's nothing wrong with that. Zhang Guang spun around and kicked him, scattering his spirit. Then what if I do this? The Founding Master angrily shouted. Not like that, you fool, you're trying too hard. Zhang Guang laughed. Don't call me a fool, I've already lived an entire lifetime. After seeing his next move, the Founding Master became excited. Oh, that's good, you're doing even better than I expected, keep going. Zhang Guang continued demonstrating. I can do even more than this. The old man yelled, what nonsense, you fool, I'm your Founding Master, won't you listen to me? Zhang Guang smiled inwardly. This Founding Master is actually pretty easygoing. After a while, he finished the technique and exhaled. That should be enough to satisfy the Founding Master, right? The moment he stopped, Heo Jik exclaimed, it looks like he's finished. Zhang Guang turned to them and smiled. Master, what do you think? Isn't it better? The two could only stammer, well, because the truth was that this improved cloud-chasing fist really was better. Just then, another elder walked up behind them. Yes, it's very good. The two turned around in surprise. The old man was their master, and seeing their shocked faces, he smiled. Why do you two look so startled? The old man looked at Zhang Guang and thought, I don't sense even the slightest trace of malice in his techniques. I should help this little dragon. After thinking for a moment, he reassured his two disciples. Don't worry, trust me, what you just witnessed is a blessing for our sect. As the news spread, the Kunlun elders immediately split into opposing opinions. That's nothing like the cloud-chasing fist. Impossible. Don't you think those techniques are far too graceful? Kunlun's martial arts have never been so fierce and unrestrained. That way of thinking is outdated. Martial arts should keep evolving through later generations. Don't you see those wild movements have buried the elegance of the fist technique? We can't ignore this. That's right, we must preserve the Founding Master's traditions. Zhang Guang watched the old men arguing and sighed helplessly. This is such chaos. He glanced at the old man beside him. You told me to trust you, so I'll wait. The old man gave him an extremely sly wink. Then he stepped forward and addressed the elders. Everyone, please hear me out first. Zhang Guang, explain why you changed the cloud-chasing fist this way. Zhang Guang nodded inwardly. Yes, it's better if I convince them myself. After thinking for a moment, he began explaining. What exactly did I do wrong? Isn't Kunlun's martial arts supposed to be elegant and free-flowing? The elders angrily shouted, how dare you? Kunlun's martial arts are not like that. Zhang Guang replied, but I think they are. When the Founding Master attained enlightenment, didn't he ascend while letting out a dragon's roar? Then why did he roar so loudly? The elders answered, because his true energy overflowed at the moment of enlightenment. Zhang Guang shook his head. No, he just wanted to show off. He wanted everyone to see how impressive he looked. Before that, had anyone ever heard of someone overflowing with true energy while ascending? The elders froze. That's actually true. Zhang Guang continued, and none of you have ever experienced it yourselves, right? That's perfectly normal. If the Founding Master wanted to stand out a little and show off, there's nothing wrong with that. Taoism doesn't forbid such things. After hearing that, everyone felt it made sense and began discussing it. Who says Taoists can't look impressive? Exactly, there's no rule saying Taoists can't be impressive. The Founding Master didn't do anything wrong. The old man looked at Zhang Guang in amazement. This child can actually change the minds of the elders. I should give him a little help. He patted Zhang Guang's head and said, wanting to stand out is perfectly normal. Hearing that, the elders were all surprised. Even Grand Master agrees. The old man smiled. I'm only human too. Honestly, I joined Kunlun because my senior brothers and sisters looked so impressive. Another old man walked over and asked, really? When I was young, I also wanted to stand out. To be honest, I still haven't completely let go of that. This newly arrived old man was the master of the elders standing below. Master, isn't that going a little too far? Yes, we're worried others will mock us if they hear you say that. The old man calmly replied, so what if they laugh a little? I still want to look outstanding and impressive. Hearing that, everyone fell into deep thought. That was true. Looking back, Master really wasn't that dignified when he was young. When exactly did he change? Was it after he became our master? No, as he grew older, he became calmer and more majestic, but his smile remained just as kind as before. The elders suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, I understand much better now. I haven't changed since I was young either. It's embarrassing to admit, but I'm the same. Thanks to Zhang Guang today, we've all learned a great deal. The atmosphere in the main hall instantly became lively, and no one cared anymore about him modifying the martial arts. Zhang Guang smiled and nodded inwardly, being willing to show your true feelings before a child. Perhaps that's the quality a true sect leader should have. Just then, one elder suddenly exclaimed, "That reminds me of something unfortunate. Because of that vicious true heavenly demon, our master ended up in such a miserable state." Zhang Guang was utterly confused. What's going on? Why did his mood suddenly change? The elder kept cursing. How many people died because of him? Kunlun's martial arts declined to this extent because of that man. Zhang Guang scratched his head awkwardly. If you want to keep cursing, go ahead. If another true heavenly demon appears, what should we do? Zhang Guang answered inwardly. He was reincarnated not long ago. Another old man patted Zhang Guang's shoulder. The heavenly venerable has given us this child. Zhang Guang will definitely stop him. Zhang Guang could only sigh helplessly. They were actually asking him to stop himself. The other elders all agreed. If that ever happens, Zhang Guang will handle it. Haha, that's right, Zhang Guang will leave it to you. From that day on, Zhang Guang's room was never peaceful again. The elders came day and night asking him to teach them martial arts. Zhang Guang, why are you just standing there? Hurry and look at my stance. Zhang Guang, I want to ask about what you explained yesterday. Surrounded by the elders, Zhang Guang sighed inwardly. People who learn in secret are supposed to be discreet, so why do these old men never get tired? Even while I was eating, they ran over to ask questions. Even while I was taking care of personal business, they kicked the door open to ask. I even dream about these old men in my sleep. This has gone way too far. Even if I started all this, it shouldn't be like this. After thinking for a moment, he sighed helplessly. Just for today. The old men were stunned. That's all, just when things were finally getting interesting. Are you worried about our health? There's no need, let's keep going. Zhang Guang let out an annoyed sigh. I'm worried about myself. I'm only a little over 10 years old and still growing, yet I spend all day practicing martial arts. Is this really how you want me to live? The old men looked ashamed. Oh dear, what have we done? We've burdened a child because of our own selfishness. We were wrong. Please forgive us. We'll cut your lessons in half and even find you a more comfortable place to sleep. Zhang Guang smiled excitedly. That's right, and if possible, give me a few more medicinal pills too. He thought to himself that he had to make up for everything he had lost. Hearing the words medicinal pills, the elders were startled. What? Zhang Guang explained. If we're talking about health, my vitality has weakened a lot too. There are techniques I can't even perform anymore. If I can't demonstrate them, how will everyone learn? The old men exchanged glances with one another. After a while, one of them spoke for everyone. We're sorry, but we don't have anything like that here. This time, it was Zhang Guang who was shocked. What, you're serious? Without explaining further, the old men simply turned around and left together. Zhang Guang wanted to stop them, but could only watch helplessly as they had already made up their minds to leave. That night, Zhang Guang returned to his room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I knew the Kunlun sect was poor, but don't tell me they don't even have a single spiritual pill. It's not like I asked for anything extravagant. Forget it, tomorrow we'll be busy, so I'd better get some sleep. Before dawn, the old men barged into his room, shouting noisily. Zhang Guang thought he was dreaming, but he quickly realized it was real. Still half asleep, he sat up. Right, let's begin. Looks like this life won't be as comfortable as I hoped either. The old men quickly carried him outside. Good, let's get started. As they carried him away, Zhang Guang was full of confusion. We've already passed the scripture pavilion, so where are they taking me? A moment later, they stopped at the Three Heavens platform. Everyone looked at him with solemn expressions. Zhang Guang asked in confusion, what's going on? One old man stepped forward and held Zhang Guang's hand. We were too thoughtless. We only thought about ourselves and placed too much burden on you. Zhang Guang wondered, why does he seem so resolute today? The old man continued, we've prepared something even better than a spiritual pill for you, so don't be upset. Seeing everyone sit down at once, Zhang Guang suddenly realized what was happening. Wait, could this be? The old man had him sit cross-legged on the ground and instructed, don't move or say a word. Zhang Guang was stunned. Elders, don't feel pressured. We don't have many years left anyway. We want to spend the rest of our lives doing something worthwhile. Everyone opposed us, but we've already made up our minds. Zhang Guang, make Kunlun's name shine. All right, let's begin. The elders immediately started channeling their internal energy into Zhang Guang. I knew it, these foolish old men are transferring their internal energy. Internal energy transfer is a technique that shortens one's lifespan to pass power to another, and it is rarely used in the martial world because it fails very easily. Zhang Guang felt deeply guilty. They were sacrificing themselves just because they couldn't buy me a single spiritual pill. I plan to leave after restoring Kunlun's strength, but if these 4 masters die because of this, what am I supposed to do? No, they're getting weaker. If this continues, they'll all die. What can I do now? These old Taoists have already reached their limit. I have to return their true energy as quickly as possible. If I can do what I'm thinking, I should be able to reverse their energy flow. But is it really safe to interfere with an old master's internal energy? Now that I think about it, in my previous life, Zhang Guang suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up with excitement. The Supreme Taiji Sword Saint. He was an old master from the Wudang Sect. He was one of those who challenged me. I happened to be bored back then, so I accepted, and after fighting him, I realized he was actually quite impressive. I merely cornered him, yet he kept drawing circles with his sword while circulating his internal energy. I think he called it the Taiji sword art. If I use it, maybe I can do something. I'll try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll just keep this a secret. I'll only use a little of it. With that thought, he began circulating his energy and performed the Taiji sword art. The old men quickly sensed something unusual. What's happening? The boy is returning our true energy. What a kind child. He must have returned it because he realized it would kill us. This is truly shameful. Zhang Guang quickly realized the problem. Wait, everything keeps repeating. It can't end like this. When that old bastard circulated his internal energy, it felt like this. His true energy then began spinning around him with Zhang Guang at the center. The elders once again sensed something unusual. Zhang Guang was startled. This is making my stomach growl. He recalled the expression on the Taiji Sword Saint's face back then. No wonder that old bastard looked so miserable. So he had been enduring this all along. What a nasty old man. Watching from outside, the elders quietly discussed among themselves. The boy doesn't look well at all. Has something gone wrong? Zhang Guang soon found he could no longer endure it. He released his true energy and sent it back to the elders. Everyone watching outside was stunned. What's happening? His wrinkles have disappeared, and his hair has become glossy again. They've all become younger. The elders who had transferred their true energy to Zhang Guang stood up excitedly. My true energy has increased. I even look younger. It's been so long since I felt this healthy. Sitting to one side, Zhang Guang thought, my true energy has increased too, but something still feels wrong. I'd better not use this too often. While he was lost in thought, the remaining old men walked up and looked at him with serious expressions. Zhang Guang, I want to help you too. The elders immediately began pushing each other. Senior brother, let me go first. Stop shoving, I'm the oldest and the most useless, so I should go first. Helpless, Zhang Guang could only go along with them, and it wasn't until evening that everything finally ended. I've done this once for everyone, so please, there won't be a second time. You all know that if this keeps coming up, it'll only become troublesome. The elders nodded. You're right, we understand. Zhang Guang continued, and this is our secret. You mustn't tell anyone, not even the senior brothers or martial uncles. Don't make things any worse. After warning them, he touched his stomach and thought, still, this is a serious problem. In both life and martial arts, true energy, internal power, circulation, experience, and enlightenment must all stay in balance. But by making these people younger, I've absorbed some of their internal power, leaving my own internal energy far too strong. It'll probably take a long time to restore the balance, and I can't stop my plan to strengthen Kunlun either. Things are becoming more troublesome by the day. The 2 old men standing nearby watched Zhang Guang deep in thought and sighed. Yuanshi Tianzun has given us a dragon as the answer to our prayers. That child will make Kunlun flourish again. Now that everything has returned to normal, it's time to pass it on. Do you think it's finally time to let the boy help? The 2 exchanged meaningful glances. After a while, they walked over to Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang, you're still young, but we know how talented you are, so we need your help. How can we make Kunlun stronger? Zhang Guang looked at the 2 of them in surprise. They're actually asking me on their own. He smiled at them. There's actually a very simple way. Time flew by, and another 2 years passed while Kunlun still stood proudly as ever. At the foot of the mountain, 2 people were climbing the stone steps toward the summit. The man in front said, we're almost there, we'll arrive soon. The two belonged to the Li family. The one carrying the luggage behind him was Peng Kanghui, whose face was full of frustration. I really don't like this. Covering his face, he sighed. Why do I have to come to such a remote place? Peng Suwan, walking ahead, warned him, watch your words, we've arrived at Kunlun. Peng Kanghui spread his hands helplessly. But uncle, I didn't say anything wrong. Honestly, I just don't like this place. Why does our Li family have to seek help from such an outdated sect? Peng Suwan shot him an angry glare. If you say that one more time, I'll report your behavior to your father. Hearing his father mentioned, Peng Kanghui immediately lowered his head. I'm sorry, uncle. Peng Suwan sighed inwardly. My elder brother has spoiled him too much. He's become arrogant and undisciplined. If my elder brother hadn't personally asked me, I would never have brought him along. Walking behind him, Peng Kanghui secretly grumbled. How petty. What's wrong with calling Kunlun an outdated sect? Even though it's one of the 9 great sects, they live in such a remote place and won't even come to the Central Plains. Just looking at this desolate place tells you their skills must be mediocre. Still, to carry out my plan, I should first find out how strong they really are. I'm sure they won't amount to much. At my age, if I can defeat one Taoist, uncle will definitely see me in a different light. After walking a little farther, Peng Suwan said, I can already see the first gate. Before them stood an old, worn-out gate that didn't even have a signboard. Peng Kanghui looked at it and sneered inwardly. So I've finally arrived. Let's see what this place is really like. Kunlun, one of the 9 great sects. A disciple soon came out to greet them. Welcome to Kunlun. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. What brings you here? Peng Suwan stepped forward politely. Thank you for your concern, Taoist. We've come to meet the sect leader. The young Taoist replied, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a while because our sect leader is very busy. Would that be all right? Peng Suwan smiled. Not at all. Please inform him that Peng Suwan of the Li family from Hebei has come to pay his respects. The Taoist introduced himself. So you're from the renowned Li family of Hebei. I'm Yung Haiyan. Since you're honored guests of our sect, there's no need to be so formal. Peng Suwan then asked, very well, is Hioching doing well? Yung Haiyan looked surprised. You know martial uncle? Peng Suwan smiled. He's an old friend of mine. Yung Haiyan nodded. Yes, then I'll go inform martial uncle as well. Just then, another Taoist carrying a staff walked over from afar. Senior brother, it's time to change shifts. Peng Suwan and Peng Kanghui looked at his exhausted appearance in confusion. Yung Haiyan laughed, waiting here can be a little boring. Please come this way, I'll show you around Kunlun Mountain. The other disciple walked over and asked, what about the guard shift? Yung Haiyan glanced at him. You're already here, aren't you? But it's time to switch. Oh no, you look exhausted. I'll stay here, so why don't you go rest? The chubby disciple snapped, are you trying to pick a fight? Yung Haiyan smiled. I'm just worried about you. How can you stand out here in the sun when you're already so tired? Hearing that, Peng Suwan and Peng Kanghui looked up in confusion. Sun, but it's completely cloudy. The chubby disciple angrily turned to leave. This is my only break. Is that what you want just because I'm the newest one? Peng Suwan quickly reached out to stop him. I was only joking. I need to go inside and report that we have visitors. As Yung Haiyan walked inside, the chubby disciple shouted after him, you'd better join training immediately, got it? Peng Suwan sighed. All right, all right. The chubby disciple then smiled, clasped his hands, and greeted them. Hello, I'm Yung Jin. Please forgive me for letting you see such an embarrassing sight. Peng Kanghui stepped forward and asked, so, are all the Taoists of Kunlun like this? Everyone I meet keeps smiling while talking. Yung Jin scratched his cheek. I'm glad you think so. Peng Kanghui continued, no, I'm serious. You looked completely exhausted just a moment ago. Yung Jin immediately clasped his hands with a joyful expression and replied, the place where I cultivate is the happiest place in the world. How could I not smile? Peng Suwan secretly admired them. So this is the principle of the Taoists living in Kunlun. Every disciple trains wholeheartedly for the sect. That's truly rare. Before long, Hioching came running out. He looked just as disheveled as Yung Jin, yet he still wore a bright smile. Peng Suwan, you're here. Seeing his appearance, Peng Kanghui was stunned. Why does he look so worn out? Hioching rushed over, grabbed his friend, and asked, my friend, you must have had a hard journey getting here. You've gotten so thin. Peng Suwan looked puzzled. You're one to talk. Why do you look like this? Hioching invited them inside. It's nothing. Let's go in first, then we'll talk. I don't believe you traveled all this way just to see me. What's the real reason? Don't say that. There is another reason, but I mainly came to visit you. Sorry, I was wrong. So how are the elders in your family? Don't worry, they're all doing well. Only then did Hioching notice Peng Kanghui. just as expected from your family. Look at him, you won't have to worry about future generations. Peng Suwan smiled. Among the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, he's considered the most outstanding young dragon of this generation. Hio Ching exclaimed, "Oh, he's one of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes of the younger generation? Then your family's future is secure." Peng Suwan proudly replied, "Even so, he still has a lot to learn." Walking behind them, Peng Kanghui sneered inwardly. "Uncle is always so modest, yet now he's praising me. He really must be proud of me." Peng Suwan sighed inwardly. "I only wanted to leave a good impression on Kunlun, but I praised him a little too much. I should tone it down, especially if Kunlun has an equally outstanding disciple." Thinking of that, he asked, "Hio Chung, do you have a disciple?" Hio Chung laughed. "Of course, he just turned 15 this year." Peng Suwan asked again, "He's still training, I assume?" "Well, that's only natural since he's your disciple." Hio Ching continued, "I'm the one struggling to keep up with him." Peng Suwan looked confused. "What do you mean?" Hio Ching explained. "Why do you look so surprised? My disciple isn't just a genius among geniuses, he's the greatest genius in Kunlun's history. You say your nephew is called a young dragon? My disciple is a true dragon." Peng Suwan and Peng Kanghui were left speechless by his proud expression. Just then, a loud voice echoed from behind. "That's enough for today." Startled, Peng Suwan spun around, gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at any moment. What was that? As soon as they turned around, they saw a group of Kunlun elders leaping through the air. Divine dragon rising from the mist, water dragons leap, beautiful. They all rushed down the mountain together. Right behind them, the lower-ranking disciples chased after them. Peng Suwan and Peng Kanghui were stunned beyond words. What is going on? What exactly happened over there? As they walked forward, they found another group of young disciples lying on the ground, panting and vomiting. Peng Kanghui asked in confusion, "Uncle, isn't that Taoist Jung Hyun we met earlier? He's the one throwing up." Peng Suwan nodded. "Yes, and I have no idea what's happening either." "Hio Ching, can you tell me what's going on here?" Hio Ching stepped forward and waved toward someone nearby. "First, let me introduce you to someone." A figure slowly walked out of the house. "This boy is my disciple. He's the greatest genius in history, surpassing every genius before him. You can call him Zhang Guang." As Hio Ching wrapped an arm around his shoulders, Zhang Guang frowned slightly and said, "Master, you smell terrible." He then cupped his fists and greeted them. "I am Zhang Guang, greetings to you both." Though still completely confused, the two politely returned the greeting. "I'm Peng Kanghui, I'm Peng Suwan." They both shared the same thought. What's so special about this kid? Has Hio Ching lost his mind? He doesn't look extraordinary at all. After a while, Zhang Guang asked Hio Ching for permission to leave and take a bath. Once he had left, Hio Ching turned back to Peng Suwan. "Oh right, you asked what happened at the training ground, didn't you?" Peng Suwan nodded. "That's right." Hio Ching pointed behind him. "The story began when I took in Zhang Guang. He was a child abandoned in the forest." The two looked even more confused. "Why start from there?" "It's a long story," Hio Ching nodded. "Yes, a very long one. It truly began when he was 5 years old." He was about to tell the whole story when Peng Suwan raised his hand to interrupt. "Hio Chung, forgive me, I'd love to hear it, but we're exhausted from the journey, so I think we should rest first." Hio Ching was startled. "Oh no, I almost forgot. I'm truly sorry. Of course you should rest first, recover your strength, and then hear my disciple's story." The two men hurriedly shook their heads. "No, that's really unnecessary." They were then shown to a guest room. Peng Kanghui was still thinking about Zhang Guang. How is that guy Kunlun's genius? He doesn't look special at all. Peng Suwan was thinking the same thing. Hio Ching must be exaggerating, but the boy doesn't seem bad. If I spar with him, I'll probably learn Kunlun's true level. Zhang Guang, let's see what you've got. Soon afterward, they were invited to dinner, and the two members of the Li family were stunned by the dishes on the table. Hio Ching smiled at them. "Go ahead and eat. They may not look great, but they're delicious." Peng Kanghui thought to himself, "Do I really have to eat all these vegetables?" Seeing his dissatisfied sigh, Peng Suwan quietly warned him, "What are you doing? Watch your attitude." Peng Kanghui looked utterly helpless. "But uncle, how can we survive on vegetarian food?" Peng Suwan slammed the table and shouted, "What do you mean by that? Apologize at once." Hio Chung scratched his head. "Come on, to be fair, these dishes really aren't that tasty." Peng Suwan apologized awkwardly. "I'm sorry, my nephew was rude, but I have to admit, you certainly eat a lot." With his mouth full of food, He Chung replied, "Really? Everyone here eats like this?" Peng Suwan looked around the dining hall in confusion. The Taoists were all eating voraciously. Compared to them, that kid looked like he belonged to another world. Zhang Guang lazily picked at his food with his chopsticks. He sighed inwardly, "This tastes awful. I want meat, not all these vegetables. I'm only 15, so I should be eating well. Maybe I should hunt a wild boar or something. Of course I should. I'm going to eat meat." Peng Kanghui glanced at Zhang Guang and thought, that kid barely ate anything, so why was I the only one who got scolded? Just then, Zhang Guang looked up and glared at him. Peng Kanghui glared back angrily. "What are you staring at? Stop looking at me and turn away." After glaring at each other for a while, Zhang Guang still didn't look away. Peng Kanghui snorted inwardly. "I bet this country bumpkin doesn't even know what fear is." "Fine, then I'll show you what I'm capable of and teach you what fear really is. First, I need to apologize." With that thought, he stood up. "I apologize for my rude behavior earlier." He Chung waved his hand. "It's fine. I should apologize for not being able to treat you to a proper feast." Peng Soan was completely baffled. Did that arrogant brat just apologize? He secretly transmitted his voice to Peng Kanghui. "What are you planning?" Peng Kanghui replied, "I'm going to test Kunlun's martial arts." Peng Soan nodded. "Good, that's one of the reasons we came, just don't seriously injure him." Peng Kanghui's lips curled into a smile. He then cupped his fists and addressed everyone. "I am Peng Kanghui of the Li family in Hebei. I wish to spar with one of Kunlun's disciples." Hio Ching calmly accepted. "Of course, you've come all this way, so how could I refuse? Let's go." Peng Kanghui added, "I want to spar with one specific person." He then looked at Zhang Guang. "Little brother, I'd like to spar with you." Hearing that, Hio Ching was shocked. "What, you want to fight Zhang Guang? Think it over carefully first." Before he could persuade him, Zhang Guang had already accepted Peng Kanghui's challenge. The three of them all wore completely different expressions. Zhang Guang smiled. "I accept your challenge." They then headed out together to the training ground. Peng Suan glanced at Zhang Guang and thought, "Show us Kunlun's true strength. I hope you're truly strong. Only then will this trip have been worthwhile." Standing nearby, Hio Chung looked extremely nervous. "What should I do now?" Peng Suan reassured him, "Don't worry so much. If anything becomes dangerous, I'll have Peng Kanghui stop immediately." Hio Chung replied, "Peng Suan, I'm actually worried about your nephew." Peng Kanghui cracked his knuckles with a smile. "Little brother, I won't be too ruthless, so don't worry." Zhang Guang rolled his wrists and thought, "How long has it been since I last fought? Ever since I was reborn, I've grown sick of nothing but daily training." Peng Kanghui lowered his stance, preparing to charge. "I'll open with the chain kick and see what technique you use to stop it." Hearing all that nonsense, Zhang Guang's face filled with annoyance. "What a pain. This is exactly why I can't stand those fools from the righteous sects. If you announce your move beforehand, what's the point of sparring? Those righteous sect idiots, what should I do with them?" After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand. "I'll use the cloud-chasing fist." Outside the arena, Peng Suan was left speechless by his action. Peng Kanghui angrily shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Guang explained, "This is my opening stance, the first gesture before a fight to show respect for my opponent." Peng Suan froze. "That's his opening stance." Beside him, Hio Chung nodded repeatedly. "That's right, exactly." Peng Suan continued, "Hio Chung, as far as I know, the cloud-chasing fist is a fast and aggressive technique. Its opening stance should be just as firm and serious." Hio Chung calmly replied, "My disciple has improved and refined that technique." Peng Suan was shocked once again. "What did you just say?" He Chung loudly repeated, "I said my disciple is an unparalleled genius. He's helping Kunlun restore and refine our sect's martial arts." Peng Suan looked at him as if he were an idiot, thinking, "Does he really think I'd believe that?" Peng Kanghui, unaware of the conversation, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Are you making a fool of me? I'll straighten out that awful attitude of yours." As he spoke, he charged straight at Zhang Guang. He rushed forward with a fierce punch. Zhang Guang calmly stood there and simply raised his little finger. The instant Peng Kanghui reached him, Zhang Guang casually deflected his punch with one hand. Then he drove a fist straight into Peng Kanghui's chest. Seeing Peng Kanghui defeated in a single move, Peng Soan couldn't believe his eyes. Oh no. Peng Kanghui was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. The moment he hit the ground, Zhang Guang instantly dashed after him. "Shut your mouth." Before the young man even realized what had happened, Zhang Guang's fist smashed straight into his face. From then on, Peng Kanghui was pummeled nonstop by Zhang Guang, unable to fight back as he could only stand there taking the blows. He was utterly bewildered. How is this possible? I'm a true heir of the Li family of Hebei, one of the young dragons among the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, yet I'm being beaten by a snot-nosed kid. After beating him for a while, Zhang Guang finally stopped attacking. Peng Kanghui landed and quickly sat back up. He struggled to his feet once more and faced Zhang Guang again. Clenching his fists, he swore to himself, "My pride won't allow this. Since you've pushed me this far, don't blame me." He let out a loud roar and began circulating his internal energy. Seeing that, Hioching and Peng Suwan were both shocked. Peng Kanghui shouted, "Use your internal energy. I'll only use 30% of my power. Even if you use your full strength, I won't mind." Hioching panicked, "Your full strength? No, Zhang Guang, don't." Zhang Guang calmly replied, "Master, I'll only use 30%. Hioching grew even more anxious. 30%? Are you trying to kill my friend's nephew? Zhang Guang continued bargaining. Then 20%. Hioching shouted, "I said no means no." Listening to the exchange, Peng Suwan was secretly astonished. At his age, that kid already has such profound internal energy. On the opposite side, Peng Kanghui became even more enraged. "How dare you look down on me?" Hioching warned Zhang Guang, 10%. I said only 10% of your power. Do you understand? Zhang Guang covered his ears and replied helplessly, all right, you're making my ears ring." Peng Kanghui roared in fury, 1%? Are you kidding me? I'm using 30% and you're only using 1. Zhang Guang rested his chin on his hand. "That's right, though I think even 1% is still too much." Peng Kanghui stopped hesitating and charged forward. "Shut up." Zhang Guang lowered his body and dodged the kick. Peng Kanghui was slightly surprised that Zhang Guang had avoided it. He immediately swung his other leg and kicked again. Zhang Guang dodged once more inside. What a refreshing breeze. Peng Kanghui landed on the ground, panting as he cursed, "Damn it." He then launched into a furious barrage of kicks, yet not a single one could even touch a strand of Zhang Guang's hair. After dodging for a while, Zhang Guang asked in confusion, "Isn't this supposed to be the chain kick? What technique is this?" Peng Kanghui answered honestly, "This is the 148 kicks." Zhang Guang slipped aside and suddenly appeared behind him. "So it really means 148 kicks. That's going to take a while." Peng Kanghui kicked backward again. "I'll finish it soon." Zhang Guang thought to himself, "I'm starting to get bored. Should I just break one of his legs and end this?" Standing nearby, Hioching secretly transmitted his voice, "Don't go too far." Zhang Guang asked back, "Then should I break his leg?" Hioching panicked. "No, not his leg." Zhang Guang replied, "But I already broke one of his ribs at the very beginning." Hioching was horrified. "So that cracking sound was his bone breaking? No, don't break any more of his bones." Zhang Guang answered, "If I don't, he'll just keep going." As soon as he finished speaking, he drove a punch into Peng Kanghui's stomach, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Guang secretly sighed in regret. "I should have suggested using weapons. That would have been more interesting." No, even with weapons, the outcome would have been the same. Peng Kanghui was sent flying again and crashed onto the ground. Zhang Guang glanced at Peng Suwan behind him. "It would be much better if I sparred with his uncle instead." Before long, Peng Kanghui struggled back to his feet. "Impossible, how could I lose to that brat?" By now, Zhang Guang had completely lost interest in him and turned to look elsewhere. That attitude only made Peng Kanghui even angrier. "He isn't even looking at me anymore. Damn brat, how dare you look down on me." The moment he stood up, a strange sensation suddenly came from his energy center. "Damn it, my meridians." Zhang Guang looked at him with a hint of surprise. Watching from outside, Peng Suwan wondered, "Is it over already?" Zhang Guang's, that boy is truly gifted. I never expected him to defeat Peng Kanghui. He must be the strongest among Kunlun's disciples. I have to stop this fight. Just as he was about to announce the end of the match, Zhang Guang had already gathered energy into his hand and coldly shouted, "It's over." In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Peng Kanghui. "Goodbye, my friend." Before Peng Kanghui could react, Zhang Guang sent him flying with a single punch. He collapsed onto the ground once again, completely powerless. Hioching was about to turn and speak to Peng Suwan when Peng Suwan had already rushed onto the battlefield. He grabbed his unlucky nephew and anxiously checked on him. "Peng Kanghui, wake up, are you all right?" Peng Kanghui weakly called out, "Uncle." Peng Suwan quickly asked, "Are you badly injured? Hurry and circulate your internal energy to heal yourself." Peng Kanghui weakly replied, "I think I'm finished. I'm so tired, uncle." After saying that, he lost consciousness on the spot, his fate unknown. Peng Suwan cried out in panic, "No, Peng Kanghui. I can't let you die like this." Just as he was crying in deep sorrow, he suddenly heard loud snoring. It turned out Peng Kanghui had simply fallen asleep from exhaustion, not died. Zhang Guang and his master had watched everything from beginning to end and were now completely speechless at the uncle and nephew. Zhang Guang was about to explain when Peng Suwan quickly interrupted, I'm terribly embarrassed right now, so please don't talk to me. After some time, Peng Suwan finally calmed down and spoke to Hiocheng. I lost my composure for a moment. Please forgive me. Hiocheng smiled. No need to be so polite. If I saw my own disciple beaten like that, I'd probably lose my composure too. But of course, Zhang Guang isn't someone who'd be beaten that easily. Ignoring him, Peng Suwan turned to Zhang Guang. Anyway, how did you do it? Can you tell me why Peng Kanghui fainted? Zhang Guang was utterly confused. What? Doesn't he see that Peng Kanghui's meridians are blocked? Do I really have to explain it? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Guang casually made up an excuse, saying Peng Kanghui had simply fainted from exhaustion. Peng Kanghui was then carried back to his room by his uncle. After an unknown amount of time, he finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he shot upright and shouted, "Little brother." Peng Suwan quickly rushed over and patted his shoulder. Peng Kanghui, you're awake. Peng Kanghui nodded. Yes, uncle, where's Zhang Guang? Peng Suwan replied, focus on recovering first. You've been asleep for a full day and night. We can talk about that later. Peng Kanghui thought to himself, that wasn't a coincidence. He had struck the exact spot where my blocked meridian was. How did he know about it, and how could he pull it off? Peng Suwan reminded him, Peng Kanghui, too many people in the family want to bring you down, so you must be more careful. Peng Kanghui nodded, you're right, uncle. Most members of the Li family in Hebei support my older brother as the rightful heir. But there are even more people who want to harm me than support me. In that situation, I couldn't let anyone know about the blocked meridian in my chest, which is why I even kept it from uncle. But how did that kid know? After thinking for a while, he was about to say something. But the moment he looked up, he froze and fell silent. Right before him was Peng Suwan's worried and caring face. Seeing that expression filled him with guilt. I've always made uncle worry about me. He lowered his head and sighed. I'm sorry, uncle. From now on, I'll be more careful. Peng Suwan was surprised by the change. Ah, I'm really glad to hear you say that. May I go outside for some fresh air? Of course, I also need to meet Kunlun's elders, so let's go together. They then walked outside together. Before leaving, Peng Suwan reminded him, you just woke up, so after your walk, make sure to come back and rest. Peng Kanghui obediently nodded. Yes, I'll be careful. Peng Suwan secretly rejoiced. He's been acting much more mature for a while now. Bringing him here was definitely the right decision. Peng Kanghui looked toward the training ground. Maybe I should check it out. As he approached, a loud voice rang out from inside. We have guests today, so let's call it a day. As soon as the voice faded, the disciples all rushed outside. Peng Kanghui looked ahead and thought he should be here. After walking a little farther, he finally spotted Zheng Guang. There he is. He quickly walked over and waved. Little brother, there's something I'd like to. Before he could finish, countless young women suddenly rushed over and surrounded Zheng Guang. Wow, Zheng Guang, you finished training early today. Handsome Taoist. Peng Kanghui was shoved aside by the crowd and fell to the ground in utter confusion. Where did all these women come from? But now wasn't the time to stand there wondering. He got back up and called out to them. Everyone, excuse me, would you please step aside for a moment? Hearing that, the women all turned toward him as if he had hit a sore spot and shouted, who is this ugly-looking guy? Peng Kanghui panicked. But I need to speak with Taoist Zhang Guang. The women refused to move aside. Shut up, stay out of this. What if our handsome Taoist goes blind after seeing your face? After being scolded nonstop, Peng Kanghui helplessly ran to a tree and sat there crying. Where's the justice in this world? Meanwhile, the women continued surrounding Zhang Guang. Master Taoist, try this. Girls, hurry and give him the meat. Please keep this a secret from my master. Afterward, they bid farewell and headed back down the mountain. Only then did Peng Kanghui seize the chance to approach Zhang Guang. Little brother, you seem very popular. Zhang Guang calmly replied, well, they've watched me grow up since I was a tiny child. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll see you later. Seeing Zhang Guang about to leave, Peng Kanghui quickly stepped in front of him. Wait, I have something to say. Zhang Guang secretly cursed, this bastard is so annoying. Should I snap his spine backward? Pointing at himself, Peng Kanghui said, I want to become someone who can be completely open with you. The moment Zhang Guang heard that, his face immediately darkened. He quickly stepped back, ready to run away. Peng Kanghui hurriedly explained, wait, that's not what I meant. I mean I want us to become closer. Zhang Guang snapped, if you say one more word like that, I'll kill you. Peng Kanghui was horrified. What is this killing intent? It feels like it's coming from someone in the demonic cult. Impossible, he's just a Taoist from Kunlun. Carefully choosing his words, he said again, I only want to become your sincere friend. Is that impossible? Only then did Zhang Guang realize, so that's what you meant. Even so, I still don't want to. Peng Kanghui chased after him. Why not? Seeing him continue following, Zhang Guang's expression darkened again. Forget it, what do you really want? Peng Kungwi repeated, I just want to be your friend. Zheng Guang snorted disdainfully. Friend, don't be ridiculous, you're acting this way because you want something, that's your real purpose. Peng Kangui stared blankly at the boy before him. He had guessed correctly. More than friendship, I was just curious about him, yet he wasn't interested in me at all. How pathetic, have I always been this pathetic? After thinking for a while, he sighed. I'm sorry. I won't bother you anymore, I'll leave now, take care. Zhang Guang was puzzled. I already gave him a chance, so why is he acting like this? Forget it, the farther this annoying bastard goes, the better. After taking a few steps, he finally stopped himself. What a pain, once you've drawn your sword, you should at least make a clean cut. He turned around and shouted at Peng Kanghui. You're wondering how I found the blocked meridian in your chest and cleared it, aren't you? Peng Kanghui spun around in shock. How do you know? Elsewhere, Hioching was strolling through the courtyard with Peng Suwan. How's your nephew? He's fine, he just woke up. Fortunately, he only broke a few ribs. Hioching awkwardly coughed. I'm truly sorry, sometimes my disciple goes a little overboard. Peng Suwan didn't dwell on it and asked, you said your disciple has been improving Kunlun's martial arts? Hioching nodded. That's right. Peng Suwan asked again, so every Taoist in Kunlun is learning those improved techniques? Hioching answered honestly without hesitation. That's right, you saw them training, didn't you? They've been practicing under Zhang Guang day and night for 2 years now. Peng Suwan continued, that's hard to believe. Surely some people opposed it. Hioching smiled. Both our sect leader and my master strongly support him. The two of them even asked Zhang Guang for guidance. What, your master, one of the 3 sages of Kunlun Mountain? Is he doing well? His health hasn't been great lately. He says he's fine, but well, let's leave that aside for now. We've arrived. This is the 3 Heavens platform. Let's go inside. After entering, Peng Suwan couldn't help sighing inwardly. I don't know if the sect is poor or if this place has always been this small. It doesn't really matter. What matters is Kunlun's true strength. He quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists toward the 2 old men. I am Peng Suwan of the Li family in Hebei. It is an honor to meet the sect leader and elder. The 2 old men politely returned the greeting. The honor is ours. I am Woon Jiok, sect leader of Kunlun. I am Woon Hu, Peng Suwan smiled. Meeting the 2 of you is this junior's great fortune. No, we're the fortunate ones to meet such a worthy talent who will one day lead the martial world. Elder, you flatter me too much. At that moment, a crowd had gathered outside the door, all pushing to get in. They rushed over to Peng Suwan, looking at him in admiration. The peerless sword master, a hero among heroes, someone from the Li family of Hebei has come. It's an honor to meet you. You truly have the bearing of the future martial alliance leader. As Peng Suwan caught the smell coming from them, his face immediately turned pale. What is that smell? Did they come straight here after training? Woon Jiok instructed the group, that's enough. Let them rest for a while. Let's sit down and talk. So what wind has brought you here? Peng Suwan replied, Elder, I've come for 2 reasons. Woon Hu exclaimed, 2 reasons, let's hear them. Peng Suwan got straight to the point. First, we'd like to witness your sect's martial arts. Hiochung laughed loudly. My friend, you should have said that sooner. Peng Suwan continued, we're friends, so we wouldn't be able to fight seriously. Hiochung looked confused. What do you mean by seriously? Peng Suwan explained, I don't mean a sparring match, I want a real fight. Hearing that, the elders and disciples immediately began whispering among themselves. Stroking his beard, Woon Jiok asked, then your second reason is connected to the first? Peng Suwan cupped his fists and bowed. Forgive me, but yes, it is. Woon Jiok and Woon Hu refused outright. No, I don't know why, but you want to test our sect's martial arts? Peng Suwan explained, it's for another important matter. Please don't misunderstand. The disciples outside immediately shouted, Master, please agree. Think about it. Isn't the Li family of Hebei the perfect choice? Peng Suwan was puzzled. Perfect for what? The disciples then began shouting over one another. Let me go. Junior brother, let me fight first. Stop pushing, I'm ready. Woon Hu snorted and shouted, enough, we have honored guests here. What kind of behavior is this? Seeing his angry expression, everyone immediately fell silent and stood neatly in place. Woon Jiok quietly asked Woon Hu, who should we choose, senior brother? Woon Hu looked toward one of the disciples. How about that kid? Which one are you talking about? Woon Jiok quickly understood. Very well, we'll do as you say, senior brother. We must be as courteous as possible. The one chosen was Hioching. Being singled out, he looked utterly shocked. Me, but I didn't even raise my hand. Woon Jiok replied, is there another Hioching besides you? Hioching hurriedly answered, ah, forgive me, master. He then stepped forward to face Peng Suwan. Before fighting, they greeted each other. I am Hyo-jik. My martial arts are still lacking, so I ask for your guidance. I am Peng Suwon. Thank you, Taoist, for accepting my challenge. Hyo-jik smiled, then I'll choose my weapon. A moment later, both men stood facing each other, each holding a longsword. Peng Suwon thought since the sect leader personally chose Hyo-jik, he must be capable. Meanwhile, Hyo-jik was still bewildered. Why did Master choose me? I'm not good enough to represent the entire sect. After a moment, Peng Suwon spoke first. I know this may be a bit presumptuous, but I hope we can fight without revealing our sword techniques. Hearing that, Hyo-jik froze. He suddenly recalled his sparring match with Jung Gwang. Why would you say that in the middle of a fight? It's just basic etiquette. Etiquette? Aren't you just trying to win? Then hurry up and surrender. What? How dare you say that to me? I'll tell senior brother what you said. Jung Gwang pointed to the side. My master is right here, so just lie down obediently. What? Senior brother actually lost. Remembering all that only made Hyo-jik even more confused. Why did I suddenly think of that? He quickly stopped overthinking, gripped his lungsud, and said, all right, let's begin. The two of them instantly dashed forward and charged at each other. Peng Suwon's very first sword strike was avoided as Hyo-jik lowered his body. Seeing Hyo-jik circle behind him, Peng Suwon was surprised. Is that dragon step? Why is a swordsman moving in a dragon-like curve instead of straight ahead? Hyo-jik immediately charged again. Your attack is too obvious. If anyone could stab straight in like senior brother, who would ever lose? Mix in a few random movements so he can't predict them. Peng Suwon didn't block and instead leaned back to dodge. Hyo-jik wasn't surprised. If my opponent retreats, I'll close the gap with lightning flash step. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Peng Suwon again. Peng Suwon had no choice but to raise his sword to block. He was utterly baffled. What kind of movement technique is this? If I'm careless, I'll disgrace my family. Thinking that, he became serious and began launching a series of counterattacks. Hyo-jik didn't dodge and chose to face him head-on. Peng Suwon was stunned again and again. He blocked every strike. Damn it, how is this possible? After exchanging several moves, Hyo-jik suddenly realized Jung Gwang was right. My martial arts really are improving. Jung Gwang's voice echoed in his mind again. Uncle Master, don't let go of your sword until the fight is over. Hyo-jik reminded himself to stay calm, then charged at his opponent once more. I must stay focused on the battle. After being pressured for a while, Peng Suwon's sword arm began to tremble, and his eyes turned slightly red. He then seized a brief opening and launched a counterattack. That sword strike caught Hyo-jik off guard, but he barely managed to dodge it in time. Peng Suwon was shocked once again. He dodged that too. Hyo-jik sighed in relief. One moment of distraction and I'd have been finished. Sitting nearby, Woon Jiok finally spoke. Well, is the strength of our sect enough to satisfy the Lee family? Peng Suwon turned and cupped his fists. This has truly opened my eyes. I've learned a great deal from this match. Woon Jiok continued. Then tell us your second reason. Peng Suwon nodded and immediately replied. The second reason I came here is to help rebuild the martial world. Back to the other side after hearing Peng Kanghui's question, Jung Gwang calmly replied, isn't it obvious? You rushed here the moment you woke up because you couldn't suppress your curiosity, right? Peng Kanghui suddenly understood. Then could you tell me how you discovered my blocked meridian? Jung Gwang casually replied, I could see it clearly. Peng Kanghui was stunned. What? He lowered his head and thought he could actually see it. If that were true, the elders in my family should have noticed it first. Thinking that, he asked, do you really think I'd believe that? Jung Gwang silently cursed in annoyance. He doesn't believe me. This idiot is hopeless. After thinking for a moment, he pointed behind him and ordered, follow me, I'll show you. The two of them then walked to another place. Peng Kanghui looked around in confusion. You're going to explain it here, Jung Gwang replied. Wouldn't it be better for you to experience it yourself than just hear me explain? Now try circulating your internal energy. Peng Kanghui looked puzzled again. What? Why are you suddenly telling me to use my internal energy? Jung Gwang didn't explain and simply repeated, just do it and you'll understand. Peng Kanghui knelt down. Fine, trying won't hurt anything. Nothing should happen anyway. He then sat cross-legged and began circulating his energy. Jung Gwang watched from the front and counted aloud 1, 2, 3 levels. Peng Kanghui was startled. You know how much internal energy I'm using? Jung Gwang shouted, shut up and focus. Peng Kanghui stopped talking and continued circulating his energy. 5 levels, 6 levels. The moment he reached 7 levels, Jung Gwang smacked him on the head. Peng Kanghui finally couldn't hold back anymore and turned around, shouting, what do you think you're doing? Jung Gwang ignored him and ordered, now slowly increase your internal energy to full power. Instead of obeying, Peng Kanghui asked, wait, why did you hit my head? Zhang Guang repeated. Raise it one level with every breath, got it? Peng Kanghui kept asking the same question. Why did you hit me? Zhang Guang angrily bent down and stared him in the face. Don't you know how to fully control your own energy? Were you really planning to recklessly keep increasing it? Peng Kanghui angrily turned back and circulated his internal energy. Who do you think I am? I'm one of the 9 dragons and 2 phoenixes. He had barely finished boasting when Zhang Guang smacked him again. Getting hit over and over made Peng Kanghui furious. Is this brat making fun of me? This is getting out of hand, sit down. He finally couldn't take it anymore, turned around and tried to stand. Bastard, I'll kill you. Just as he was about to get up, a strange sensation came from his energy center. He froze and carefully sensed the meridians inside his body. While he was distracted, Zhang Guang punched him square in the face again. Before he could even stand up, he was knocked flat onto the ground. Sitting up and rubbing his stomach, he muttered, "The tightness in my chest is gone, and my internal energy is flowing again." Zhang Guang shouted, "Shut up and slowly raise your internal energy to full power." Only then did Peng Kanghui understand. Now I know why he kept hitting me. Was that really the only way? I don't even need to see his face to know he's enjoying this. Does he just love beating me? After punching him for a while, Zhang Guang stopped when his arm got tired. Seeing Peng Kanghui in agony, he reminded him, even if it hurts, don't be afraid. Endure it. Blood soon began flowing from Peng Kanghui's mouth and nose. Zhang Guang bent down and provoked him. Scared already? Is that all your full power can do? Peng Kanghui gritted his teeth. What do you mean? Who are you calling scared? Zhang Guang bluntly replied. You, obviously. Peng Kanghui slowly stood up. I'm not a coward. At that moment, his internal energy erupted violently. Zhang Guang clenched his fist in delight. That's more like it. He immediately dashed forward again and drove another punch into Peng Kanghui's stomach. That punch seemed to shatter the barrier, blocking the flow of internal energy through his meridians. Peng Kanghui spat out blood and screamed in unbearable pain. Zhang Guang frowned as he watched him. He's just like those old men, he could have done it without screaming. Peng Kanghui excitedly raised both hands. So this is what it feels like. My internal energy is flowing through my whole body. Zhang Guang thought to himself, he's probably not paying attention to anything else now. No need to worry anymore, I'm going to sleep. After taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Wait, when he calms down, should I charge him for this? Forget it, someone who can't even handle his own problems has nothing to offer me anyway. The scene shifted back to Peng Suwan and the others. After hearing his second reason, everyone was shocked. You want to rebuild the martial alliance? Didn't it dissolve 10 years ago after our only enemy, the true heavenly demon, was defeated? That's right, and all the martial artists we sent there returned afterward. Peng Suwan nodded. That's correct. Then why do you want to rebuild the martial alliance? Peng Suwan explained, recently, we've received reports that the unorthodox faction has been acting very suspiciously. Woon Jiok exclaimed in surprise. Has the unorthodox faction started expanding again because the demonic cult has stayed quiet for so long? Peng Suwan nodded. Exactly. The unorthodox faction is secretly gathering forces and has formed an organization called the Ghost Alliance. The 2 old men sighed. How pitiful for the innocent people. We don't know when the demonic cult will rise again, and now the unorthodox faction has formed the Ghost Alliance. It seems the orthodox faction must unite once more. However, if it were really that simple, you wouldn't have come all the way here, would you? Peng Suwan frowned and remained silent. Woon Jiok continued, if the alliance is rebuilt, a new alliance leader must be chosen, and it seems the head of the Hebei Li family wants that position. Woon Hu also asked, so the Hebei Li family is asking for our support? Peng Suwan couldn't deny it and honestly replied, that's right. Of course, we're not just making a request. If everything goes well, the alliance will send carefully selected top martial artists here. Woon Hu looked puzzled. What do you mean? Peng Suwan explained, it's to prepare for another threat, the demonic cult. Kunlun has always faced them alone, but if everything goes according to plan, we'll support you. Woon Jiok continued, if the alliance sends reinforcements, we'll shed less blood and save more innocent lives. Good, we support that idea. When do you expect this to happen? Peng Suwan replied, since this involves many famous sects and great families, reaching a decision will take time. We estimate it will take about 3 years. Everyone from Kunlun was surprised. 3 years, that's quite a long time. Woon Hu added, then Kunlun will train even harder over the next 3 years. The disciples below instantly turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. Train even harder. One disciple stepped forward and whispered, Grand Elder, isn't it still too early to increase the training difficulty? It's already incredibly hard. Woon Jiak replied, "What are you talking about? It's been 2 years already. It's time to raise the difficulty. Don't we need to show the Central Plains martial world that Kunlun has risen again? And the center of Kunlun's revival will be our proud young dragon." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Zhang Guang suddenly stopped walking. Why do I suddenly feel like my workload just increased? After finishing their discussion, Peng Suwan left together with Hio Cheng. "You're leaving already?" "Yes, now that I've received the sect leader's approval, I must return and report everything to my elder brother." "I understand. What a shame." Peng Suwan patted him on the shoulder. "Next time we meet, let's drink until we're completely wasted like the old days." Hio Cheng panicked and looked around nervously. "Brother, keep your voice down when talking about things like that." Peng Suwan laughed. "Sorry, my mistake." The two quickly returned to the guest room, but Peng Kanghui was nowhere to be seen. Hio Cheng asked in confusion, "Where did your nephew go?" Peng Suwan recalled what happened after Peng Kanghui woke up. Peng Kanghui had asked Hio Cheng, "Where's Zhang Guang?" Hio Cheng pointed behind him. "He's probably in his room now. Come on, let's go check." Zhang Guang was sleeping peacefully when a voice suddenly rang in his ear. "Zhang Guang, wake up." He yawned and sat up. "Master, you're back." Hio Cheng got straight to the point. "Yes, do you know where Peng Kanghui is?" Zhang Guang looked puzzled. He should have come back by now. The moment he mentioned Peng Kanghui, he appeared. Everyone looked toward the doorway in confusion as Peng Kanghui suddenly showed up. Zhang Guang lay back down and pulled up his blanket. "Master, Peng Kanghui's back now, so can I go back to sleep?" Hio Cheng nodded. "Sure." Peng Suwan glanced at his nephew and thought, "What's wrong? Peng Kanghui seems completely different." Peng Kanghui cupped his fists toward the two of them. "Please forgive me, but uncle and senior, could you give us some privacy? I have something important to discuss with Master Zhang Guang." Everyone became even more confused. Peng Kanghui was calling Zhang Guang master, even though Zhang Guang was younger than him. Lying on the bed, Zhang Guang sighed inwardly. "What's wrong with this guy now? I didn't hit him that hard." Peng Kanghui bowed once more to Hio Cheng. "Please." Having no other choice, the two of them stood up and walked outside. All right. Before leaving, Peng Suwan reminded him, "I don't know what happened, but finish quickly. Everything has gone smoothly, so we'll be leaving soon." Peng Kanghui nodded. "Yes, I'll make it quick." Soon, only the two of them remained in the room. Peng Kanghui immediately knelt and bowed to him. "Thank you, truly thank you." "Master, if it weren't for you, I would've." Before he could finish, Zhang Guang interrupted. "Hold on, could you stop calling me master?" Peng Kanghui readily agreed. "If it bothers you, I'll stop. If it weren't for you." Zhang Guang waved him off again. "Drop the young hero, too." Peng Kanghui laughed. "Then I'll just speak normally. Thanks to you, I've finally been freed from a huge burden. No matter what, I'll repay this favor someday, so when Kunlun joins the martial alliance, you have to come too." Zhang Guang frowned in confusion. "Why would I have to go there?" Peng Kanghui asked, "Are you planning to stay in Kunlun forever, training in seclusion and seeking your own path? That's impossible. The ancients said that a flawless jade still shines even in the mud. There's no need to be so modest. Someone as outstanding as you is destined to shake the martial world." Hearing that, Zhang Guang shuddered and cut him off. "Enough already. Stop saying such cheesy things. You're giving me goosebumps." Peng Kanghui ignored him and continued, "Once the martial alliance's affairs are settled, please visit the Hebei Li family." Zhang Guang looked baffled. "Why would I, and what's wrong with the martial alliance?" Peng Kanghui replied seriously, "I already told you, I'll definitely repay this debt." Zhang Guang snorted. "That's what you're saying now, but you're about to ask me for another favor, aren't you?" Peng Kanghui scratched his head with a smile. "That's possible. We'll think about it when the time comes." After that, uncle and nephew left Kunlun and returned to Hebei. Watching his friend leave, Hio Cheng sighed. "Now that he's gone, I'll be so lonely." Zhang Guang replied beside him, "Just throw yourself into training and you won't have time to think about it." Hio Cheng shook his head. "No, there's no need for that." Zhang Guang asked again, "Master, you've skipped training for several days, haven't you?" Hio Cheng waved his hand. "Well, we had honored guests. I couldn't ignore an old friend who came to visit." Zhang Guang smiled. "Then I'll make sure your training makes up for everything you missed." Hio Cheng nearly cried. Oh heavens. Time flew by and another 2 years passed. Just like every other day, the disciples trained diligently in Kunlun's training ground. Descending Dragon Reborn, 5 elements revolve. They were no longer filthy and exhausted like 2 years ago. Now every one of them looked spirited and imposing. Standing on the platform, Woon-Hu kept nodding. "Just by looking at their expressions, I can tell they're full of confidence and no longer collapse after long training sessions." 4 years have passed since senior brother and I trusted Zhang Guang and changed Kunlun's future. In the end, we made the right choice. At that moment, Woon Jiak also walked over. They're all doing very well. Woon-hoo smiled happily. Senior brother, you're here. It seems I don't have to worry anymore. That's right, I don't know how they'd fare in real battles, but even without Zhang Guang, our disciples are striving to improve themselves. Yes, that's truly fortunate. While speaking, Woon Jiok suddenly began coughing uncontrollably. Woon-hoo asked worriedly, Senior brother, are you all right? Your illness is getting worse. Woon Jiok shook his head. I'm fine, it's just an ordinary cough. You should go inside and rest. No, right now I just want to admire this view, the sight of all of Kunlun. By the way, where's Zhang Guang? Zhang Guang, he's training alone at Cloud Blossom Peak. The scene shifted to Zhang Guang. He was training alone atop Cloud Blossom Peak, constantly riding the wind through the air. By now, he was already a 17-year-old young man. He trained tirelessly until nightfall before finally stopping. At last, I've balanced my internal energy using only my physical strength. Because my true energy became too powerful, it took a lot of effort to restore the balance. Still, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. Now that I've solved my own problem, it's time to help balance the elder's energy as well. Suddenly, he noticed the small hut ahead. Memories from his childhood surfaced in his mind. From today onward, your Taoist name will be Zhang Guang. I am your master's master, which makes me your grandmaster, and I look forward to seeing what your future holds. Why are you making that face? As Zhang Guang recalled those memories, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl into a smile. Why did I suddenly remember that? Just then, a voice calling out from afar interrupted his thoughts. The one calling him was none other than Hyo-chung. Having rushed all the way here, he was completely out of breath, leaning against a tree and panting. Zhang Guang asked in confusion, Master, what's wrong? I was just about to head down the mountain. Hyo-chung gasped, your grandmaster has. The two of them immediately rushed down the mountain. Zhang Guang blamed himself. I should have paid closer attention. I already knew his energy center had become unstable. All the disciples of the sect had gathered outside the courtyard. The moment they saw Zhang Guang and He-chung, they hurriedly pointed inside. Senior brother, Zhang Guang, you're finally here. The two entered and saw the old man barely clinging to life on the bed. Hyo-chung burst into tears. Master. The old man slowly opened his eyes and asked, it's already this late and you're still here. Hyo-chung continued, I brought Zhang Guang. If it's him, then maybe. The old man interrupted, my life has reached its end, so let nature take its course. Hyo-chung trembled as he tightly held the old man's hand. Why would you say that? Please get better, master. The old man then glanced at Zhang Guang. So you've come too, Zhang Guang. I'm sorry for making you see me like this. Woon-hoo walked over to Zhang Guang and reminded him, senior brother doesn't have much time left. If there's anything you want to say it now before it's too late. Sniffling, Hyo-chung said, I still have so much to tell you, master. You never taught me properly. The old man chuckled. Oh, I thought you'd finally grown up, but you're still thinking like a child. Still, you've grown into a fine man, and I believe you'll accomplish great things. Zhang Guang, is there anything troubling you? Zhang Guang sighed inwardly. He's still worrying about others even at a time like this. Then he asked, no, Grandmaster, what about you? The old man looked up at the ceiling. There is still one regret I have. I wanted to witness a dragon rising from the peak of Kunlun. Zhang Guang asked, is that all? I can show it to you as long as you're willing to wait a few more years. I look forward to it, and I believe you'll do it. Always take good care of yourself. I believe in you, Zhang Guang. Seeing him cough repeatedly, Hyo-chung cried even harder. Master. Zhang Guang's expression also darkened. What is this painful feeling in my chest? As expected of Grandmaster, even at the end of his life, he's still so calm. But why does this feel so painful? When my father died in my previous life, I never felt anything like this. It feels as if I'm losing something. I don't like this feeling. He walked over and placed both hands on the old man's abdomen. Dragon ascending to the heavens, please witness it with your own eyes, Grandmaster. As soon as he finished speaking, he began channeling his energy into the old man's body. The two elders behind them sighed. Zhang Guang, let him pass away peacefully. The old man also sighed. You don't have to do this, Zhang Guang. My time has come, Zhang Guang replied firmly. Grandmaster, I have the right to do what I want. The old man tried to persuade him. Why would you say that? You shouldn't do this, Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang asked back, isn't this what you truly wanted? Don't you remember what you told me on Flower Cloud Peak when I was little? The old man was startled. Flower Cloud Peak, what are you talking about? The old man suddenly recalled that day when he had told Zhang Guang, grow up healthy and live by your ideals until the very end of your life. Remembering that, he was deeply shocked. He wasn't even 2 years old then. How could he possibly remember? After sensing the old man's condition for a moment, Zhang Guang sighed. His spirit is in worse shape than I expected. His energy center is falling apart and his life force is fading. I have to stop it. Will it work? I'm not sure, but I have no other choice. He turned to the two elders behind him and said, Elders, could you please help Grandmaster sit up? The two immediately followed his instructions and helped the old man sit upright. Like this. Zhang Guang reminded the old man, please stay conscious. The old man asked, what are you trying to do? Zhang Guang reassured him, it won't hurt, Grandmaster. Please promise me you won't give up. Although he had no idea what was happening, the old man still agreed. Zhang Guang then instructed the others, please channel your energy into Grandmaster. Hio Cheng pointed at himself from behind and asked, what about me? Is there anything I can do? Zhang Guang replied dismissively, Master, just stay where you are. Zhang Guang then raised his hand and shouted, begin. He Cheng was inwardly puzzled. That energy, don't tell me. The two elders panicked and shouted to stop him. Wait, Zhang Guang. But it was too late. Zhang Guang had already struck. A punch infused with powerful internal energy slammed straight toward the sick old man's head. The three people present were left dumbfounded by his actions. One of them rushed over and grabbed Zhang Guang by the collar. Brat, what do you think you're doing? The other elder held the old man and asked anxiously, Senior brother, are you all right? After taking Zhang Guang's punch, the old man was completely dazed and disoriented. Hio Cheng was trembling with emotion and cried again, Zhang Guang, what are you doing? Without explaining, Zhang Guang instructed the elders, keep channeling your energy. Grandmaster won't survive if you stop now. Time quickly passed until midnight. Outside, every disciple of Kunlun was still waiting in the courtyard, and not a single one had left. Inside the room, the other two elders looked at the lump on their senior brother's head and sighed. I still can't believe such a huge bump appeared on his head. Zhang Guang explained, it'll be fine. The place where his life force is leaking out is the 100 meetings point. That's why I struck him, to stop his life force from escaping. He Cheng walked behind him and quietly asked, will he really be all right? There was such a loud sound. Zhang Guang replied, I didn't actually hit the 100 meetings point. I stopped just before making contact. That sound came from my internal energy, creating a shockwave against his 100 meetings point. After hearing all that, Hio Cheng froze in place, completely overwhelmed. Zhang Guang glanced helplessly at the two elders behind him. Does no one understand what I'm saying? Should I explain it in more detail? You promised me you'd stay conscious. The old man nodded seriously. That's right. Zhang Guang explained, now I'll use my energy to reorganize your collapsing energy center. If you feel any pain during the process, tell me. The old man smiled calmly. I'm a little scared. Zhang Guang raised his hand and gathered his energy. Please stop joking, Grandmaster. You're not someone who fears death. Let's begin. No one knew how much time had passed before the moon reached its highest point in the sky. By then, every old man in the room was drenched in sweat. The old man's energy center was finally showing signs of reforming. Zhang Guang continued pouring in strength to fuse the energy center back together. Its original form soon reappeared, though it was still covered with countless cracks. But those cracks quickly began to mend until it became smooth again. Everything was progressing smoothly. Zhang Guang sent in more energy for a while before withdrawing it, his face drenched in sweat from exhaustion. He then swayed and collapsed backward. Time passed, though no one knew how long. A week later, outside Kunlun's scripture pavilion, a group of disciples had gathered. Is Zhang Guang still inside? He's been in there for 7 days and has read countless medical books. Even at night, the lamp never goes out. He's so focused he won't let anyone in, and he doesn't even hear us calling. At this rate, Zhang Guang will collapse. Hio Cheng was also standing there among the crowd. Just then the other two elders arrived. He Cheng was startled. Oh, you're here. Wen Hu reassured him, don't worry too much. At least he's trying to complete the task we entrusted to him. Hio Cheng nodded. Yes, but how is Master? Wen Hu sighed. His condition is still the same. Since that day, his complexion has improved a little, but aside from opening his eyes for daily checks, he still hasn't regained consciousness. Hio Cheng lowered his head, recalling that night. The memories were still vivid. He clearly remembered Zhang Guang collapsing from exhaustion after saving his master, then locking himself inside the scripture pavilion the moment he woke up. I'll read every medical book, and all of you must remind Grandmaster to keep circulating the energy we transferred. The boy was pushing himself far too hard. Just then, the doors of the scripture pavilion opened. Zhang Guang walked out and asked in confusion, why is everyone gathered out here? Hio Cheng rushed over, grabbed his face and checked him. Because we were worried about you. Are you hurting anywhere? Zhang Guang shook his head. I'm fine. Hio Cheng sighed in relief. That's good, but why push yourself so recklessly? because I wanted to save Grandmaster. Hyo Chung sighed, you also need to care about your own health. You've already done everything you could and Master's fate is already. Before he could finish, Zhang Guang interrupted, Grandmaster can still be saved. Everyone was stunned. What? Zhang Guang repeated, I found a way. The disciples behind him became excited. Really? You actually found a way? Zhang Guang smiled, but I need something. The elder nodded. Whatever it is. Zhang Guang answered immediately, I need an immortal medicine. The moment everyone heard those words, their expressions darkened. You know Kunlun doesn't have any immortal medicine. Do you mean getting one from another righteous sect? They'd never hand one over so easily. Zhang Guang shook his head. No, not from the righteous factions. Woon Hu frowned. Are you talking about the demonic cult's immortal medicine? The pill said to reverse life and death, the life and death spirit pill, the elder beside him gasped. The 10 deaths 1 life pill? I heard forging a single pill costs the lives of 10 demonic cult disciples. Hearing them, Woon Hu was completely puzzled. Life and death spirit pill, 10 deaths 1 life pill, that sounds like quack medicine. Zhang Guang thought, I'm sure I've read more medical books in my previous life than all of them combined. After thinking for a moment, he said seriously, more precisely, I need the ingredients to make it, because we'll refine the immortal medicine ourselves. Everyone was left speechless, but refining an immortal medicine is no easy task. Zhang Guang replied, I never said it would be easy. We must immediately send every Kunlun priest down the mountain to search for things no one has ever even heard of. I can only keep Great Grandmaster alive for 1 year, so within that year we must do everything possible. Woon Ha continued, Senior brother trusted you even on the brink of death, so we will choose to trust you as well. Zhang Guang scratched his head in embarrassment. Woon Ha then ordered the disciples to split into groups. 3 days later, nearly every Kunlun disciple set out from the mountain together. Zhang Guang was no exception as he packed his belongings and departed, while Hyo Ching's group saw him off and asked, Are you sure you want to go alone? We're still very worried, so please reconsider. Zhang Guang simply stretched without replying. He then leaped into the air, drew his sword, and performed a few basic sword moves. Seeing that sword technique, Hyo Ching gasped in shock. Good heavens, that's the Cloud Dragon Grand Elder stance. I never imagined it could be executed so quickly. Anyone traveling with him would only slow him down. Zhang Guang then landed before them and asked, Is this enough now? Hyo Ching and the old man exchanged glances. The two then told Zhang Guang, Remember to take good care of yourself. We believe in you, but don't push yourself too hard. Zhang Guang waved goodbye. I'm heading off now. He then rushed toward the foot of the mountain. This is my first journey since being reborn. It will be over soon. The scene shifted to a barren desert where a group rode camels beneath the blazing 50-degree sun. I'm truly sorry I couldn't give you a comfortable life and even brought you to a place like this. How is this place? I heard this place has man-eating monsters. The man in the black headscarf was Baek Jin Hwan of the Ha Merchant Guild. The woman beside him was Hyo Yo Min, also from the Ha Merchant Guild. Hearing him, she smiled. Oh dear, that's just a ridiculous rumor. Baek Jin Hwan still looked worried. But bringing you somewhere this dangerous, I really... Before he could finish, Hyo Yo Min slapped his back hard. Why do you always ruin the mood? I'm so happy because it's been so long since we last traveled. Baek Jin Hwan turned to her in confusion. A trip, Hyo Yo Min smiled and nodded. At times like this, you should say something sweeter. You're always good at that, so why not when we're traveling together? Baek Jin Hwan gazed at her affectionately, thinking that she had never once complained. Even throughout the difficult year, she had always remained cheerful. He then tightly held her hand. That's right, this is a trip, I almost forgot. Hyo Yo Min smiled. You've finally returned to your usual self. The people behind them could only wear helpless expressions. After waiting so long for the lovey-dovey couple to stop, someone finally shouted, Hurry up already, I'm getting sick of this. I can't keep watching such a nauseating scene. Hyo Yo Min slightly turned around and asked, Sorry, what's wrong? The two behind replied, Taking breaks now and then is nice, and thanks to you two, I've decided to get married. Hyo Yo Min chuckled, That's what they said. Baek Jin Hwan laughed too. I heard them. Husband, don't ever say things like that again. I want us to travel more. I understand, my wife. Hyo Yo Min continued, But this is only our second trip. Really? Baek Jin Hwan asked. The first one was to Kunlun, wasn't it? Was there any other trip? Baek Jin Hwan looked toward the distant Kunlun. That's right, those were truly harsh times. 17 years ago, in our youth, we all wanted to master supreme martial arts. So we went to Kunlun seeking help. My wife's elder brother never married and became a disciple of the Kunlun sect, so we thought persuading them would be easy. However, reality proved otherwise. Please forgive me, but our sect will not involve itself in the affairs of wandering priests. Wandering priests? What do you mean by that? Why do you ignore the disciples of the immovable sect and their affairs when we're all on the same side? Merchant Guild leader Baekjin Hwan replied. Although everything is peaceful after the death of the true heavenly demon, if the demon cult attacks again, our sect must face it, so we will not concern ourselves with such matters and will remain focused on guarding against the demon cult. Hyo Min slammed the table in anger and shouted, "Why are you even more stubborn than before? I should have asked a tree for help instead. No matter what you say, I won't change my mind because I've already made my decision." Hyo Min walked away angrily. He's becoming more unbearable every day. Baekjin Hwan comforted her. "Calm down, my wife." Just then, Hyoching arrived behind them with Zhang Guang and asked, "Sorry to interrupt while you're upset, but I heard you've recently had a baby, so could you teach me how to raise this child?" Recalling the past, Baekjin Hwan sighed and glanced at his wife. "Not only were you no help back then, you even had to become a babysitter." Hyo Min sighed. "What else could we do? Priests know nothing about raising bobbies. I really had it rough, but thinking back, that child was quite adorable, and I think the name was." Just then, a panicked voice shouted, "Sect leader," from behind, making them both turn around in shock. Not far away, clouds of dust kept rising. A group of people riding camels was charging straight toward them. They instantly recognized them as the Blood family bandits, and someone cursed, "Damn it, why are they here?" Baekjin Hwan removed his face covering and shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Bring the cargo camels to the center and form a circle." Hyo Min also drew her sword. "Everyone, ready your weapons." The others quickly jumped off their camels and drew their weapons. They all gripped their spears tightly and stood waiting for the enemy to charge. The Blood family bandits quickly reached them. Even as the enemies charged like savage beasts, the Ha Merchant Guild firmly held their spears and maintained formation without fear. As the camels rushed forward, the guild members forcefully stabbed their necks to stop them, while Baekjin Hwan and his wife shouted from behind, "Stop them." Unable to advance on camels, the Blood family bandits jumped down and charged at the Ha Merchant Guild. The Ha Merchant Guild immediately pulled back their spears and counterattacked. The two sides instantly fell into a fierce battle as Baekjin Hwan and his wife continuously cut down the charging bandits. Before long, nearly all the first wave of bandits had been killed. The blonde-haired man was the leader of the bandits. He watched from behind for a moment before ordering his men armed with swords and sabers to continue the assault. The moment he gave the order, another group rushed toward Baekjin Hwan and his wife. As soon as he turned around, two bandits swung their swords at him. He had no choice but to grit his teeth and raise his sword to block. Seeing this, Wu Exing immediately rushed over with his saber to help. With his wife's support, they quickly fought in perfect harmony and killed the two bandits before them. Baekjin Hwan grew extremely anxious. "Damn it, there are too many of them. What do we do now?" He suddenly heard his wife's terrified scream and quickly turned to the right. The moment he turned, a long saber slashed across his shoulder from behind. "Your carelessness will send you to your grave." The young bandit had barely finished speaking before a blade pierced straight through his chest. After killing him, Hyo Min hurriedly asked her husband, "Are you all right?" Baekjin Hwan looked at her in confusion. "Why did you suddenly scream?" Hyo Min explained. "I thought I'd been cut, but it was only my face covering that got sliced off. Luckily, I'm fine." The two of them were soon surrounded by the bandits. The blonde leader rode over on his camel. "You've held out well, but it's time for you to die." Baekjin Hwan was filled with worry. Is this really the end for me? After this trip, I still wanted my family to reunite and share a meal together. The blonde leader gave them no more time and shouted, "Kill them." The bandits surrounding them immediately began closing in. Just then, countless sword energy blasts came flying from afar. An instant later, the bandits' position was engulfed in dust as the sword energy tore through it. The blonde leader was frozen in shock at the sight. Baekjin Hwan and his wife stood safely within the dust cloud without a single scrap. Baekjin Hwan stared blankly at the scene before him. As the dust settled, every bandit who had surrounded them lay dead on the ground. Zhang Guang then descended from the sky and landed before them. "I never expected to meet old acquaintances in such a desolate place. It's been a long time. Have you both been well?" The two stared blankly at the young man before them. "Who is he?" Zhang Guang pointed at his face and asked, "Seriously, you don't remember me? Is my face really that forgettable?" Judging by their expressions, they clearly still did not recognize him. Zhang Guang slapped his forehead and sighed. "Is your memory just for decoration? You two raised me back at Kunlun." The two were startled. "The child we looked after at Kunlun." Only then did they recall the tiny little boy from back then. "You were Zhang Guang." Zhang Guang smiled. "Now you remember. Wait a moment, I'm a little busy." Let me finish killing them first, all right? While they were talking, the blonde leader shouted from the front, "Hey you. Who are you? Do you even know who we are to act so recklessly?" Zheng Guang raised a hand and asked, "So who are you?" The blonde man replied, "We're the Sandstorm Bandits, and now that you know, prepare to die." Zhang Guang scratched his ear. "Oh, so you're bandits. I think some sand got into my ear." Seeing his attitude, the blonde man roared angrily, "You insolent brat. I don't know what dark trick you used, but you can never defeat us." As they leaped forward to attack, Zhang Guang looked utterly helpless. His figure suddenly blurred and vanished from where he stood. The charging bandits stopped in shock. He disappeared. Before they could understand what happened, one man's head flew off. Zhang Guang charged straight into their ranks and began slaughtering them. Every swing of his sword claimed another life. The blonde man broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Quick, everyone attack him at once." Upon receiving the order, they all charged together. From behind, Hyo Min anxiously called out, "Young hero, be careful." Despite the swarm of bandits rushing at him, Zhang Guang stood proudly without moving. Before they could even reach him, he unleashed countless sword strikes at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Blood sprayed everywhere again as Zhang Guang raised his head and coldly stared at the survivors. Faced with his overwhelming strength and icy gaze, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The remaining bandits were terrified out of their minds, and not one dared fight as they all turned and fled. The blonde man roared in fury, "Get back here, you bastards! How dare you run!" The moment the words left his mouth, his head was split in two. The bandit leader died just like that, without accomplishing anything. Zhang Guang did not stop and immediately rushed after the fleeing bandits. No matter how fast they ran, they could never outrun Zhang Guang's sword energy. It did not take long before Zhang Guang wiped them all out. Baekjin Huan then ordered the members of the merchant guild to bury the bodies and treat the wounded. Check whether any of the cargo has been damaged. Zhang Guang took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from his sword. Baekjin Huan and his wife then walked over and thanked him. "Young master, thank you for saving our lives." Zhang Guang smiled, "It's nothing. We know each other, and besides, I'm no young master." Baekjin Huan bowed. "How can we ever repay you?" Zhang Guang suddenly sensed something and turned around. Seeing his reaction, Baekjin Huan and his wife asked in confusion, "Young master, what are you looking at?" Zhang Guang ignored them and angrily rushed off. "You bastard, do you really think I can't catch you?" He moved so fast that Baekjin Huan and the others saw only clouds of dust, not even his shadow. A moment later, a powerful rumble echoed across another part of the desert. Zhang Guang sped across the desert, chasing something unknown. "This is getting more troublesome." He leaped into the air, gripped his sword hilt, drew the blade, and dove downward. "You think I can't find you?" A sword strike infused with overwhelming inner energy slashed downward. Immediately afterward, a giant serpent burst out from beneath the sand. Zhang Guang looked at it and asked, "How have you been lately, two-horned dragon serpent?" The giant serpent quickly emerged completely from the sand and faced him. As soon as it surfaced, it raised its tail to cover its head as if hiding something. Seeing that, Zhang Guang coldly shouted, "Are you going to lower that tail or should I chop your head off?" The giant serpent seemed to recognize Zhang Guang as the true heavenly demon. His gaze made it so nervous that it broke out in a cold sweat. It slowly lowered its tail, revealing one of its horns had already been cut off. Zhang Guang looked at its remaining horn and smiled to himself. Leaving one horn isn't so bad. He walked closer and asked, "By the way, didn't I tell you to stay put? Why did you insist on running after learning I had come here? I've wandered this desert for a whole month because of you, so if you don't want to be punished, slowly lower your head." The giant serpent dared not disobey, and obediently lowered its head. Zhang Guang raised his sword and began chopping at its horn. But unexpectedly, his sword could not cut through the giant serpent's horn. Both Zhang Guang and the serpent were stunned. "No way, I can't cut it off." He stopped using the sword, grabbed the horn with his hand, and sighed, "Maybe I'm getting old." As soon as he said that, he frowned. "Wait, aren't I still very young?" After a moment, he raised his sword again. "Whatever, if I keep chopping, it'll come off eventually." He then hacked wildly at the serpent's horn, leaving it in so much pain that it could only lie there crying. Even after countless strikes, he still couldn't cut the horn off, making Zhang Guang extremely annoyed. "Why is your head so hard?" After who knew how long, Zhang Guang finally cut the horn off. "I only managed this much, yet it took so long." As he put the horn away, he warned the serpent, "Stay where I told you, and if you run again, I won't let you off. I'm leaving now." At that moment, the two-horned dragon serpent suddenly had a thought. He couldn't cut off its horn with one strike, so had he become weaker than before with less inner energy as well? Should it risk everything to reclaim its honor? The more it thought about it, the greater its chances seemed. It then opened its mouth and lunged at Zhang Guang. Unexpectedly, it easily swallowed Zhang Guang whole. Delighted, it gulped Zhang Guang down. That filthy brat wasn't even worth chewing. But to its surprise, what it had swallowed was only empty air, and while it was celebrating its victory, Zhang Guang suddenly appeared beside it and cursed, "You stupid fool. You must really be craving a beating, huh? I almost let you down. You brought this on yourself." After saying that, he gathered his inner energy and threw a punch at the serpent. The serpent's eyes widened in sheer terror. Zhang Guang continued tormenting it. Day passed into night. It wasn't until the next morning that he finally stopped, and the serpent had been completely subdued, lying there crying and begging for mercy. Zhang Guang rolled his wrist and snorted. "I'm drenched in sweat. I should have held back a little, but this guy is different from before. Has he really become this stubborn? Maybe it doubted my inner energy. Since I couldn't cut off its horn, I'd be at a disadvantage against a true martial artist." After thinking for a moment, he stared at the serpent again. Under his gaze, the serpent trembled uncontrollably. Having no other choice, it tried using charm, looking at Zhang Guang with pitiful eyes, hopping for mercy. But it was useless, as Zhang Guang mercilessly kicked it. He drew his sword again. "Hand over your body if you still want to live. You must pay for attacking me, so I'll take half your essence." The giant serpent stood frozen in horror. Zhang Guang then pinned it to the ground and repeatedly stabbed it with his sword. Seeing it struggle non-stop, he shouted, "You won't die. Stay still, it'll be over soon. If you keep struggling, it'll hurt even more." After a while, he finally pierced through the serpent's tough outer hide. "Huh, why can't I find your essence here?" After searching a little longer, he finally found what he wanted. "Ah, here it is. I just had to stab deeper." He then pulled a crystal core out of the giant serpent's body. "Great, it's still fresh." The giant serpent writhed on the ground in agony, crying endlessly. Zhang Guang told it, "Keep cultivating and gather more essence. I'll come collect it again next time. It's been a few hundred years already, hasn't it? Maybe I should just kill you." The giant serpent trembled violently again. Seeing that, Zhang Guang sighed helplessly. "Do you have anything else useful?" A short while later, the Ha Merchant Guild caught up on their camels. The moment they saw Zhang Guang, they excitedly shouted, "There he is, he's over there." Zhang Guang was sitting there meditating and cultivating. Hearing the noisy voices ahead, he opened his eyes. "You two followed me all the way here." Hio Yo Min and Beek Jin Huan walked over. "You suddenly ran off and worried us to death." Only then did she notice the giant serpent's tail beside him. "What's that?" Zhang Guang smiled casually. "Just a lizard's tail." Beek Jin Huan sat down to examine it. A lizard's tail, this size, it can only be the tail of the legendary two-headed dragon serpent. Hearing that, Zhang Guang stopped hiding it. "Legendary, that lizard wanted to live, so I only cut off its tail. There was nothing else worth taking anyway." After hearing him confirm it, the couple was stunned. "This really is the tail of the two-headed dragon serpent." Zhang Guang continued, "If you want it, just take it. I cut it off, but I don't really need it." The two joyfully hugged the tail as if it were a priceless treasure. "You're really giving us something this valuable." Zhang Guang smiled and waved his hand. "All right, I'll be on my way now." After saying that, he immediately leaped away without waiting for their reply. The two watched his departing figure and sighed. What an incredible coincidence, it must be fate. Beek Jin Huan then lowered his head and looked at the tail in his hands. The more he looked, the tighter he hugged it. "My wife, this tail has given me an idea." A few days later at Kunlun, the other two elders were standing outside the sick old man's room, chatting together, when a voice from outside suddenly called out, "Master." The two turned around in surprise and saw Zhang Guang. He was filthy from head to toe, clearly having rushed back without even stopping to wash. They sighed when they saw him. "You're back, but why are your clothes so dirty? You must have worked hard." Zhang Guang paid no attention and asked, "How is Great Grandmaster? Is he still sustaining himself with inner energy?" Zhang Guang took off his backpack and pulled out the serpent's horn. "Is this the one we need?" The two were stunned. "We can't believe you actually obtained the two-headed dragon serpent's horn. Thank you for your hard work. All right, what do we do now?" Zhang Guang stroked his chin and thought. "First, boil it in a large pot and make soup. It needs to simmer for a very long time." The two asked in confusion, "Make soup with the horn? How long until it's ready?" Zhang Guang replied, "About 10 months. After placing the horn into the pot, the elder instructed everyone. "It must boil continuously for 10 months without interruption, even if you have to keep adding firewood." Hio Chung reassured him, "Don't worry, elder, the disciples will take turns adding firewood." Zhang Guang reminded them, "But the fire must never weaken." He then walked over to demonstrate. "Please watch carefully." After saying that, he picked up the bellows and began. The flames grew fiercer and fiercer. After a while, Zhang Guang stopped and said, "That's it. The fire must stay this strong for the entire 10 months. The disciples behind him were dumbfounded. Keeping a fire going for 10 months was already hard enough, but now it had to burn this fiercely the whole time, making it incredibly difficult. Zhang Guang handed the bellows to Hiocheng. "Master, give it a try." Hiocheng froze as he took them. "Me." He then shouted and began pumping the bellows. But after only a short while, he was completely exhausted and collapsed onto the ground. The disciples behind him broke into a cold sweat and whispered, "How much water and firewood will this take?" Keeping such a huge fire going non-stop is impossible. Even with inner energy, it would be hard to maintain. Seeing this, the other elder quietly turned around and headed outside. "I'd better get out of here quickly." But things did not go as planned. After only a few steps, Zhang Guang noticed him and called out, "Martial uncle, where are you going?" The old man was startled and secretly cursed. "Damn it." He pointed outside and explained, "I'm going to check on the disciples on the mountain. They must be having a hard time cutting trees." Zhang Guang smiled. "As sect leader, you should be watching the cauldron instead. Great martial uncle, you must keep the fire burning." Woon Jiok forced a nervous laugh. "Haha, that's easier said than done. We simply don't have enough people." Zhang Guang asked again, "The groups that returned can help too. How many groups are back already?" Woon Jiok sighed. "None. I haven't heard of any others returning." Zhang Guang scratched his head helplessly and sighed to himself. These stubborn, inexperienced priests really can't get anything done. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I'll be back soon." Zhang Guang then went down the mountain again to gather ingredients at the Chatham Basin. In Qinghai, he and his fellow disciples were frantically cutting grass there. "Cut it all down in one swing. Stop pulling them out one by one. It'll grow back anyway. It's just another cycle of life and death." A few days later, by the Yellow River, after hearing Zhang Guang's request, a group of bandits raised their swords and laughed. "Dragon scale fish? I've never heard of that, but if you want a fish here, you'll have to pay us a fee." Zhang Guang said nothing and punched the man square in the face. "Who do you think you are to demand protection money from me?" He then forced them into the lake to search for fish. "Hurry up, or do you want another beating?" Having been completely subdued, they answered fearfully, "We're looking, great hero." A few days later, at the ancient Lada route, where snow covered the land year-round, Zhang Guang and several fellow priests were desperately digging through the snow. "Another avalanche? We've cleared the snow, so hurry and keep searching for that 100-year snow ginseng root." Though freezing, everyone nodded in agreement. After a long and exhausting journey gathering ingredients, Zhang Guang and his fellow disciples finally returned to Kunlun. "We've brought back the ingredients." Woon Jiok came out to greet them. "You've all worked hard." Zhang Guang said seriously, "Now all that's left is to wait." Time passed swiftly as autumn gave way to winter. By spring, Kunlun's medicinal brew was finally finished, and everyone, including Zhang Guang, eagerly awaited the result. Looking into the cauldron, they said, "We did it." Zhang Guang stared at the mysterious white mixture in the pot and pondered. "Now I just need to knead it and roll it into pills, right?" After thinking for a moment, he decisively reached into the pot and scooped out a handful of the spiritual medicine. He then began kneading it. The elders beside him asked in confusion, "Zhang Guang, wait a moment. Is this really the color of a divine pill?" After a while, Zhang Guang rolled out a palm-sized pill with a mysterious jet-black color. The Kunlun disciples were all stunned. "How is this possible? It was white just now, so why did it suddenly turn pitch black?" Hiocheng asked in confusion. "We followed every step correctly, so why did it become black?" Zhang Guang frowned to himself. "I'd better not tell them it's black because I forgot to wash my hands." After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's finally complete. Now it only needs a name. Since this pill was made for Great Grandmaster and makes him half-immortal, let's call it the half-immortal pill." Zhang Guang then brought the pill to the old man. "Great Grandmaster, please take it." The old man held the pitch-black pill and nodded. "I understand, so you've finally succeeded." Zhang Guang smiled. "Of course, Great Grandmaster, I know you've endured so much. Please take it now." Looking at the pill, the old man sighed inwardly. "I know my condition well. There's no way this hastily made spiritual pill can save me. I've survived until now because I know how hard all of you have worked. I didn't want to leave before your efforts were complete. After taking this pill, I can finally pass away in peace." The moment he swallowed the pill, he was startled. "Huh? Why does it taste so awful? It can't really be dog poop, can it?" Seeing him about to vomit it back out, Zhang Guang immediately shouted, "Great martial uncle, don't let Great Grandmaster spit it out." Woon Ha instantly rushed over and covered the old man's mouth to stop him from vomiting the pill. "Senior brother, I'm truly sorry." Zhang Guang also stepped forward and used his inner energy to refine the medicine. "Since this is my first time making it, I overlooked the taste. Please forgive me, Great Grandmaster. I'll do better next time." With his mouth covered, the old man couldn't speak. It's not because of the taste. My body feels like it's burning. Amitabha, someone please save me. After a while, he was shocked. Zhang Guang's inner energy and the medicine's power are flowing into my energy center. Zhang Guang gritted his teeth and instructed Wen He, great martial uncle, step back. Great Grandmaster, use the supreme heavenly energy art now. Please do it immediately. The old man obeyed without hesitation. The pill was quickly dissolved by Zhang Guang's inner energy. It then gathered and seeped into the old man's energy center. Once inside his body, the pill was no longer black but had transformed into a brilliantly radiant and pure color. After a while, Zhang Guang smiled and withdrew his hands. All right, now we just need to clear the blocked energy in your body once more. No, actually 2 more times. The old man was already crying in agony. Zhang Guang urged him, please endure it. Since we've come this far, let's finish it. I'm begging you. Wen He's inner energy was powerfully guided and synchronized by Zhang Guang. His governing and conception meridians, blocked after Wen He lost his martial arts, were reopened. But reopening them through external force usually caused side effects. That side effect was unbelievably foul-smelling gas. As Jiang Long and the others smelled it, every face twisted in disgust. As soon as Wen He regained his senses, he realized his condition. Tears streamed down his face again. At my age, I actually sold myself in front of my junior brothers and disciples. How can I ever face anyone again? But at least I can't recover my martial arts anyway. Still, my body truly feels much healthier. But this humiliation. He then clasped his hands before his chest and sighed. My life has already reached its destined end. Everything else is nothing but an illusion. In the end, everything returns to dust. Seeing this, Wen Jiok and the others were stunned. No way is senior brother ascending to immortality. Wen He no longer had any regrets. Everyone, take care and thank you for everything you've done for me. Just then, Zhang Guang's voice rang out. Where do you think you're going? Before Wen He's soul could leave his body, it was forcibly pulled back. He suddenly regained consciousness and stared blankly at Zhang Guang. Wen He and the others were equally bewildered. Wen He then asked Zhang Guang, did you just pull me back? Did you stop my ascension? Zhang Guang answered without hiding anything. That's right. Who gave you permission to leave like that? How could you just leave like that, great grandmaster? Wen Jiok and the others tried to calm him. What are you saying? Zhang Guang, are you upset because senior brother left without saying goodbye to you? It must be a misunderstanding, right? Zhang Guang glanced at them and replied, Kunlun still needs him. The two sighed. That's true, but... Sitting on the bed, Wen He was filled with confusion. Why are they angry? Ascending is every priest's dream, yet I was stopped. Shouldn't I be the one who's angry? He recalled how furious Zhang Guang had looked. I see, Zhang Guang must be speaking for the disciples. They've done everything they could to save me all this time. They still want me to remain Kunlun's pillar. They must all feel the same way. I never considered their feelings and thought death would solve everything. It's still too early for me to leave this world. I may be old, but now is not the time. After sorting out his thoughts, he said to Zhang Guang, thank you for holding me back. I forgot I still have many responsibilities. Zhang Guang smiled in satisfaction. I'm glad you understand. The old man stood up and spread his arms. Come here and give me a hug. Zhang Guang asked in confusion. Why all of a sudden? The old man smiled. I just felt like it. Zhang Guang then stepped forward and hugged him. Wen Jiok and the others behind them smiled with satisfaction. Wen He said to Zhang Guang, thanks to you, I've realized many things. Zhang Guang turned pale. Great Grandmaster, you smell pretty bad. Time passed quickly and another year went by. The promised 3 years had arrived when one day a disciple rushed in with urgent news. Sect leader, a letter has arrived from the Li family of Hebei. Wen Jiok accepted the letter, read it, then ordered, the time has come. Gather every priest at the Three Heavens platform. All the disciples of the sect quickly assembled there. Once everyone had arrived, Wen Jiok announced, the Li family has informed us that it's time to fulfill the promise we made 4 years ago. The disciples below sighed. The day to rebuild the martial alliance had finally come. They had expected it to take at least 3 years, and thankfully it was completed in the 4th year. Zhang Guang recalled Peng Kanghui's words, when Kunlun joins the martial alliance, you must come. Was he referring to this very moment? Wen Jiok continued, now I will choose the disciples to represent our sect. First are the leaders. Whether he had prepared beforehand or not, he read the list smoothly without hesitation. The first leader selected was Unhack, Hyo-chung. After that, several others were also called. There were Hyo-jik and Yong-hyan, and finally Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang was slightly surprised to hear his name, but since he would be leaving the sect sooner or later, he needed to keep improving the priest's martial arts. He had long considered strengthening outside relationships through events like this, so the timing was perfect, and it would also let him learn more about the martial alliance. 10 more days passed, and as the chosen disciples prepared to leave the mountain, Woon Jiok said, "Never tarnish Kunlun's reputation as a great sect. I trust you all to act wisely in every situation." Everyone answered in unison, "Understood, sect leader. We'll return soon." Woon Jiok nodded, "Take care on the journey." Deep down, he felt relieved and proud to see them so confident. His gaze then suddenly fell on Zhang Guang. Although Zhang Guang looked completely normal, Woon Jiok couldn't shake the growing sense of unease in his heart. "Why do I suddenly have such a bad feeling?" "Hyo-ching, keep an eye on Zhang Guang and don't let him cause trouble." Hyo-ching excitedly said to Unhack, "Martial uncle, let's go. The entire martial world is waiting for us." Unhack glanced back at the priests. "Hyo-ching, behave yourself, the sect leader is still watching." Hyo-ching waved at the old man. "Master will return safely, so don't worry." Woon Jiok sighed inwardly. This brat is the biggest troublemaker of them all. After a moment, he cleared his throat and said, "Anyway, have a safe journey." The group then headed down the mountain, beginning their journey to stir up the martial world. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Guang and the Kunlun priests had been traveling for several days. Although they were in a hurry, they still took time to perform ceremonies for the villagers along the way. At last they arrived in Xining. Unhack reminded everyone to behave properly. As they reached the city gate, several riders suddenly galloped out toward them. Zhang Guang said in confusion, "Those people are riding straight toward us. Could they be?" Unhack turned to him. "Do you know them?" Zhang Guang replied, "They're the couple who raised me 19 years ago when I was still a baby." The others asked in confusion, "How can you even remember that?" The couple stepped forward, cupped their fists, and greeted them. "It is an honor to meet the priests of Kunlun. I am Baekjin Achuan of the Ha Merchant Guild. I am Hyo Min, also from the Ha Merchant Guild." Unhack politely replied, "The pleasure is ours. I am Unhack of Kunlun, but why have you come here in such a hurry? Surely it isn't just to greet us." After leading the Kunlun group to an estate within the city, Baekjin Achuan loudly pleaded, "Please help us, please save the merchants of Qinghai." Unhack replied, "We agreed to come because you know Zhang Guang." "But what do you mean by saving the merchants of Qinghai?" Baekjin Achuan explained, "A few years ago, thanks to the young hero, I mean Zhang Guang, we opened a trade route connecting the Central Plains to western Xinjiang. The old route crossed the Kilian Mountains, meaning it passed straight through Gansu province, while the trade route we opened goes beyond the Kilian Mountains through Qinghai and finally reaches Xining. It has excellent facilities, low costs, and most importantly, it is the shortest route to the western frontier. So countless small and medium merchants have gathered to open businesses along it. Since then, the merchants of Gansu province have grown very dissatisfied, and now they have begun taking action." Unhack stroked his chin. "We understand your situation, Merchant Guild leader. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to interfere in disputes between merchants. You know where we come from." Baekjin Achuan continued, "If it were only that simple, I wouldn't have come to ask for your help. The merchants of Gansu province are bribing bandits to attack us." Hyo-jik, standing behind Unhack, was shocked. "They're even doing that now," Unhack sighed. Zhang Guang also spoke, "So they didn't think they could win fairly, so they hired those scumbags to assassinate us." After thinking for a moment, Unhack stood up. "Let's meet the merchants from Blue Sea province. If what you said is true, we must investigate this thoroughly." Baekjin Achuan also rose. "All right, I'll prepare immediately." Unhack walked over and patted Zhang Guang on the shoulder. "It's been a long time since you've seen them, so take this chance to talk with them." Zhang Guang froze, "But I have nothing to say to them." After a while, Zhang Guang finally went to meet them. Hyo Min warmly said, "Zhang Guang, you've grown so much, the Supreme Sage must have blessed you." Zhang Guang looked clearly annoyed. "Aunt, just speak casually." He recalled when she first took Zhang Guang from Hyo-chung. She had angrily shouted, "How could you starve a child like this?" Zhang Guang said, "Aunt, that's what you said while feeding me." Hyo Min smiled awkwardly. "All right, I'll speak casually with you." She took out a box and placed it on the table. "Oh right, I have something for you," Zhang Guang asked curiously. "What is it?" She opened the box, revealing a suit of armor. "You'll love it." Zhang Guang looked puzzled. "These golden scales, did you make them from that lizard's tail?" Hyo Min replied, "That's right, its toughness and durability are unmatched. Try it on." Zhang Guang immediately put on the armor. It fit his body perfectly without the slightest mismatch. He gathered his inner energy to test the armor's durability. Just as Hyo Min said, it was incredibly durable. After testing it, Zhang Guang was astonished. He had used 30% of his inner power, yet it remained intact. He put his clothes back on and smiled. "Thank you, this gift is wonderful. Thank you, Aunt." Hyo Min smiled too. "I'm glad you like it." Zhang Guang then asked, "By the way, Aunt, do you know who leads those bastards?" Hyo Min looked confused. "Which bastards?" Zhang Guang's face turned serious. "The bandits, of course. I don't think a bandit gang would do something like that just because of a few merchants' words. Could it be the martial sects of Gansu province?" Hyo Min frowned. "I'm not sure, but I suspect our merchant group has a spy. That clash with the Blood Clan bandits wasn't just a coincidence. Anyway, when we interrogated the spy, he told us about the Chu family head. He's a member of the Hollow Peak Sect. Actually, when the Chu family head entered Blue Sea Province and started doing business, before she could finish, someone rushed in from outside. She had no choice but to stop and ask what had happened." The man shouted while the second young master was picking up the goods. The escort team of Chu Lion Escort Agency started trouble with him. Hyo Min angrily said, "How dare they?" She then turned to Zhang Guang. "I'm sorry, but I have to go." Zhang Guang asked curiously, "Is it your second son?" Hyo Min nodded. "Yes, it's him." Zhang Guang smiled and pointed at himself. "I'll go with you, lead the way." In a narrow alley, several people were surrounded by a large group. The young man in the middle said, "Stop surrounding us." The man opposite immediately replied, "Surrounding you? We just wanted to get acquainted." "Why say that? Are you marking your territory because we're outsiders?" The young man angrily answered, "Marking territory? Being cautious around bandits like you is perfectly reasonable." The man turned to those behind him and said, "Everyone, look. The second young master of the Ha merchant group is so cruel." The crowd immediately drew their swords. "Yeah, he's gone too far. After hearing that, how can we just stand by?" A guard behind him nervously said, "Second young master, there are too many of them." The young man replied, "I know, I won't let any of you get hurt." Seeing his composure, the man secretly admired him. He can still stay calm. Being this composed at such a young age is truly impressive. "Then let's deliberately start a fight." He glanced at a subordinate beside the young man and signaled him. The man immediately stepped forward, grabbed the young man's hand, and cried, "How could you say that to an innocent man? Just kill me already." The young man was startled. "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly acting like this?" As he spoke, he shook the man off. The man seized the chance, threw himself onto the ground, and wailed, "I'm dying. Help. The second young master of the Ha merchant group is beating an innocent man." The young man gritted his teeth in rage. "Damn it, he's actually blaming me instead." The people opposite had been waiting for this. "Baek Seung Mu is attacking. Everyone, defend yourselves." I said, "Defend yourselves." But they all drew their blades and charged at Baek Seung Mu's group of 4. The 4 of them were immediately forced into a desperate struggle to hold them off. Baek Seung Mu cursed inwardly. "Damn it, the gap in strength is too great. At this rate, we'll all be in danger." After a moment of thought, he stepped forward. "I'll clear a path, use that chance to escape." "Everyone this way." After swinging his sword repeatedly, he finally opened an escape route. "I did it, everyone hurry." But at that moment, the leader swung his sword and shattered Baek Seung Mu's blade. He was also sent flying backward and crashed onto the ground. His 3 subordinates behind him were horrified. "Second young master." Baek Seung Mu quickly got back up. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." Before he could stand completely, the enemy walked over and stepped on his sword. "It's over, young man. If any of you move even a little, this guy dies." Hearing that, the other 3 didn't dare move. Baek Seung Mu looked up at him and firmly declared, "If you want to kill me, then do it." The man smiled. "Why so violent? You just need to take responsibility for what you did to my men. I'll break both your shoulders as punishment." Looking at Baek Seung Mu, he couldn't help admiring him again. This brat is still glaring so fiercely even in a situation like this. "I'm only following orders, but this still feels wrong. If this continues, the Ha merchant group will come after me." Thinking that, he handed the mace to the subordinate beside him. "Here, you do it." The young man didn't think that far ahead. Smiling, he took the iron mace. "Stay still, buddy. If you move, I'll hit somewhere else." After speaking, he raised the mace to strike. Baek Seung Mu had no way to resist and could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Just then, a dazzling blast of true energy shot in from afar. Baek Seung Mu waited, but no attack came, so he opened his eyes. A figure was now standing before him. The assassin's mace and the men who had tried to attack him were all lying on the ground. The newcomer was none other than Zhang Guang. Right after that, Hyo Min also rushed over from behind. "Baek Seung Mu, are you alright?" Seeing her, Baek Seung Mu was stunned. "Mother, why are you here?" Hyo Min hurried over and helped her son up. "Thank goodness you're all right. You're not seriously hurt, are you?" Seeing his subordinates trembling on the ground, the leader was utterly shocked. "Good heavens, what just happened? If I hadn't pushed it onto my subordinates, I'd be the one lying there now." Everything happened in the blink of an eye. If it had been Hyo Min, that would have been absurd. Only then did he carefully notice Zhang Guang standing beside her. Once he recognized the young man, his eyes nearly popped out. A disciple of the Kunlun sect, isn't that Zhang Guang, the rising genius? After thinking it over, he realized he couldn't handle him. He immediately cupped his fists and greeted him. "Greetings, young hero Zhang Guang. I've heard much about you. I am Jai Yi-1, chief escort of the Chu Lion Escort Agency." Zhang Guang looked puzzled. "A chief escort? Why do you look more like a bandit?" Jai Yi-1 was startled inside. How did he know? Putting on a disappointed look, he denied it. Judging people by appearance is quite disappointing for a Taoist. Zhang Guang placed a hand on his hip, stared at him, and asked, "Who are you calling a Taoist?" Those words struck Jai Yi-1 right where it hurt. Left speechless, he put on an angry face and demanded, "Fine, then what about you injuring my men?" Zhang Guang replied, "Why ask me that? Was I the one who hit them?" Jai Yi-1 pointed at the subordinate lying nearby. "Then who caused this?" Zhang Guang calmly answered, "Of course I did, but actually they fell down by themselves." Jai Yi-1 shouted, "How can you say something so unreasonable? Tell the truth right now." Zhang Guang remained completely calm. "So how do you want to hear it?" Jai Yi-1 replied, "Admit that you attacked the escort agency's men first." Zhang Guang asked back, "Do you have any proof?" Jai Yi-1 was so furious he nearly cried. "Damn it, are all the righteous sects this shameless?" Zhang Guang sent a voice transmission to Hyo Min. "Aunt, let me handle this." Hyo Min had no objection and let him do as he pleased. After a while, Jai Yi-1 finally calmed down and took a deep breath. "I got dragged into this too quickly. Calm down." The moment he looked up, Zhang Guang was already face to face with him. Startled, the young man hurriedly raised his palm to block. Zhang Guang didn't dodge and let the palm strike hit him directly. Lying on the ground, he touched the armor and thought, "This armor is pretty good, in that case." He immediately put on an expression of extreme agony and screamed. Hyo Min also joined in, shouting, "Help! The chief escort of the Chu Lion Escort Agency attacked Zhang Guang, a disciple of the Kunlun sect." Jai Yi-1's group was completely dumbfounded. What are they trying to pull? Zhang Guang then angrily got up. "You provoked me first, so now it's time to pay for it." Agonized screams soon echoed throughout the street. After dealing with them, Zhang Guang returned that night and told Unhek everything. After hearing it, Baekjin Hwan clenched his fists in anger. "They actually did that. They can't be forgiven." Unhak nodded. "What a despicable trick." Baekjin Hwan bowed to Zhang Guang. "Benefactor, thank you for your help. I sincerely thank you for saving my child." Zhang Guang waved his hand. "It was nothing more than my duty." Unhak also stepped forward and praised him. "Since you used tricks too, no one died. It was underhanded but excellent." Zhang Guang asked helplessly, "Are you praising me?" Unhak smiled. "Of course, we must not kill innocent people. What did the chief escort of the Chu Lion Escort Agency you captured confess?" Zhang Guang began explaining. Before the Kunlun sect rescued the Ha merchant group and punished them, that man had committed many crimes and had already planned today's attack on the Ha merchant group. Baekjin Hwan held his head and sighed. "The Ha merchant group has been cornered. To transport goods to the western region, we must use the route through Gansu River that they control." Unhak asked Baekjin Hwan, "Will it be alright now that we've provoked the Chu Lion Escort Agency?" Baekjin Hwan continued, "This matter may be connected to the Hollow Peak sect. What do you think?" Unhak sighed, "Infinite longevity." Before the Kunlun disciples left the mountain, the sect leader instructed us to avoid conflicts with martial artists whenever possible and always act according to reason. Baekjin Hwan thought to himself. Avoiding conflict meant staying away from trouble and not exposing oneself, while acting according to reason meant doing what was right based on the situation. The Kunlun sect is also one of the 5 great sects and one alliance, so they don't want to provoke the Hollow Peak sect. Although we escaped safely this time, the Hollow Peak sect and the Chu family will never let this go. What should we do? Just then, Unhak suddenly continued, "Simply follow the sect leader's words. Act naturally according to reason and never do anything against your conscience or the righteousness of the martial world." The 3 members of the Ha family were all stunned and utterly confused. What does the Taoist master mean by that? Unhak smiled. "We will fight alongside the Ha merchant group. Baekjin Hwan was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you all so much. Unhack smiled. We may be attacked or face retaliation, so stay alert for tonight's assault. The group then left the main hall. Baek kept thinking about Unhack's words. Act naturally according to reason and never do anything against your conscience or the righteousness of the martial world. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Unable to suppress his passion, he clenched his fist and exclaimed, "What an incredible saying. When I first held a sword as a child, I dreamed of becoming a great hero and entering one of the 5 great sects. When I came of age, I went to the Hollow Peak sect to become a disciple, but because I lacked talent and my family couldn't contribute enough, I had no choice but to return home. Instead of becoming an official, I inherited the Ha Merchant Group and continued chasing that dream. What happened today reignited the flame of justice in my heart. I also want to join the Kunlun sect. I want to become a great hero, uphold justice, and become a martial arts master. But the problem is the Kunlun sect doesn't accept lay disciples." After thinking for a while, he walked over to Zhang Guang. "Benefactor, I have something to ask." Zhang Guang looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" Baek immediately voiced his doubt. "I know the Kunlun sect doesn't accept lay disciples, but will that change in the future?" Zhang Guang stroked his chin. "I don't know either. Go ask my martial uncle." Baek then went to Hyo Jik. "Taoist master, I have something to ask." Hyo Jik answered bluntly, "No." Baek refused to give up. "Could you at least tell me why?" Hyo Jik shook his head again. "No." Hyo Min clenched her fists in anger and rushed over. "What exactly are you doing?" Hyo Jik was startled. "What do you mean?" Hyo Min demanded. "You know why, and you know the reason perfectly well, yet you still answer like that. Are you really that unpleasant?" The two immediately started arguing. Baek "Don't talk to this fake Taoist." "Who's fake? Not only are you fake, you're arrogant too." Standing between them, Baek was completely confused. What happened? Why is mother suddenly so angry? After a while, He Juk finally gave in. "I'm sorry." He Min grabbed his collar and huffed angrily. "You were already like this at Kunlun 19 years ago, and you're supposed to be the older brother." Hearing that, Baek was stunned. "Mother, is the Taoist master my uncle?" Hyo Min turned and pointed at him while shouting, "You're too noisy. Be quiet." Taking the chance, Hyo Jik immediately fled. Hyo Min instantly chased after him. "Where are you running? Come back here." Baek stared blankly at their backs and asked Zhang Guang, "Benefactor, did you already know about this?" Zhang Guang shook his head. "No." Baek asked again. "You don't seem surprised." Zhang Guang replied, "Should I be? You want to become a Kunlun disciple?" Baek excitedly nodded. "Yes, young hero, do you have a way?" Zhang Guang casually answered, "If they don't accept lay disciples, then become a full Taoist." Baek awkwardly stammered, "But if I become a Taoist, I can't eat meat, drink wine, or sleep with women." Zhang Guang glanced at him. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you do it secretly without anyone knowing, it's fine." Baek was stunned. Benefactor's thinking is really unusual. "Benefactor, what happens if a Kunlun disciple drinks wine and eats meat?" Zhang Guang explained, "For a minor offense like eating meat, they'll overlook it, but drinking wine won't be forgiven. You'll be punished by spending 6 months in a cave in repentance." After hearing that, Baek thought it sounded normal. "That's all." Zhang Guang continued, "Senior brother Jung Hyun once drank wine and had to repent in that cave. Afterward, he'd vomit whenever he smelled alcohol." Baek asked again, "Then what if someone has relations with a woman?" Zhang Guang replied, "I don't know. If you're curious, join the sect and try it yourself." Baek frowned. "Benefactor, you're curious too, so you're telling me to test it, aren't you?" Zhang Guang calmly admitted, "That's right." Baek lowered his head sadly. "With my talent, how could I ever join the Kunlun sect?" Just as he was feeling discouraged, Zhang Guang gave him hope. "It's not completely impossible." Baek eyes lit up as he stared at him. "Really, Benefactor, you're not lying, are you? You really want me to join the Kunlun sect?" Zhang Guang pointed at himself. "I've been the youngest disciple in the Kunlun sect for 19 years. Baek frowned in confusion. "So?" Zhang Guang pointed at him and smiled. "I need a junior brother I can freely order around for chores. You seem perfect for that." Before long, the night passed and dawn began to break. Unhack and Baekjin Hwan stood outside looking at the sky. "A peaceful night has passed. Whether that's a blessing or a curse is hard to say." Baekjin Hwan smiled. "There's no avoiding a fight." Unhack yawned. "I'm more confident fighting at night, so it's a bit disappointing. I really wanted to see the results of my training." Beek Jin Huan, completely puzzled, said, "Let's go eat first." The two then walked inside. As soon as he entered, Unhak was startled. "This feeling," Beek Jin Huan asked, "is something wrong?" Unhak warned, "A lot of people are coming. Quickly gather the disciples." Beek Jin Huan was shocked. "Are they enemies?" Very soon, a large group of women rushed over, all smiling as they ran while calling out for Zhang Guang. The Kunlun disciples stepped forward to greet them. "Infinite Heavenly Lord, thank you all for coming to help. On behalf of the Ha Merchant Group, we sincerely thank you. Please keep order and avoid disturbing this household." Beek Jin Huan came out, saw the scene, and stood there dumbfounded. "What on earth is going on?" Unhak explained, "That's Zhang Guang's protection group." Beek Jin Huan was even more confused. "Protection group?" Unhak continued, "They've cared for Zhang Guang since he was little. They adore him and are captivated by his appearance. Thanks to them, life at the Kunlun sect has become more and more lively." Beek Jin Huan sighed in relief. "That's good, nothing to worry about then." Unhak looked ahead seriously. "No, something very troublesome is coming." Before long, another group arrived. The men at the front shouted, "Everyone, move aside. The Chu family estate has business to discuss with the Ha family estate." A young man then stepped forward and cupped his fists. "This junior is Huan Xiao, a lay disciple of the Hollow Peak sect. I came here because of an urgent matter. Please forgive the interruption." The women of Zhang Guang's protection group, who had been happily surrounding him, all turned around. They immediately glared at him and snapped, "What's the Chu family estate? Who's the Hollow Peak sect? Government officials? Even officials have to wait in line." Zhang Guang smiled. Then he obediently lined up behind the women. Beek Jin Huan said to Unhak, "If that's Huan Xiao, then he must be the Hollow Peak sect's top expert." Unhak replied, "He's not the issue, the one behind him is." The person he meant was young Chaya of the Hollow Peak sect. Only then did Beek Jin Huan notice him. "How is this possible? The Hollow Peak sect has stepped in. What is happening?" Unhak calmly replied, "Everything has its proper order. First, we should show sincerity to our visiting Taoist friends." Beek Jin Huan couldn't believe his ears and asked, "What?" Unhak glanced at him with a smile and calmly ordered, "That's the price to pay. Set up camp so our Taoist friends can rest comfortably." On the opposite side, young Chaya was already losing patience and sent Huan Spul a voice transmission. "Do we really have to keep waiting?" Huan Spul smiled. "Everything is going smoothly. They don't have much time left. I'll get to the bottom of this. The Kunlun sect is heading toward Henan City for the reconstruction of the Martial Alliance, so they won't stay here long. We'll wait until the Kunlun sect leaves." Yong Chuya nodded. "Good idea, but waiting like this is really irritating." Huan Xiao reassured him, "Just endure a little longer." Wait a little longer, as if proving how serious they were about building the camp. They worked from morning until sunset before finishing. Only then did the meeting between the Ha family estate and the Chu family estate begin. Yong Chuya was filled with anger. "So we waited all day for nothing." Huan Xiao didn't seem to mind and addressed the group. "This young master of the Ha merchant group attacked the escorts of our Chu Lion escort agency first, so..." Before he could finish, Beek Jin Huan interrupted, "You can't twist the facts like that." At that moment, Zhang Guang lifted the curtain and walked in. "I'm here." Beek Jin Huan turned around. "You're here." Jai Yi-wan and his men were quickly brought in. They had all been beaten until their faces looked like swollen pig heads covered in bruises. Seeing their condition, Huan Xiao snorted inwardly. "What a useless bunch. They call themselves escort carriers, but they're just bandits using the Chu family estate's influence." He sent Jai Yi-wan a voice transmission. "Did you really ambush Zhang Guang?" Jai Yi-wan replied, "No. I already know, but the Ha merchant group forced them to confess." Huan Xiao angrily cursed, "This is troublesome. It's all because of you idiots." Jai Yi-wan had nothing to say and could only beg for forgiveness. Huan Xiao frowned. "You're asking me to forgive you." Then they all shouted together, "The Chu family estate's Huan Xiao ordered us to attack the Ha merchant group and ambush Zhang Guang." Huan Xiao slammed the table in shock and roared, "What the hell are you talking about?" Beek Jin Huan questioned him. "The Chul Lun escort agency's escorts have identified you as the mastermind behind all this. How do you explain that?" Huan Spul let out a quiet laugh and looked down at him. "Leader Beek Jin Huan, how exactly did you threaten them into giving such a confession? Is this confession even real?" Jai Yi-wan's group cried out again, "Everything we said is true. We weren't threatened at all. Heaven won't let you get away with this." Zhang Guang also chimed in, "Oh my, how did you live your life to have people say that about you?" Huan Xiao angrily denied it again. I didn't do it. Zhang Guang spread his hands and explained, isn't the Chu Lion Escort Agency part of the Chu family estate? Even they said so. How can you deny it? Otherwise, if you want us to believe you're innocent, we'd have to cut them open and see whether their hearts are black. Huan Xiao gritted his teeth. You're threatening them. Zhang Guang smiled. You should be responsible for your words. Behind him, young Chaya sent Chuan's spell of voice transmission. Tusk, this is getting out of hand. What should we do? Chuan's spell had no idea and could only ask him for forgiveness. Yong Chu Ya then addressed the crowd. This is a matter between the Chu family estate and the Ha merchant group. The Kunlun sect should stay out of it. Unhack stepped forward and replied, the Chu Lion Escort Agency ambushed a disciple of our sect, so this matter also concerns us. Yong Chu Ya frowned. An ambush? Why should I believe that? Unhack smiled. Didn't the Chu family estate's own people already admit it? Yong Chu Ya snorted. This matter isn't over. Today's meeting, Unhack interrupted. Then there's only one solution. Yong Chu Ya asked, what solution? Unhack calmly said, since words can't settle this, the only option is a duel. To resolve this dispute, please prepare yourselves. Huan Xiao frowned in confusion. What is he talking about? Unhack ignored him and continued. Zhang Guang and you will duel to settle this matter. Huan Xiao clenched his fists and asked, if Zhang Guang and I fight, this will be over. Unhack nodded. Of course, I guarantee it with the Kunlun sect's honor. Uncle and nephew exchanged smiles. No need to stall anymore. This is a good idea. Defeating him in a duel is perfectly justified. Huan Xiao nodded without hesitation. Fine, I accept the duel with Zhang Guang. The two sides then went outside. Huan Xiao looked at Zhang Guang and thought, this brat is pretty bold. Zhang Guang calmly looked back. A lay disciple of the Hollow Peak sect, let's see your strength. Unhack quickly announced, the duel begins. The moment he finished speaking, Huan Xiao lunged forward, instantly unleashing countless deadly sword strikes at Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang didn't even bother looking. He casually swayed left and right, effortlessly avoiding every strike. With swordsmanship this pathetic, I don't even need to draw my sword. He then threw a punch straight into Huan Xiao's face. One punch is enough, you're really weak. Zhang Guang then pinned Huan Xiao to the ground and repeatedly punched him in the face. Huan Xiao was beaten so relentlessly that he couldn't even speak to surrender, and nearly all his front teeth had been knocked out. Watching from outside, Yong Chu Ya finally couldn't hold back and shouted, stop, you vicious brat, how can someone your age be so cruel? Zhang Guang calmly replied, without ruthlessness you're no true man. Hearing that only made Yong Chu Ya even angrier. Unhack stepped forward and stopped Zhang Guang. You've caused enough trouble, this should end here. Yong Chu Ya thought to himself, it can't end like this, even if we lose, we must gain something. After deciding, he shouted, you beat him into that state and you call that stopping. Unhack showed no weakness. That was a fair duel, please step back. Yong Chu Ya snapped again, how can this be acceptable? A lay disciple of my sect was injured. How can we just let it go? Unhack replied, the duel's outcome is perfectly clear. Do you still want to make this bigger? Zhang Guang mocked him. Looks like stubbornness is just normal for one of the 5 great sects, the Hollow Peak sect. Yong Chu Ya angrily pointed at him and shouted, right and evil must be distinguished. How dare nobodies like you interfere? Zhang Guang folded his arms and smiled. After getting beaten that badly, it must really hurt, huh? Unable to argue with Zhang Guang, he turned to Unhack and demanded, how exactly did you teach your disciple? Unhack calmly replied, Infinite Heavenly Lord, Zhang Guang has been very sensible since childhood, so please don't say that. Yong Chu Ya snorted, you're praising your own disciple too much. Unhack replied sternly, whether it's excessive or not can only be proven. Please enlighten me. Yong Chu Ya frowned. What do you mean by that? Unhack's next words left Yong Chu Ya completely stunned. Let's settle this with a duel between you and Zhang Guang. But his lips quickly curled into a delighted smile. You're walking into your own trap, then swear on the Kunlun sect's name. Unhack set a condition. I'll swear, but your side must also swear in the name of the Hollow Peak sect. Yong Chu Ya was certain he could defeat Zhang Guang, so he had no fear of swearing. Zhang Guang stared at him with a frown. Wasn't that beating enough? Fine then. He then raised one finger and beckoned his opponent forward. Being looked down on like that pushed Yong Chu Ya into a rage. Arrogant brat, you dare provoke an elder of the Hollow Peak sect. He immediately drew his sword and told Zhang Guang to draw his as well. Zhang Guang waved his hand dismissively. I'll use my fists, I'll draw my sword only if necessary. Veins bulged across Yong Chu Ya's face. Arrogant brat, just wait, I'll give you 3 free moves. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Guang threw his first punch. Yong Chu Ya wasn't Huan Xiao. Though surprised, he still leaned back and dodged the punch. Zhang Guang didn't stop and immediately leaped forward. His second punch came instantly, but Yong Chu Ya dodged it again. Zhang Guang kept going and unleashed the third strike. Sweat poured from Yong Chu Ya as he thought, this brat can actually push me this far. Let's see how you block this barehanded. As he spoke, he unleashed countless sword strikes at Zhang Guang. It seemed Zhang Guang would finally be hit by the sword energy, but all he struck was an afterimage. Zhang Guang had already appeared directly above and behind him. Yong Chu Ya gritted his teeth and turned around in shock. He raised his sword to block Zhang Guang's punch, but Zhang Guang's fist was harder than steel. The moment his sword collided with Zhang Guang's fist, it shattered. Zhang Guang smiled with interest. Now this is what I call a real fight. What do you think, Elder? At that moment, Yong Chu Ya no longer dared underestimate Zhang Guang. Who exactly is this brat? Seeing him standing there in a daze, Zhang Guang continued, don't pass out now. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Slightly frightened, Yong Chu Ya stammered, that killing intent. What are you trying to do? Zhang Guang looked confused. I'm not releasing any killing intent. Yong Chu Ya was even more horrified. If there's no killing intent, then what is this terrifying pressure? It's the true heavenly demon. Why am I afraid of this brat, as if I were facing the true heavenly demon? No, that's impossible. I'm an elder of the Hollow Peak Sect. Thinking that, he roared and charged forward. I can't lose. Zhang Guang sneered, that's right, show me what you've got, you old bastard. As Yong Chu Ya charged, he circulated his energy and unleashed the Lesser Sun Finger technique. Zhang Guang didn't block it and instead leaped into the air to evade. Yong Chu Ya tightened his grip on his sword. Then he slashed out countless waves of sword energy. Where are you running, brat? Zhang Guang twisted gracefully through the air, effortlessly dodging every attack. The Kunlun disciples below were thrilled when they saw his footwork. It's the 8 cloud dragon forms. That kicking stance is amazing. Yong Chu Ya bent down again and gathered his energy. Brat, you can't dodge this. 12 falling demon-slaying divine sword forms. Sword energy once again twisted into a vortex and surged toward Zhang Guang. He reached out, used his inner power to pull a sword from the ground and thought, that demon-slaying sword technique is garbage. You think that evil technique can subdue the heavenly demon cult? Only I can make the heavenly demon cult submit. I'll erase the very name demon-slaying sword. Cracks quickly spread across Yong Chu Ya's demon-slaying sword. Before his disbelieving eyes, his strongest technique was forcibly shattered. He roared angrily, didn't you say you'd only use your fists? Zhang Guang charged straight at him. I said I'd use a sword if necessary. Watching that punch reach him, Yong Chu Ya had no way to dodge. This is bad, I'm dead. After a while, he slowly regained consciousness, and the first person he saw was Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang's punch had swollen one of Yong Chu Ya's eyes shut. He sat up and said bitterly, I lost, but the Hollow Peak Sect didn't. Zhang Guang didn't seem to care. Is that so? Unhack also walked over with a smile. It's time to keep your promise. Though unwilling, Yong Chu Ya had no choice. After all, he had lost. The Hollow Peak Sect and the Chu family will withdraw from this matter. The members of the Ha Merchant Group immediately burst into cheers. The Kunlun Sect is number 1, Zhang Guang is amazing. Standing to the side, Beek Seung Mu looked at Zhang Guang and silently made up his mind. One day, I'll definitely become someone like him. The next day, in Beek Jin Huan's room, Beek Seung Mu walked in and said, Father, I have something to tell you. Beek Jin Huan replied, I'm busy right now, tell me another time. The Taoists are leaving tomorrow, so there's a lot to prepare. Beek Seung Mu continued, this is very important. Beek Jin Huan stopped and turned to look at his son. All right, let's hear it. Seeing Beek Seung Mu standing there in silence, he urged again, go on, say it. After a moment, Beek Seung Mu finally gathered his courage and shouted, I want to join the Kunlun Sect. Please give me your permission, father. Beek Jin Huan asked in confusion, you know the Kunlun Sect doesn't accept lay disciples. Beek Seung Mu nodded. I know, so I want to become a full Taoist. Beek Jin Huan asked again, have you told your mother? Beek Seung Mu nervously replied, not yet, I came to tell you first. Beek Jin Huan smiled. I knew it. If you told her first, your face would already be swollen. I know you decided this because you admire our benefactor's might. You've dreamed of this since childhood. But do you really think what you saw earlier was the full extent of his power? Beek Seung Mu was shocked. Defeating a Hollow Peak Sect elder with one punch wasn't even his full strength. Beek Jin Huan began explaining, it happened a few years ago when we opened the trade route to the western region. We called it the Desert Blood Clan Storm. That's what happened. That's the kind of person our benefactor is. Even knowing that, you still want to become like him. Baekseung Mu replied, honestly, I don't have the confidence to talk about the twin-headed serpent dragon. But just seeing his back was enough to make me want to follow him. Baekjin Hwan smiled. So you lack confidence, yet you trust him that much. You should choose your own path, that's the best way. Just remember this, no matter what happens on that path, only you can decide how to walk it. Baekseung Mu excitedly cheered, hooray, thank you father, I'll definitely remember your teachings. Baekjin Hwan sighed helplessly. The Kunlun sect hasn't even accepted you yet, so why are you making such a fuss? Baekseung Mu laughed, I'm just so happy. But if I become a Taoist, then what will happen to the merchant group? Baekjin Hwan smiled. Since you've decided, stop pretending to worry, just leave the merchant group aside. Your mother and I will live our lives. Oh, there's one more thing. Go ask your mother for permission yourself. The next morning, Baekjin Hwan went to thank Unhak. Thank you, true master. I'll never forget the Kunlun sect's kindness. Infinite Heavenly Lord, I only did what I should. Baekjin Hwan continued, true master, I have a request. My son wants to join the Kunlun sect. Is it possible? Unhak sighed. Forgive me, but our sect does not accept lay disciples. Baekjin Hwan added, he wants to join as a full Taoist. Unhak stared at his teacup and thought, Baekseung Mu, his nature is kind, so his aptitude should be as well. But the timing isn't right, it's too late to recruit him and too early to train him. I should still refuse. Baekjin Hwan stood up and bowed. True master, even though you've refused, I still beg you to give my son one chance. Unhak couldn't bear to reject him outright and finally agreed. Baekjin Hwan then called for his son to come in. Baekseung Mu walked in with a bruised face. Baekseung Mu of the Ha merchant group greets the elder of the Kunlun sect. Unhak looked at him in confusion. Who beat you? Baekseung Mu smiled awkwardly. No one. Unhak continued, really? Anyone can tell that face of yours was beaten badly. Baekseung Mu recalled how his mother had beaten him all over the previous night. He couldn't possibly say that, so he could only smile awkwardly. Unhak didn't dwell on it and asked, tell me, why do you want to become a disciple of our sect? Behind him, Baekjin Hwan sent a voice transmission. It's all right, just say what I told you. Say you want to seek the Tao like Kunlun's predecessors and uphold justice by helping those in need. Just as Baekseung Mu was about to repeat those words, Unhak said, don't decorate your answer. Tell the truth, that's the right thing to do. Baekseung Mu was startled. Since the true master said that, lying definitely isn't right. Even if I entered the sect, how could I ever hold my head high? Thinking that, he made up his mind and shouted, the reason I want to join is because the Kunlun sect and brother Zhang Guang look so mighty, and I want to be like that too. After that, Baekseung Mu was accepted into the Kunlun sect. Before he left, his mother packed him an enormous bundle of luggage. She kept reminding him, so it really came to this, always take care of yourself. If anything is difficult, discuss it with your benefactor. Oh my child, I never wanted to see this day. Baekseung Mu was still in shock. Did I really become a Kunlun disciple? With such a stupid answer, how, why? Several Kunlun disciples walked over and asked directly, we heard the elders say you joined because you wanted to look mighty. You're quite something, kid. Zhang Guang also came over and said, welcome, junior brother, let's work hard together. After saying that, he turned around and held his head. I'm losing it. Why did I say something so respectful? It just slipped out. Baekseung Mu called out, benefactor. Zhang Guang interrupted, call me senior brother, let's help each other from now on. Baekjin Hwan then led the members of the Ha merchant group outside to see them off. The Taoists are coming out. Guards, open the gate. As soon as the city gate opened, a group of people appeared outside. Oh, you're finally out. Have you all been well? The speaker was a middle-aged man dressed like a noble. Seeing him, the Ha merchant group was filled with confusion. Why is the Lord of Qinghai City here? The Kunlun disciples looked less than pleased to see him. Hello. The Lord of Qinghai City spread his arms and ran toward Zhang Guang, wanting to give him a warm hug. My nephew, it's been so long. Zhang Guang pushed him away. It's only been 2.5 years. Baekjin Hwan was baffled. Nephew, I thought our benefactor was an orphan. Don't tell me he already knew the Lord of Qinghai City. Zhang Guang smiled at the middle-aged man and asked, is Aunt doing well? The Lord of Qinghai City replied, she's doing well. She can walk around now, all thanks to you. Standing beside Zhang Guang, Baekseung Mu finally understood. The Lord of Qinghai City's wife had been in poor health. She went to Kunlun Mountain to pray sincerely, and his benefactor healed her. Only then did the Lord of Qinghai City ask the Taoists behind him, It seems you Taoist masters aren't very happy to see me. The group, who had been quietly trying to slip away, immediately turned around and explained, "No, of course not." The Lord of Qinghai City crossed his arms and snorted. "I have my pride too. It wasn't easy coming all the way from Xining. Taoist Master Unhack, do you understand what I mean?" Unhack stepped forward and replied, "Infinite Heavenly Lord, have you come to give us more gifts again? We're just humble Taoists. Every time you're so generous that we feel embarrassed." The Lord of Qinghai City smiled. "I'm not here because of my wife, I'm here on official business." Unhack looked puzzled as the Lord of Qinghai City explained. "Didn't you reclaim the Kadam Basin, suppress the bandits along the Yellow River, and resolve the landslides in the Changgula Mountains? The people you helped have submitted petitions praising the Kunlun sect's righteous deeds. Men, bring it here." Zhang Guang was then presented with an elegant new robe. Looking at it, he sighed, "It's been a long time since I dressed like this." The other Kunlun disciples also received new robes. "This is almost embarrassing. The fabric is so light and soft it feels like wearing nothing." The Lord of Qinghai City then handed Zhang Guang a brocade pouch. "Here, take this too. Having more banknotes from the Continental Bank is always better." Zhang Guang looked inside the pouch in surprise. "Banknotes?" The Lord of Qinghai City smiled. "Your first time seeing them?" Zhang Guang nodded without embarrassment. "That's right." He thought to himself, "In my previous life, my subordinates always carried them for me. This life has really been too simple." After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Isn't this a little too little? Just one pouch?" The Lord of Qinghai City exclaimed, "What? Since you've never seen them before, you probably don't know how valuable they are." Zhang Guang ignored that and continued bargaining. "Then give me 10 more pouches." The Lord of Qinghai City raised a hand to stop him. "My nephew, are you trying to bring yourself bad luck? Be careful." Zhang Guang teased him. "Uncle, you're poorer than I thought." "Poor? I'm a city lord." "Forget it, you cured my wife. I've never had the chance to repay you. I'll give you something far more valuable than those banknotes." Zhang Guang tilted his head. "All right then, but uncle, are you really okay?" The Lord of Qinghai City slowly removed a ring from his finger. "I'm fine. My hand just trembles whenever I try to give it away." He then covered his face, unable to hide his reluctance, and stretched out his hand. "Here, take it." Looking at the ring, Zhang Guang asked curiously, "Is this really that valuable?" The Lord of Qinghai City explained, "If you take this ring to the Continental Bank I mentioned, you can exchange it for 10 pouches. No, 2 pouches like before." Zhang Guang put on the ring and smiled. "Not bad." He secretly thought, "Now I've got some capital. Once I reach the Central Plains, I can do whatever I want." The Lord of Qinghai City burst into laughter again. "Seeing you really makes me happy. Lately I've had many worries." Zhang Guang asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The Lord of Qinghai City sighed. "It's time for an official transfer. I'm supposed to move to the capital, but I truly don't want to go." Zhang Guang asked again, "Is it because of Ant?" The Lord of Qinghai City nodded. "That's right. The capital is full of schemes and backstabbing, so I hate that place. I'd rather stay here and grow old with her. While others spend money to return to the capital, I don't want to go, so I've been looking for someone to take my place." Zhang Guang asked, "Is there really no one to replace you in the capital?" The Lord of Qinghai City sighed. "The Lord of Gansu City wants the position, but his strength is limited, so it would be difficult. The Lord of Gansu City's duty is to stop the Mongol invasion. Just thinking about it feels overwhelming." Zhang Guang suddenly understood. He has to defend the fortress but doesn't have enough troops. The Lord of Qinghai City nodded. "Exactly." Zhang Guang's eyes lit up with interest. "If the Lord of Gansu City replaces you in the capital, then you won't have to go anymore, right?" "That's right, but why do you keep asking?" Zhang Guang glanced behind him. "I just came up with a great idea." The Lord of Qinghai City stared at him in complete confusion. Zhang Guang's solution was simple. "Isn't Gansu City short on troops? Then just increase the number of soldiers and the problem will be solved." He released Jai Yi-one's group and ordered, "Let's go. I'll prepare a new place for you." The group looked at him in complete confusion. "Where are we going all of a sudden?" Zhang Guang said nothing, turned, and walked away, thinking, "Reusing these useless idiots is a good idea." Not far away, Unhack and the Lord of Qinghai City were chatting happily. "Thank you for your help. Helping good people deal with bad people is only natural." Seeing them ahead, Jai Yi-one's eyes nearly popped out. "Why is the Lord of Qinghai City here?" The group then bid farewell to the Kunlun disciples. "Bixung Mu, take care of yourself. My nephew, thank you. The commander I assigned will guide you." Bixung Mu waved goodbye to his parents. Yo Min, father, mother, please take care. The commander arranged by the lord of Qinghai City stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Honored masters, please follow me." The group quickly left the city and continued their journey. After an unknown amount of time, they arrived outside another city. The commander explained, "This is the headquarters of the Poison Snake Sect. They're extremely vicious, so we must be careful." Before he could finish, Zhang Guang decisively kicked the city gate wide open. Screams and the sounds of slaughter immediately echoed from inside. From the Secret Soul Society and Righteous Blood Brigade to the Poison Snake Sect, the underworld forces of Xining were wiped out by the four great sects in the blink of an eye. That heroic sight was deeply engraved in Beek Seung Mu's mind. He walked over to Zhang Guang and asked, "Senior brother, although this is righteous, it isn't good for ordinary people, is it?" Zhang Guang glanced at him. "Really?" Beek Seung Mu explained, "If word spreads that the underworld was destroyed by the four great sects, others will rush here to seize the territory. Their power struggles will bring great suffering to ordinary people." Zhang Guang asked again, "Junior brother, if weeds keep growing, what would you do?" Beek Seung Mu replied, "Pull them out regularly, but it's impossible to stop them from growing forever." Zhang Guang waved his hand. "No, why do that? We should make sure the weeds can never grow again." Beek Seung Mu asked in confusion, "What exactly do you mean?" Zhang Guang grabbed the bandits by the hair and dragged them away. "Enough talking, just wait and see." Soon afterward, miserable screams echoed from inside. A little later, every bandit was in tears. "From now on, we'll only keep half of what we seize. If other villains target Xining, we'll stop them. If anyone practices loan sharking or human trafficking, we'll deal with them. We'll return everything we've stolen." Zhang Guang sternly warned them, "I'll leave about 10 of you here. Guard this place well. If you break your promise, you know what will happen." None of them dared object and replied together, "Of course. We'll obey your orders." Only then did Zhang Guang turn to the dumbfounded Beek Seung Mu behind him. "This works, doesn't it?" Beek Seung Mu was astonished. Leaving only a small force prevented rebellion while also keeping other factions from moving in. Isn't this the kind of thing only the demonic cult would do? Seeing Beek Seung Mu frozen in place, He Ocheng walked over with a smile. Still bothered by Zhang Guang's methods, up to now he's never harmed innocent people, so I have no reason to worry. Up ahead, Zhang Guang was still threatening the bandits. "If you break your word, we'll definitely meet again, remember that." Hio Ching patted Beek Seung Mu on the shoulder. "Do you know what our sect realized after fighting the demonic cult?" Beek Seung Mu shook his head. "No, I don't." Hio Ching explained, "Evil people don't care about methods or means. To deal with them, you also need some flexibility." Beek Seung Mu asked, "But wouldn't that damage the reputation of the righteous sects?" Hio Ching smiled. "Do you think our sect fights evil just to build its reputation? If the strong only care about empty fame, those without strength will suffer even more. Remember that." The Kunlun disciples continued their journey, wiping out underworld forces and gathering the defeated survivors. By the time they neared Gansu City, nearly 500 people were following behind them, the result of wiping out bandits, outlaws, and pirates. Zhang Guang thought to himself, but even this number still isn't enough. If this ragtag bunch faced the Mongol army, they wouldn't even be able to collect stray arrows properly, let alone fight. After thinking for a while, he quietly asked Beek Seung Mu, "Junior brother, are there any stronger villains around here?" Beek Seung Mu replied, "Yes. One of them is the 12 Green Forest Strongholds, also known as Hwang. Its stronghold master is an extremely vicious expert." After hearing that, Zhang Guang eagerly wanted to find him at once. "Great, I have to tell Grand Marshal Uncle to head there immediately." Beek Seung Mu cried out in shock, "Senior brother, you're going to provoke the 12 Green Forest Strongholds." Zhang Guang turned around and asked, "What? Are there any others nearby? Where are they and how many are there?" Beek Seung Mu helplessly covered his face and shook his head. "Never mind, let's go." Deep in the forest stood a huge fortress. It was the headquarters of the 12 Green Forest Strongholds. Inside, a burly swordsman sat at a table. He was Hwang, the leader here. Looking unhappily at the people below, he asked, "With this little, how are we supposed to survive? These past few days, the Ha merchant group changed routes, so we had no choice." Hwang roared angrily, "What? Instead of starving, you should swing your swords, gather everyone and attack the Ha merchant group." The man nervously warned, "We can't, we'll all die." Hwang grew even angrier. "You think I would lose to them?" The man explained, "The Kunlun sect is backing them, chief." Hearing that, Hwang frowned. "The Kunlun sect, don't compare me to those people." The subordinate helplessly held his head and thought, "Oh no, has he gone crazy?" Having no other choice, he dropped to the ground and grabbed Hwang's leg. Chief, please come to your senses. Huang cursed furiously. The Kunlun sect, I'll wipe them out right now. The young man kept trying to persuade him. I don't think that's possible. Feeling utterly humiliated, Huang shouted, What did you say? You're trying to stop me now. Just then Zhang Guang calmly walked in from outside. Seeing someone suddenly enter, Huang turned around in confusion. Who are you? Before Zhang Guang could introduce himself, the subordinate lying on the ground pointed at him in terror. Kunlun, it's the Kunlun sect. Huang looked at Zhang Guang again and asked, You really came looking for me? Zhang Guang smiled. I heard you were here. Huang couldn't help laughing. He immediately swung his blade and charged at Zhang Guang. So you've come here to die. His blade was incredibly fast, but it only sliced through Zhang Guang's afterimage. The failed strike left Huang stunned. An afterimage, then what was that sound just now? Before he could recover, the hair covering his face was cut away. The young man instantly covered his face in shock, utterly embarrassed. Zhang Guang smiled. Now you finally look like a person instead of making people think I brought a bear with me. Zhang Guang stroked his chin and thought, this guy's blade skills aren't bad. He'd make a decent leader for those people. Having decided, he said to Huang, come with me. Huang looked confused. Where? Zhang Guang replied, to see the Lord of Gansu City. Hearing that, Huang flew into a rage and charged again. Brat, die. Zhang Guang flipped backward to dodge the attack. Huang kept attacking but couldn't land a single hit. While dodging, Zhang Guang praised him. Your spirit isn't bad. Huang roared in frustration. Damn brat, stop dodging and fight me head on. Zhang Guang gladly obliged and clenched his fist. All right. In the next instant, Huang was punched clean out of the house. After throwing that punch, Zhang Guang scratched his head with a disappointed look. You're weaker than I expected. Huang struggled back to his feet. What a joke. Seeing him stand up so stubbornly, Zhang Guang let out a surprised sound. You're already up, you can really take a beating, then I'll use a little more strength. Huang stubbornly roared, those itchy little punches of yours won't do a thing. Come on if you've got the guts, brat. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Guang used his footwork and circled around him. Huang couldn't keep up with Zhang Guang's speed at all. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Guang appeared behind him. All right, here I come. Huang took another direct punch and was launched into the air. Zhang Guang didn't stop and immediately leaped up after him. He followed with another powerful palm strike to Huang's stomach. Huang was beaten continuously in midair by Zhang Guang, unable to even fall back to the ground. After beating him for a while, Zhang Guang was a little surprised to see he was still holding on. Even after taking that much punishment, he still hasn't passed out. His endurance is impressive. A moment later, Zhang Guang knocked Huang into a corner. Huang thought to himself, how can he be this strong? If this keeps up, I'm dead. Zhang Guang walked over, folded his arms, and smiled. Your endurance satisfies me. Now will you finally show me your true martial arts? Huang was horrified. What? This guy's insane. If this continues, I'll die. There's no other choice. I have to use it. Before I die, I'll use it no matter the consequences. He gripped his saber again, bent down, and circulated his energy. Black aura immediately spread over the blade. White-faced brat, take this. Zhang Guang was slightly startled. That martial art. The black aura from Huang's blade quickly surged toward Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang remained calm, showing no fear. His face showed clear surprise. How did that martial art appear here? It looks crude, or is it just similar? Only after the black aura completely bound his body did he confirm it. It's really that technique. How does he know it? The moment Zhang Guang was restrained, Huang swung his saber. Die, brat. But Zhang Guang was no ordinary opponent. His expression hardened and golden light immediately burst from his body. The black aura around him instantly shattered. As Huang charged in, the golden light struck him, leaving him horrified. The demonic aura was pierced through. How is this possible? His master's words from childhood suddenly echoed in his mind. Remember, you must never let anyone see this martial art. If someone does, your life will be in danger. Never use it unless you're at death's door. I'm only telling you this for your own good. Huang stood there frozen, believing he was doomed. But after a moment, he realized he was still alive. His subordinate, however, lay unconscious on the ground, his fate unknown. Worried, he called out, Hey, are you all right? What's wrong with you? Standing at the doorway, Zhang Guang explained, I sealed his acupoints, so he's only unconscious for now. Huang gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Guang again. Zhang Guang coldly warned, don't expect your men to save you. By now, they've all been captured by my people. I'll ask you directly, who taught you that technique? Huang let go of his subordinate and replied, It's my family's inherited martial art. Zhang Guang sneered. A family martial art, that's the Black Path execution art of the heavenly demon cult, isn't it? Huang was left speechless. Zhang Guang continued, so are you saying you're from Cap Mil O family, one of the 7 great families of the heavenly demon cult? Huang stumbled backward in terror, frantically waving his hands. He wanted to explain but couldn't find the words. Zhang Guang sighed. Judging by your reaction, you don't know the true origin of that martial art. Trembling, Huang replied, I suspected it was from the heavenly demon cult, but I never imagined it was that significant. Zhang Guang sat down in front of him. It's not unusable. Now talk, tell me everything you know. Facing Zhang Guang's expression, Huang's body trembled uncontrollably. He then told Zhang Guang everything. After hearing the story, Zhang Guang finally understood. So when you were young, you saved a wounded old man and he taught you this martial art to repay you. You don't know who he was. Huang nodded. That's right. Zhang Guang asked again, what did he look like? Huang recalled. His face was covered in scars, so I. Zhang Guang impatiently interrupted. Do you know or not? Huang was startled. Please forgive me. Please forgive this humble one. Zhang Guang thought to himself, the time he met that old man wasn't long after my death. Could the Cap Mil O family have been crushed by the other families? The Blood Clan storm group I dealt with in the desert had originally governed the cult, yet they were forced into becoming bandits. So something really did happen within the cult. Since nothing involved the heavenly demon cult in this life, I never paid attention to it. But if it interferes with my journey, I'll investigate the whole matter. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Guang said to Huang, you. Before he could finish, Huang eagerly replied, yes, this humble one is here. Zhang Guang asked, do you want to learn that martial art? Huang froze, his face full of confusion. Zhang Guang continued, I'll teach you. Hearing that, Huang excitedly kowtowed over and over. Really? Thank you, benefactor, thank you. Zhang Guang smiled slyly, but I don't teach for free. Huang asked, what must this humble one do? Zhang Guang grinned mischievously, just suffer a little. A few days later, outside Gansu City, the city lord stood waiting. The moment he saw Zhang Guang's group, he laughed excitedly. Greetings, elders of the Kunlun Sect and the righteous army. Unhack led the bandits forward and returned the greeting. Infinite Heavenly Lord, I never expected the city lord to personally come out to welcome us. The city lord quickly invited them inside. I received a message from the Lord of Qinghai City, so I've been waiting for everyone. The banquet is ready, please come in. The group then entered the city lord's residence and joined the banquet. I've long heard of the Kunlun sect. I never imagined you'd accomplish something this great. His Majesty will surely be delighted when he hears of it. Unhack smiled, Infinite Heavenly Lord, receiving such praise for this small deed is rather embarrassing. The city lord laughed heartily. A small deed, besides the Kunlun sect, who else could have accomplished this? After learning the whole story, Huang couldn't hold back his tears. We were tricked like this, teaching martial arts, just a little hardship, so it meant joining the righteous army. Beside him, Jai Yiwan also burst into tears. The righteous army, fighting the Mongol army. They then raised their cups. Damn it, we'll live and die together, drink up. The other bandits were also in complete chaos. Damn it, I was about to grab that piece. Bastard, let go of the wine bowl. Why are you trying to eat everything? Before we even see the Mongols, do you want to die by my sword? Hurry up and let go, you bastard. The city lord's guards watched them and quietly whispered among themselves. Are these really the righteous army? They look more like bandits. Zhang Guang was eating with Beek Seung Mu beside him. Seeing the commotion, he spoke up. Eat and drink with some restraint. If you make any more trouble, you know what will happen. They immediately fell into line in fear. Forgive us, I got a little carried away. Let me offer you a toast, Taoist friend. Come, let's drink it all. The city lord, seated above, looked down at Zhang Guang and thought, so that's Zhang Guang. The lord of Qinghai City specifically told me to properly repay that remarkable nephew. After thinking for a moment, he ordered a subordinate, go invite young hero Zhang Guang to my study. The subordinate immediately carried out the order. A little later, a voice came from outside the room. City Lord, young hero Zhang Guang has arrived. The moment Zhang Guang entered, the city lord was startled. Didn't I tell you to come alone? Zhang Guang explained, pointing at Beek Seung Mu beside him. This is my junior brother. He's very knowledgeable about market prices. The city lord looked puzzled. Market prices? Before he could continue, Zhang Guang took out a ledger, handed it over, and interrupted. Read this first. The title on the ledger was Request for Financial Aid. He quickly opened it. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This is. You even included ropes, they can't be reused. Bixu Mu raised 2 fingers and explained, once they're tied up tightly, the ropes have to be removed afterwards, so of course they must be included. The city lord asked again, then what's this? Compensation for harmed civilians. Bixu Mu replied, that's the minimum compensation for the civilians they harmed. Then what about this comfort payment? Bixu Mu continued, compensation alone can't heal their emotional wounds. It's an additional payment, even if small, to help them. Zhang Guang also chimed in. As a Taoist, this is only natural, so I've already minimized the labor costs. We only charge for the ritual expenses, offerings, and supplies. The Kunlun sect will perform the ceremony for free. The city lord broke into a cold sweat. Thank you for the detailed explanation, but didn't the Kunlun sect already seize the bandits' wealth after defeating them? Why are you still asking for such a large sum? Bixu Mu smiled. That amount is counted separately from this income, my lord. Zhang Guang secretly praised him. He speaks clearly and handles affairs well. He really is talented in this area. The city lord sighed helplessly. Zhang Guang, could you see if there's any room for compromise? Zhang Guang replied, if you want everything settled without future trouble, this price is final. The city lord looked puzzled. Future trouble, Zhang Guang explained, even though they're now called the righteous army, you know who they used to be. Sooner or later some will desert. Dealing with that won't be easy. The city lord suddenly understood. So you've already included those costs? Zhang Guang immediately turned to leave. Then we'll take our leave. Junior brother, let's go to the next city. The city lord hurriedly stopped him. Wait, if I pay, you'll handle everything properly, even after you've left, right? Zhang Guang confidently nodded. Of course. He then went outside to meet the former bandits. Do any of you want to run away? The crowd fell silent. Zhang Guang frowned. No answer, so you really want to run? They immediately shouted in panic. No, Zhang Guang continued. It's all right. You can run if you want. I'll find every one of you anyway. They were utterly confused. He says he'll find all of us. The world's so huge, how could he possibly? Zhang Guang continued. From now on, you'll be called the Righteous Army. You'll be divided into units and I'll explain the structure. Righteous Army Commander Huang Eng, Deputy Commander Jai Yi-1, Strategist Xiao Du-Han, then come the 100-man captains and 10-man captains. Hearing him, everyone was stunned. What, he knows all our names? Zhang Guang waved his hand. Listing all your hometowns and backgrounds would take too long, so I'll leave it at that. The group broke into a cold sweat again. He even knows where we came from. Zhang Guang continued, although you're only temporarily enlisted, all your information has already been recorded by the local officials. Thinking of deserting or causing trouble? Trust me, I'll find every one of you. All right, can I trust you? With tears streaming down their faces, they answered, please trust us. We won't betray your expectations. Zhang Guang nodded in satisfaction. Good, then wait here. The city lord will be here soon. The city lord stepped forward and laughed. This unit has incredible spirit. Zhang Guang smiled. This is all right now, isn't it? The city lord replied excitedly, of course. Zhang Guang reminded him, if anything happens, send a letter to the Martial Alliance. I'll come deal with it personally. The city lord beamed. Thank you, great hero. Zhang Guang then got to the main point. Now then, let's settle the payment. The city lord's cheerful face instantly darkened at the mention of money. The next day, the Kunlun sect received a grand farewell and left Gansu City. A few days later, they arrived in Shanxi City, Xi'an. Walking through the streets, Zhang Guang looked around and couldn't help admiring the place. Shanxi City is impressive. In my previous life, I only wandered around Xinjiang. What a waste. Hio Qing's group happily chatted. Thanks to the horses provided by the Lord of Gansu City, we got here very quickly. I'm still not used to riding. My backside still hurts from my first ride. Unhack suddenly noticed 2 people walking out of a nearby inn. That's the Mount Hua sect and the Southern Peak sect. The old Taoist is Ya Yub of Mount Hua, and the man in black beside him is Gu Song of the Southern Peak sect. Those 2 sects are always fighting over influence and hate each other like fire and water. Why are they together? They also noticed the Kunlun group and quickly came over to greet them. Infinite Heavenly Lord, I didn't expect to meet fellow Taoist Unhack here. Have you been well? Unhack politely replied, it's been a long time. Yayub cupped his fists and said, since we've met here, I'd like to invite you for some tea. Unhack politely declined. We just arrived from Gansu City, so we need to find lodging first. Let's save tea for another time. Yayub didn't give up. If you're looking for a place to stay, this inn is excellent. It's run by a lay disciple of the Mount Hua sect, and it's quiet and clean. Unhack smiled and declined again. I don't want to trouble you. Gusong then spoke. Now that you've reached Shanxi City, if we simply let you leave, what would our fellow martial artists think of us? We sincerely wish to thank you. If you'd honor us with a little face. Unhack thought to himself, what's going on here? As expected, when it comes to the martial alliance, joining hands is only natural. Everyone must maintain harmony for now to avoid criticism from our fellow martial artists, because this shows the battle against the demonic cult will be extremely difficult to win, and if every sect does not give its all. They intend to make peace for now, though many conflicts remain, so we should temporarily go along with them. If anything happens during this time, they will never let it slide, and after thinking it over, he smiled and agreed, then this humble Taoist thanks you all. The group then entered the inn together with the Manhwa and Southern Sect members, while Baek Seung-mu leaned out the window looking below. The disciples of the Manhwa sect and the Southern Sect are surrounding the inn and seem to be watching us. Zhang Guang calmly replied yes, and Baek Seung-mu asked in confusion, they must be plotting something, so why aren't you concerned? While Zhang Guang casually searched through his bag as if he did not care. Baek Seung-mu walked over and asked suspiciously, what are you doing? And Zhang Guang grinned, we've reached Xian, so of course we should go have some fun. He took out a set of clothes and handed them to Baek Seung-mu, telling him to put them on. Baek Seung-mu shouted excitedly, go out now, where can we possibly go when the Manhwa sect and the Southern Sect are watching us, senior brother? Zhang Guang helplessly asked, junior brother, you still don't get it, as long as we're not discovered it's fine, and Baek Seung-mu suddenly understood. Yes, then I'll follow your lead. The two quickly changed clothes as a disguise, then Zhang Guang carried Baek Seung-mu on his back and leaped across the rooftops. Before long, they arrived outside a very luxurious tavern. Let's have breakfast here, and seeing Baek Seung-mu kneeling on the ground vomiting, he asked in confusion, I carried you so comfortably, yet you still threw up. That's the only way to avoid being discovered. As soon as they entered, a waiter hurried over and warmly greeted them. Welcome to the finest restaurant in Xian, honored guests. Zhang Guang asked, I passed by and saw this place, so I came in. Is the food here the best in Xian? And the waiter nodded, it's a bit expensive, but we're proud to serve the finest flavors in Xian. Zhang Guang pulled out a banknote and handed it over, saying, I'm looking forward to it, take this first. And the waiter's eyes nearly popped out when he saw the note. This is. Baek Seung-mu quickly grabbed Zhang Guang's hand and stopped him. Wait, senior brother, that's far too much money. Baek Seung-mu then took out his own money pouch. I'll pay, because what you did just now wouldn't be appropriate. And Zhang Guang smiled. Is that so? The waiter then warmly led them upstairs. This way, please, honored guests. Since it's still early, the third floor is almost empty, so enjoy yourselves. The two went up to the third floor and admired the view of the entire city, unable to help praising its beauty. Zhang Guang noticed someone sitting in the distance. But why has that guy been staring at me the whole time? That gloomy atmosphere is all coming from him. Should I say something so he'll stop staring? The waiter warmly returned and asked, honored guests, what dishes should we prepare for you? Zhang Guang then listed a long menu of delicacies and finally a jug of wine, and though the waiter was unsure he remembered everything, he still bowed politely. Please wait a moment, honored guests. Baek Seung-mu slammed the table and stood up excitedly. Senior brother, you ordered meat and wine. And Zhang Guang reminded him, there are people around, keep your voice down. But Baek Seung-mu ignored him and continued, senior brother, answer me. Zhang Guang glanced outside and said, we've come to Xian, so we should try the local specialties. Just eat and drink your fill, junior brother, you haven't become a Taoist yet. But what about you, senior brother? I'm only enjoying myself a little. Baek Seung-mu held his head in confusion. Where is the alliance of the 5 sects I've always dreamed of? And Zhang Guang calmly replied, if you want to go back, then go. Soon the food was served. Zhang Guang wasted no time pouring himself wine and drinking. Excellent flavor. I chose the right place. Baek Seung-mu reminded him, senior brother, it won't be good if you get drunk. And Zhang Guang replied, I won't get drunk. Even if that's true, what about the smell of alcohol on your breath? Don't worry, there's always a solution. Wine is not truly wine if you cannot enjoy its flavor without getting drunk, so let me teach you. And Baek Seung-mu replied in confusion, I can't ignore senior brother's teaching. What should I do? Zhang Guang explained, I'll teach you a method, so try circulating your energy, just as another group came upstairs. Judging by their clothes, they all looked wealthy. When they saw Zhang Guang and the others, they were stunned. What's this? The finest restaurant in Xian actually let these shabby Taoists onto the third floor, and they're even drinking wine and eating meat. Aren't they fake Taoists? Waiter, you've ruined my appetite, so throw them out because we want these seats. but the waiter persuaded him, "Young master, I can't treat honored guests that way, so please choose another table." The young man shoved the waiter away and shouted, "You dare talk back to me." They then rushed over and beat the waiter. "We're the four elites of Xian, so don't push your luck just because we're being nice, and since you ruined my mood, die, you bastard." Zhang Guang suddenly shouted from behind, "Waiter, bring another jug of wine," and the young man was startled. "Did you just say another jug of wine?" The group immediately stopped beating the waiter and turned to look at Zhang Guang and Bixu Mu. The waiter tearfully got up and replied, "Right away, honored guest." The purple-haired young man sitting in the distance slightly curled his lips and watched intently. Bixu Mu whispered to Zhang Guang, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" And Zhang Guang asked in confusion, "You're not drinking anymore, it's really good." The young men quickly walked over to them. "What did you just say, and where did you come from to dare?" Moments later, the sound of fighting echoed across the floor. The four young men were then sent flying off the third floor by Zhang Guang. The people on the street quickly gathered to watch. Someone fell from the third floor. Good heavens, they're the four elites of Xian. So those arrogant brats living off their parents ended up like this too? Serves them right, it's heavenly punishment, but why are their mouths stuffed with so many beans? Bixu Mu looked down from upstairs and asked, "Senior brother, when did you stuff beans into their mouths?" And Zhang Guang calmly replied, "Disciples of our sect must never waste food." So Bixu Mu asked again, "Then why didn't you eat them?" And Zhang Guang answered, "I don't like beans." Bixu Mu asked again, "So what do we do now?" And Zhang Guang replied in confusion, "Do what? I only punished some bad people." The waiter then ran over and kowtowed to them, "Honored masters, after what happened, the government officers will come and cause trouble for our tavern, so please save us." Zhang Guang took out a cloth pouch and handed it to him. "If anyone comes to cause trouble, tell them to find me, and this is medicine, so treat your wounds yourself. Yes, forgive me, but whose name should I report?" Zhang Guang smiled, "Boundless Heavenly Lord, you've heard of the Alliance of the Five Sects, haven't you?" The waiter was shocked. The Alliance of the Five Sects, could it be? The purple-haired young man had been watching Zhang Guang the entire time. What an interesting fellow. The scene shifted back to the inn where the Kunlun group was staying. Unhak was discussing with Ya Yub and Gu Song, "Can't you reconsider? The Li family cannot possibly win because the outcome is already clear, so won't you change sides? I hope you won't regret it later." Unhak snorted inwardly. Is it finally time to make things clear? In the past, when our sect fought the demonic cult, they obediently followed us, but now they've become so arrogant, and today they're nothing more than smooth-talking villains. Thinking that, he stood up. "Our sect always keeps its promise to the Li family, so there's nothing more to discuss, and I'll take my leave now." Ya Yub shouted, "You'll regret this," and Unhak calmly replied, "I'll wait for the final outcome and wonder when that day will come." Just then, a disciple hurriedly burst through the door shouting, "Something terrible has happened. What's all the commotion? Calm down and explain." And the man immediately replied, "The four elites of Xian." No, the four young elites of Xian have been seriously injured. The two were shocked because if it was the four young elites of Xian, then it truly was a major incident since they were the children of the powerful families in Xian. There's no way they would fight someone, so who did they provoke? And the man glanced at Unhak. It was two young Taoists. Unhak wondered inwardly, why is he looking at me like that? Could it be? He immediately thought of Zhang Guang. It couldn't have been him, could it? Unhak's face instantly turned pale as cold sweat poured down. Ya Yub and the other man also realized the problem and secretly rejoiced. So it was the Kunlun disciples? Good, let them finally suffer because of those brats. The two immediately exclaimed excitedly. Whatever the reason, they attacked people who don't even know martial arts, and in Xian of all places, what a disgrace, so whoever did it must not be spared. The man nervously said, "Master Unhak is here," and Ya Yub sternly interrupted, "Then spit it out already." Left with no choice, the man said, "It was the disciples of our sect and the southern sect." Everyone froze upon hearing that, and the room immediately fell silent. Unhak then left while recalling everything the disciple had just said. The guests and the waiter nearby testified that two disciples from the Mount Hua sect and the southern sect attacked the four young elites of Xian. Unless the Mount Hua sect and the southern sect had gone mad, such a thing could never happen, so if Zhang Guang sneaked out to cause trouble and let others take the blame. Thinking that, he pushed open Zhang Guang's door to see whether he was inside. To his surprise, Zhang Guang and Bixu Mu had already returned and were lying on the bed, and upon seeing Unhak they looked shocked. "Grand Marshal Uncle, you're here, but if you have business with us, you should at least knock first." Unhak sighed in relief. "So you were in the room. I was too hasty and overlooked that, so I should go get some rest." He then closed the door and left thinking, has my trust fallen so low that I'd suspect even Zhang Guang? Wait. it really wasn't Zhang Guang, was it? He pushed the door open again and Zhang Guang and Bixing Mu looked puzzled. Grand Marshal Uncle, we already told you to not. Unhack loudly asked, you weren't the ones who did it, were you? And Zhang Guang looked confused. Did what? Unhack glanced at Bixing Mu. I'm talking about beating the 4 young elites of Xian. And after seeing Bixing Mu's reaction, he had already guessed, was it really you? Although Bixing Mu said nothing, his trembling body and pale face were as good as a confession. And Zhang Guang sighed inwardly because his expression had already revealed everything. Even so, Zhang Guang stubbornly denied it. It wasn't us, and by the way, who are the 4 young elites of Xian? And Unhack sighed, all right, I understand. A grand master must trust his disciples, so I choose to believe you, and you too should get some rest. He then left once again. Bixing Mu nervously asked, Senior brother, will this really be okay? You even deceived Grand Marshal Uncle. And Zhang Guang calmly replied, deceived him? I don't even know who the 4 young elites of Xian are, though I do know what a pile of manure is. But saying it was the Southern Sect and the Manhua sect was still a lie. A lie the waiter simply misunderstood. Then why didn't you explain it then? And Zhang Guang smiled. He misunderstood on his own, so there was no need for me to explain. Where should we have dinner tonight? And Bixing Mu cried out, Grand Marshal Uncle is still suspicious, yet you still want to go out. He already said he trusts me and he's not someone who goes back on his word. Leaving Bixing Mu unable to hold back his tears. Please, senior brother. Night soon fell. Bixing Mu was already fast asleep. Zhang Guang remained seated nearby in meditation, cultivating. Suddenly he opened his eyes in alarm. This aura is. Not far away, the purple-haired young man stood on a rooftop, looking toward their room. Zhang Guang quickly came out and landed behind him. The young man turned around, smiled, and said, so you've come. Zhang Guang sighed, do you enjoy watching people sleep? That's really disgraceful. And the young man smiled. I told them the 4 young elites of Xian were beaten by the Manhua sect and the Southern Sect for your sake, yet you're treating me so coldly. But Zhang Guang calmly replied, I never asked you to do that. The young man laughed, haha, interesting, you're Zhang Guang of the Kunlun sect, right? And Zhang Guang asked, so what if I am, who are you? The young man answered without hiding it, I'm Hu Weijin from the Demonic Lotus Alliance. Zhang Guang looked surprised. The Demonic Lotus Alliance, the place where demonic martial artists from the 4 factions and the Central Plains gathered under the Black Evil Alliance. And Hu Weijin nodded. That's right, we founded it not long ago. So Zhang Guang asked, it's still new, so what do you want with me? Hu Weijin said seriously, I'm here to offer you something. So join the Demonic Lotus Alliance because you suit the demonic path better than the righteous path. Zhang Guang frowned, not interested. Hu Weijin asked in confusion, why? And Zhang Guang waved his hand, between righteousness and evil, I stand in the middle. Hu Weijin excitedly clenched his fist, in the middle? Honestly, you're nothing like those righteous hypocrites who pretend to be honorable while secretly craving power and wealth. Zhang Guang scratched his head, I don't know why I'm like this, and Hu Weijin pointed at him, you're just like them. Wait, what did you just say? So Zhang Guang replied, I agree with what you said, but leave the Kunlun sect out of it because they're not like me and they live very simply. They've never done anything wrong, so don't lump them together with the other sects. And Hu Weijin frowned, thinking, I came to the right place because this brat really is a rare talent, both cunning and fearless. He smiled at Zhang Guang, you truly belong to the demonic path like us, so it's not too late to join me. But Zhang Guang waved him off. I already said I'm in the middle, so I don't want to, so stop saying such annoying things because I'm not going. Hu Weijin frowned and snapped, I've invited you twice, yet you still refuse, so I guess I'll have to beat some sense into you. Zhang Guang showed no fear and suggested, if you want to exchange a few moves, let's go somewhere quiet because we shouldn't wake everyone. And Hu Weijin readily agreed. The two then headed into the forest together. Hu Weijin said to Zhang Guang, draw your sword, but Zhang Guang kept his sword sheathed and asked, what about you? Hu Weijin raised his fist. Real men fight with their fists. Zhang Guang rested his hands on his waist. You're far too arrogant and truly strange, so I'll fight barehanded too. After saying that, he instantly rushed toward Hu Weijin. Hu Weijin hurriedly raised his arm to block Zhang Guang's punch. Even so, the punch still sent him flying. Zhang Guang didn't stop and charged again, saying, that reaction is nothing special. Hu Weijin gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, damn it, even if I let my guard down, how could he knock me back? Have you undergone rejuvenation, you brat? After being completely overwhelmed, Hu Weijin had no choice but to draw his weapon, and a short sword instantly appeared in his hand. He then slashed straight at Zhang Guang's head. Zhang Guang dodged the strike and mocked, didn't you just say real men fight with their fists? Hu Weijin drew another short sword, wielded one in each hand, and laughed loudly. real men use blades too. After saying that, he thrust down hard, but Zhang Guang reacted instantly and leaped away. This guy moves pretty well, much better than Peng Kanghui from the 9 Dragons and 4 Phoenixes. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, I think you'd fit the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult better than the Demonic Lotus Alliance. And Hu Weijin snorted, ridiculous, how could anyone live with those vicious people? Zhang Guang punched him and sighed inwardly, they're not as evil as you think. Hu Weijin took the hit and clutched his face in confusion. Has this guy been hiding his true strength? He was then startled because Zhang Guang had suddenly vanished without a trace. Where did he go? The moment he spoke, Zhang Guang suddenly appeared above his head. The young man was slammed headfirst into the ground by another punch. After a while, he finally regained consciousness and muttered, what happened? Did I pass out? The first person he saw was Zhang Guang, and he asked suspiciously, are you trying to rob me? While Zhang Guang glanced at him, you're awake, how does your body feel? Hu Weijin snorted, I'm more worried about my belongings than my body, and Zhang Guang replied disdainfully, nothing special, you invited me to join the Demonic Lotus Alliance, so I thought you were someone important, but it seems it was all talk. Hu Weijin folded his arms and laughed proudly, why would someone of high rank carry many things when disciples always serve them? And Zhang Guang asked, really, then how high is your rank? The young man proudly declared again, I'm Hu Weijin, the youngest disciple of the Demonic Lotus Alliance leader, the Jade Killen. Zhang Guang stared at him in disbelief and thought, good grief, your nose is bleeding nonstop and you still call yourself the Jade Killen? This is terminal delusion. After thinking for a moment, he asked, then why has the Demonic Lotus Alliance leader's disciple come to Xian? And Hu Weijin sat up, wiped the blood from his nose, and replied, I'm just passing through. Zhang Guang snorted, turned around, and gathered the items on the ground. Then where can I sell these things for some money? Leaving Hu Weijin stunned, sell them. Zhang Guang tucked the items into his robe and stood up. The Demonic Lotus Alliance is a dark faction, so the succession struggle among disciples must be brutal, kill or be killed, and you're probably the weakest of them all. I can tell just by looking at your face that you're hopeless. So Hu Weijin stood up and explained, don't talk nonsense, because even if I look like this. At that point, he suddenly covered his face. Anyway, you'll know everything by tomorrow. I came to Xian under my master's orders to establish a branch. Zhang Guang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Xian is right next to Henan, where the Martial Alliance is located, so having the demonic path move this close doesn't seem like a good sign. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Hu Weijin and said, you're announcing the establishment of a demonic branch while holding a blade to the throats of the righteous martial world. And Hu Weijin smiled, so you figured it out. Zhang Guang grabbed his shoulder and said, sending a disciple here means you've already been abandoned. But Hu Weijin protested, my master sent me because I'm his trump card. And Zhang Guang sighed, you're lying again. While Hu Weijin snapped, I told you it's true. Zhang Guang thought to himself that either the Demonic Lotus Alliance leader had a neglected disciple, or his judgment of people was seriously flawed. Zhang Guang ignored him, turned around, and prepared to leave. Your situation is hopeless, so I'm going back to sleep. But Hu Weijin hurriedly shouted, hey, don't say things like that, because if this gets out, I'm dead. Zhang Guang helplessly looked back at him, then survived somehow, and since you already testified that the 4 young elites of Xian were beaten by the Manhua Sect and the Southern Sect, and Hu Weijin nodded, that's right. Zhang Guang continued, then use that, because the families of those spoiled brats are influential figures in Xian, so they'll blame the Manhua Sect and the Southern Sect and definitely make trouble for them. They'll grow furious and target the benefits, businesses, and influence held by the Manhua Sect and the Southern Sect. And those 2 sects are far from naive, so they won't endure it quietly because officials in the martial world have an unwritten rule of avoiding open conflict, meaning both sides will secretly undermine each other. And what do you think will happen if the Demonic Lotus Alliance steps in then? Hu Weijin silently agreed, thinking, that's right, the officials can't openly seize the Manhua Sect's and Southern Sect's businesses, so we'll step in and handle those dealings for the government. The officials want our influence and support, while we'll secretly take over the Manhua Sect's and Southern Sect's influence with their help after seizing their businesses. And if this can all be settled by bribing the officials with a share of the profits, then this will be a great chance to expand the Demonic Lotus Alliance branch's influence here, and if I earn merit, Master will value me even more. While he was lost in thought, Zhang Guang suddenly held out his hand. I already gave you the solution, so pay my consultation fee. Hu Weijin frowned, didn't you already take everything I had? and Zhang Guang replied disdainfully, none of it was worth using. Zhang Guang looked through the items again, finding 2 short blades, a medicine jar, and this jade pendant. He took out the jade pendant and asked curiously, what's this? Hu Weijin folded his arms proudly and answered, that's my jade Kilin insignia. Zhang Guang angrily held up the pendant. If it's your insignia, then why not throw it away? And Hu Weijin hurriedly stopped him. No, it's precious, so why throw it away? Have you heard of the Ironblood Manor? Zhang Guang recalled it inwardly, the family of master blacksmiths. If it's the same place I knew in my previous life, then it must be quite famous. He then asked, are you from there? And Hu Weijin explained, it's my mother's family, the Ironblood Manor master is my grandfather, so show them this jade pendant and say you're my friend and they'll make you a fine weapon. Zhang Guang shook his head, but I'm not your friend, and Hu Weijin snapped, if you want a good weapon then just do it. Zhang Guang looked at the jade pendant again and thought, Ironblood Manor, I should visit it when I have time. Hu Weijin looked at Zhang Guang and sighed inwardly. In the end, I still failed to recruit him, and I never expected such a powerful and bizarre man whose thoughts I can't understand, so which path will he choose? Zhang Guang turned around and sighed, it's already dawn. It's time, I'm leaving, and Hu Weijin lowered his head. Answer me one thing. What do you plan to do in the future? Zhang Guang looked up at the sky. Right now I'm still bound to this earth. One day I'll live as freely as the clouds above. Zhang Guang then returned to his room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Unhack sitting inside. Where did you secretly go? Zhang Guang casually made up an excuse. I went for morning training, and tomorrow Grand Marshal Uncle should come train with me. Hearing that, Unhack broke into a cold sweat and tremblingly stood up. And no, I'd only hold you back, so that's enough. It's time to eat. Now go get ready. Zhang Guang continued, Grand Marshal Uncle, it's been a long time since you've trained, so you could practice on the way. But Unhack fled in panic. I already said no. Bixung Mu asked in confusion, Senior brother, why does Grand Marshal Uncle react like that whenever training is mentioned? And Zhang Guang calmly replied, he probably just doesn't like it. After breakfast, the Kunlun Sect left Xian. During the journey, the hellish training Zhang Guang had promised finally began. Hio Cheng taught Bixung Mu the minor pure energy art because he had to master the basic cultivation method before it was too late. After enduring that period of hard training together, they finally arrived at Nanyang in Henan, where the Martial Alliance was located. Unhack instructed everyone, we've reached our destination, so we'll rest here for a few days, and since this is unfamiliar territory, Hio Cheng, go scout the streets and shops. As they walked through the streets, they noticed many places looked newly built. Those are repair marks, probably because the Martial Alliance was re-established, and even the land prices here have been driven sky-high by brokers. After thinking for a while, Bixung Mu repeatedly shook his head to clear those thoughts. I'm a Kunlun disciple now, not the heir of the Ha Merchant Guild anymore, so why am I still thinking like this? I joined the Kunlun sect too late, so even learning the minor pure energy art is already overwhelming, leaving no time to think about anything else, and I must keep learning by observing my senior brothers. Zhang Guang called out from behind, Junior brother, come here. Bixung Mu ran over excitedly, yes, senior brother, what would you like to teach me? And Zhang Guang smiled, I called because I'd like to borrow some money. Bixung Mu's face turned pale. Senior brother, I'm a Kunlun disciple, so where would a Kunlun disciple get money? And Zhang Guang nodded, me too, so where do you think I should invest? How about a brothel? Bixung Mu burned with anger inside, wondering if this man truly considered him his junior brother since he only ever talked about money. Seeing his displeasure, Zhang Guang tempted him. Master's method for practicing the minor pure energy art is the orthodox way, but I know a trick to improve proficiency much faster, so do you want me to teach you? And Bixung Mu's eyes lit up. You should diversify your investments and focus on safety before profits. You should buy land first and gather several plots of cheap land. While they were deeply engrossed in their discussion, they walked past a woman in yellow robes. As she passed them, she suddenly stopped and watched their backs suspiciously. Before long, the sun began to set. The Kunlun group also found a suitable inn. The woman in yellow followed them all the way there. Just as Zhang Guang and the others were about to enter, she walked over and greeted them. May I ask you something? And Zhang Guang pointed at himself in confusion. Me. The woman nodded. Yes, you seem to be the Taoist I saw earlier, so may I ask why you're buying land? Leaving the Kunlun disciples behind him utterly astonished. Zhang Guang frowned and asked, who are you? The woman removed her hat. My apologies. How rude of me. I'm Yon Yui Jin of the Yon family from Jin province, so how should I address you? I'm Zhang Guang of Kunlun, and the woman smiled. I see, pleased to meet you, so can you answer why you're buying land? Zhang Guang calmly replied, to invest and make money. Yon Yui Jin continued, is that all? and Zhang Guang answered, and to eat well and live comfortably, but why do you ask? The woman silently stared at him without answering, leaving Zhang Guang thoroughly confused, thinking she had suddenly appeared asking questions only to fall silent for no reason, making her seem rather unpredictable. If this had been my previous life, I would have beaten her up and driven her away, but I can't do that now. After a while, the woman coughed lightly and said, "You're truly an interesting person. This is amusing." Zhang Guang wondered whether he should compliment her beauty before sending her away, but then he noticed something else. Besides being pretty, another part of you is beautiful too. He unconsciously smiled and said, "Miss, you're truly beautiful." The Kunlun disciples behind him all turned deathly pale in shock. Zhang Guang pointed at her, "The calluses on your fingers are beautiful too." Hearing that, everyone was even more stunned, their mouths hanging open. The woman didn't seem pleased at all and instead clenched her fists in anger. "Thank you for your compliment." Zhang Guang continued, "What's wrong? The edges of your palms are well developed too, and if you fought barehanded, you could probably shatter even pebbles," making the woman grind her teeth in fury. "Thank you very much." She then turned around and stormed off while Zhang Guang stood there blankly watching her back, wondering, did I overdo the compliment? Bixung Mu walked over and praised him. "Senior brother, you're incredible. You actually insulted Miss Yon Yui Jin, and she's one of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes." Zhang Guang looked confused. "I was complimenting her," leaving Bixung Mu speechless. "Really?" Zhang Guang explained, "Of course you know those people called fist masters, the ones who proudly fight barehanded. But in reality, none of them truly fight barehanded because most wear fist guards or use paired sabers. Some even pull out daggers when they get angry. Compared to those people, that girl truly trained with her bare hands, and if the edge of her palm is like that, then her whole palm must be the same." "That's amazing," and Bixung Mu replied in confusion. "Then as you said, those hands are proof of her harsh training, so they really do deserve to be called beautiful." "But you got the order wrong," and Zhang Guang asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" So Bixung Mu explained, "You should praise her face first, then her hands, because although she's beautiful, she's a martial artist who sacrificed part of herself for martial arts, so isn't that how you should compliment her?" Zhang Guang nodded. "That makes sense, junior brother, you really know women well," and Bixung Mu scratched his head shyly. "I'm embarrassed." So Zhang Guang asked again, "You've met many, how many?" Bixung Mu had been smiling, but his face instantly fell. Zhang Guang asked in confusion, "Junior brother, why aren't you answering? Too many to count." And Bixung Mu began sobbing. Zhang Guang asked again, "Or is it because there aren't any, so there's nothing to count?" making Bixung Mu cry even harder. Soon the next day arrived. While Zhang Guang and the others were having breakfast, the waiter approached. "Forgive my rudeness, Taoist masters, but could you come outside for a moment because someone is looking for you?" Leaving everyone puzzled since the elders were at the Martial Alliance and no one should be here, so who could be looking for them? And the waiter replied, "He's looking for Taoist Zhang Guang." Zhang Guang was startled, "Looking for me?" As soon as the man outside saw Zhang Guang, he asked, "Are you young hero Zhang Guang?" Zhang Guang was a little surprised by the clothes the man was wearing. "I'm no young hero, but I am Zhang Guang." The young man excitedly grabbed Zhang Guang's hand. "Nice to meet you, I'm Yu Yongpeng, a beggar from the beggar's sect. Sorry for being so rude after just meeting you, but I need your help," and Zhang Guang stopped him. "Wait." He then took out a banknote and placed it in the man's hand. "I don't have much, so spend it carefully and live frugally, got it?" But Yu Yongpeng shook his head. "No, I didn't come here to beg." Without giving him a chance to explain, Zhang Guang threw an arm around his shoulders and pulled him inside. "Come on, have you eaten yet? Come in and eat, don't worry, it's my treat." Before long, 2 mountain-like piles of empty bowls were stacked in front of Zhang Guang. Yu Yongpeng had eaten all of them and was now slumped in his chair with a full stomach. "I told you I didn't come here to beg." Zhang Guang frowned. "You seem to eat a bit too much, and I really regret this," while Yu Yongpeng laughed. "If a beggar refuses free food, then he's no beggar, but isn't there somewhere the two of us can talk alone? Your fellow disciples are staring at us so curiously," and Zhang Guang replied, "There's a backyard behind the inn, so let's go there." After reaching the backyard, Zhang Guang asked, "All right, tell me, what exactly is it?" Yu Yongpeng replied, "Before that, I have something to ask. Why are you like this?" And Zhang Guang looked confused. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" So Yu Yongpeng asked again, "I'm asking how you can talk like that." Zhang Guang calmly answered, "The way I speak, I've always been rude and impolite and I can't change that. but Yu Yongpeng shook his head. No, that's not what I mean. I'm asking how you can talk so naturally with a beauty like Miss Yon Yuijin. Zhang Guang looked utterly helpless, so you can't even speak to women. Yu Yongpeng helplessly lowered his head. That's right, especially in front of beautiful women, I can't even open my mouth. Zhang Guang asked in confusion, I really don't understand what's there to fear about being a beggar. And Yu Yongpeng slammed the table as he stood up. Of course it's completely different, because begging and speaking to a woman have never been the same thing since I was born. It seems Miss Yon Yuijin became interested because a Taoist like you was buying land, not because you're handsome. And Zhang Guang froze. You investigated that thoroughly. Yu Yongpeng pointed at him and said, I'm from the beggar's sect, so where could there possibly be a place without us? Anyway, I think your charm comes from the way you talk, and I want to learn that. While Zhang Guang scratched his head helplessly, I think you've got something wrong because I was just talking normally. Yu Yongpeng folded his arms and stared at him. You may not realize it, but I already heard quite a bit about you from an acquaintance. And Zhang Guang asked curiously, an acquaintance? Who? Yu Yongpeng explained, you know Peng Kanghui, right? He praised you a lot, and just as you helped Peng Kanghui, please help me too. But Zhang Guang replied, just keep living the way you are because you've done just fine until now. Yu Yongpeng answered with burning determination, that was true before, but now someone has entered my heart. Is it Miss Yon Yuijin? And Yu Yongpeng shook his head, no, it's someone else. Just thinking about her already makes me happy. Anyway, please help me. And Zhang Guang looked at the young man thinking, what do I gain by helping him, and what use could this guy be? Then it hit him, right, I can make use of the beggar's sect's information network. Thinking that, he said, I'll help you with what I know, but you must help me too. And Yu Yongpeng excitedly replied, really? Great, it's a deal, but don't ask me to do anything against our agreement. Zhang Guang smiled slyly. Of course, I'm considered part of the righteous path too. After hearing what Zhang Guang wanted him to do, Yu Yongpeng stood there stunned. That's what you wanted my help with. Zhang Guang smiled. It doesn't violate our agreement or involve anything bad, right? And as Yu Yongpeng hesitated, Zhang Guang looked into the distance. Here they come. The waiter arrived with several middle-aged men and introduced them. As requested, I've brought the best land brokers in Nanyang. Zhang Guang took out several gold ingots and told them, I want to buy a small, cheap plot of land in Nanyang, so please help me complete this deal. But if the price is outrageously inflated, then you already know the consequences. I don't care as long as I get back several times what I invest. Seeing him crush the gold ingots with his bare hand, they all broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Guang folded his arms and continued, if this deal succeeds, I'll use your services again next time, so think carefully. And they all bowed together. Leave it to us, sir. They then left together. Yu Yongpeng watched them leave and said, they'll come back, right? After all, they gave their word. And Zhang Guang confidently replied, of course. Zhang Guang didn't trust the brokers because even after showing them a little force, no one knew how greed might change a person's heart. So he asked Yu Yongpeng to have the beggar's sect secretly verify whether they were handling the transactions honestly. But he didn't stop there and next went to find Bixu Mu. Junior brother, I'll give you the names and locations, so go investigate and check the prices. But Bixu Mu held his stomach. I just finished eating, so can't I let my stomach digest first? Zhang Guang tempted him, finish this and I'll teach you a shortcut for mastering the minor pure energy art, making Bixu Mu's eyes blaze as he sprang up and rushed out immediately. Everything went so smoothly that Zhang Guang decided to take a nap, and before long he had already bought several plots of land within half a day while comfortably relaxing at the inn without much effort. That afternoon, Yu Yongpeng came running over. Now it's your turn to help me. Zhang Guang smiled. First, let me introduce you. This is my junior brother and this is Yu Yongpeng, a beggar from the beggar's sect. So Bixu Mu introduced himself, and Yu Yongpeng politely returned the greeting. The three then sat face to face, staring at one another. Bixu Mu secretly transmitted his voice to Zhang Guang. Senior brother, what's going on? And Zhang Guang replied, you taught me how to talk to women, so now it's your turn to speak. Bixu Mu turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. Me? But Zhang Guang gave him no chance to refuse and told Yu Yongpeng, my junior brother knows how to win people's favor, and after talking with Miss Yon Yuijin yesterday, he explained it all to me. Yu Yongpeng nodded. Oh right, first you praise her face, then her hands, because saying that although she's beautiful, she's a martial artist who sacrificed part of herself for martial arts is the best compliment. Bixu Mu, you're really amazing, and Bixu Mu smiled awkwardly. I'm flattered. Yu Yongpeng pointed at himself and asked, so in your opinion, what's my biggest problem? while Baek Seung-mu thought, how should I know, I'll just say whatever comes to mind. Young hero Yu Young-pung, your background as a beggar is your biggest problem. Hearing those words, Yu Young-pung was utterly shocked. What? And just then Unhack walked in from outside. Yu Young-pung temporarily put everything aside and greeted him. Greetings, master, and Unhack nodded in return. Greetings, I'm Unhack. While Zhang Guang and Baek Seung-mu turned toward him. You're back. Unhack looked at Zhang Guang and asked, Zhang Guang, what trouble have you caused now? Making Zhang Guang inwardly panic. Has my land purchase been exposed? Unhack scratched his head and continued, go outside and see for yourself, because if you didn't cause trouble, why would so many people come looking for you? Quite a few people were indeed standing outside the inn. Zhang Guang walked out completely confused. Who are all these people? One of them stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm Nam Gong Jin, and I heard you behaved rudely toward Miss Yeon Yui Jin, so I came to hear what really happened. Zhang Guang sighed. I only complimented her, but Yeon Yui Jin clenched her fists. Don't lie, countless people witnessed it, so Zhang Guang asked, but what exactly are you to Miss Yeon Yui Jin? Leaving the young man speechless. Zhang Guang spread his hands and smiled. What? So you're not related to her at all? Nam Gongjin became furious. No matter what, apologized to Miss Yeon Yui Jin, but Zhang Guang replied coldly, what did I do wrong? So Nam Gongjin asked, you really did nothing? And Zhang Guang confirmed, that's right. Nam Gongjin suddenly became serious and cupped his fists. Then there's only one answer. I, Nam Gongjin of the Namgung family, request a duel with young hero Zhang Guang of the Kunlun Sect. Zhang Guang turned to glance at Unhack behind him. Unhack thought angrily that he could understand the impulsive actions of passionate young men over a woman. But with him, an elder, standing right here, this reckless request for a duel was no different from looking down on the Kunlun Sect. Just then Yu Young-pung shouted loudly, stop. He stepped between them and pointed at Zhang Guang, demanding, what do you think you're doing in front of an elder? I'm ashamed of all of you, so what were you people even thinking? Nam Gongjin raised his hand to explain, young hero Yu Young-pung, we. But before he could finish, Yu Young-pung cut him off. You people are truly thoughtless. Now step back because I'll personally visit your families and sects to explain what happened today. The group exchanged frightened glances. What should we do? Should we just leave? We came to teach him a lesson, but it turned out like this. Yu Young-pung sighed inwardly. These incompetent people are supposed to be the next generation of the righteous path. How could anyone trust them to fight the demonic Lotus Alliance in the future? After a moment, he turned toward Unhack and cupped his fists. Please forgive them, I'll apologize on their behalf. And Unhack shook his head. It's all right, you're probably the only one who got scolded for nothing. Unhack's opinion of Yu Young-pung completely changed, thinking that he truly deserved his reputation as a noble young man. Still, if he simply let them leave like this, it would continue to weigh on his mind, though perhaps that was still the better choice. Zhang Guang secretly transmitted his voice, Grand Marshal Uncle, since they can't back down anymore, just let them fight. While Yu Young-pung stood beside them, puzzled. Was that voice transmission just now? Unhack warned, your attitude is becoming a problem again, so treat this as discipline and stop after 1 month. Yes, I'll visit within a month. I said you'll only be lying in bed for a month. Zhang Guang slowly drew his sword and stepped forward. I'll do my best, let's duel please. Hearing that, Nam Gongjin also drew his sword. Very well, I'll use the 13 lightning sword strikes and the soaring sky flying smoke sword, so take care. After saying that, he performed an imposing sword form. Take this 13 lightning sword strikes. The moment he charged forward, Zhang Guang smacked him across the face with the flat of his sword. Before he could even attack, the young man was knocked flat onto the ground with one cheek badly swollen. Zhang Guang looked at the rest in boredom. Next, who's coming? A fat young man immediately stepped forward. I'm Yang Gi Tak of the Iron Sword Sect. Now it's my turn. But he too was sent flying by a single punch from Zhang Guang. Next came Tak Chun Lib of the Mad Fang Taoists, and he likewise had his face kicked crooked by Zhang Guang. Zhang Guang continued beating them one after another. They fought until nearly sunset. Looking at the crowd sprawled across the ground, Zhang Guang sighed, how boring. Watching from behind, Yu Young-pung admired him inwardly because despite facing dozens of opponents alone, Zhang Guang showed no sign of exhaustion. Just how strong is Zhang Guang? It's probably beyond imagination. He recalled what Peng Kanghui had once said, I was defeated by him when he was only 15, and even at that age he showed me the path ahead. 4 years had passed since then, so what did 4 years even mean for someone like him? He had undoubtedly become even stronger. Interesting, I want to see just how powerful his martial arts really are. Thinking that, he cupped his fists and said, Yu Young-pung, a beggar of the Beggars Sect, wishes to challenge challenge Zhang Guang of the Kunlun Sect. Before he could finish, Zhang Guang turned to go inside, startling him. "Hey, where are you going?" And Zhang Guang pointed at Unhack ahead. "Grand Marshal Uncle is calling me in." Yu Yongpeng sighed helplessly. "Fine then, I'll come back tomorrow morning." And Zhang Guang reminded him, "You want to fight? I'm warning you now, there won't be enough time to learn that." The moment Yu Yongpeng heard about learning how to court women, he forgot everything else and naturally chose romance over a duel. After entering, Zhang Guang knelt on the floor and listened to Unhack's lecture. "Zhang Guang, you must learn to consider the situation." And Zhang Guang replied, "I only used one move, they were just too weak." Unhack continued, "That's exactly why you must judge your opponent and hold back. It's been a long time since we've read the Taoist scriptures together, and after only 3 days you'll understand what I mean, right?" Making Zhang Guang break into a cold sweat. "Didn't you just say 1 month was enough? I'll do as you say, and you're busy too, so there's no need for that." Unhack nodded. "Fine, I trust you, now you may leave." Feeling pardoned, Zhang Guang immediately walked out. "Yes, Grand Marshal Uncle." As soon as he returned to his room, Beek Seung Mu asked, "Did you get scolded badly?" And Zhang Guang sighed gloomily. "Don't even mention it, I almost got dragged into reading the Taoist classic." Beek Seung Mu asked again, "Senior brother, what was that fast method for cultivating the minor pure energy art?" And Zhang Guang nodded. "All right, I'll teach you now. I'll send true energy into your body to force open your meridians. It'll hurt a lot, so stay calm and memorize the flow of this energy." And Beek Seung Mu sat cross-legged on the bed. "I understand." Zhang Guang said nothing more and immediately circulated his energy, while Beek Seung Mu received it and instantly broke into a cold sweat. Sea of Energy, Yin Crossing, Central Cavity, Gate Meridian. Are these the energy pathways? Zhang Guang was suddenly stunned in disbelief. "In my previous life, I never did things like this, yet ordinary things like being scolded by an elder or teaching a junior brother aren't so bad after all." Before long, the sun began to rise. After cultivating without rest all night, Beek Seung Mu finally woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Zhang Guang, who was lying behind him eating an apple, spoke up. "What took you so long? It's already morning." Beek Seung Mu turned toward him and said, "I completely dissolved the accumulated internal energy with the minor pure energy art, and without you I probably never would have understood it, so thank you very much." Zhang Guang snapped, "If you want to thank me, then figure out how to rent out the land, because buying it isn't enough, we still need to make it increase in value. Go walk around and think about it," leaving Beek Seung Mu speechless. "You're right, but right now I want to focus on cultivating my internal energy. I'll use the dragon form footwork to investigate, and since I don't have much time, I'll be back soon." Zhang Guang then lay back down, intending to sleep again. "Since I'm already at the Martial Alliance, I also want to learn a little from the righteous martial world, because besides those useless guys, surely there must be someone capable. With my current martial arts, challenging the older masters would be troublesome, so my only choice is to find people of my own generation, perhaps the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes." Just then Yu Yongpeng burst through the door. "Brother, I'm here. You didn't forget our appointment this morning, did you?" And Zhang Guang glanced at him, thinking, he's here to learn that, but junior brother already went out on an errand. Yu Yongpeng sat beside the bed. "Forget about your junior brother. Honestly, he's no different from me, because telling a beggar his biggest problem is being a beggar." And Zhang Guang inwardly admired him. As expected of a beggar's sect member, he really has sharp insight. Yu Yongpeng excitedly continued, "Besides, the young lady I admire happens to be nearby." And Zhang Guang asked curiously, "Is she one of the 4 phoenixes?" Yu Yongpeng nodded. "That's right, I want you to watch me talk to her, then tell me what's wrong and what I should do." And Zhang Guang sighed. "One of the 4 phoenixes? Fine, I'm curious too." Zhang Guang got out of bed and put on his shoes. "The 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes are the strongest among our generation, right? Then where do you rank among them, young hero Yu Yongpeng?" Yu Yongpeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "First of all, it's true to say the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes are the greatest rising talents of the righteous path. I won't deny that their sects and families contribute greatly to that reputation, since they're all major powers of the Central Plains martial world, because who would ever come from distant sects like Kunlun, King Cheng, or Kongtong? As for my place among the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, I can't defeat everyone in one move, but I'm roughly around the middle, or maybe a little below." After hearing that, Zhang Guang pushed the door open and walked out. "I understand, let's go." Leaving Yu Yongpeng confused. "What do you mean? You're really strange." And Zhang Guang calmly replied, "It's just my mood." The two then headed out into the street. Yu Yongpeng led him to a tea house near the inn and said, "It's here, follow behind me at a distance and pretend we're not together." And Zhang Guang nodded. "Got it." Zhang Guang then entered, randomly picked a table and sat down. His eyes soon fell on a woman in blue sitting not far away. So it's her, and such a chilling aura surrounds her. Yu Yongpeng secretly transmitted his voice, "Watch carefully and give me your advice." He then shyly walked over and greeted her, "Greetings, miss," and she politely replied, "Greetings, young hero Yu Yongpeng." Yu Yongpeng then picked up the teapot and tried to pour her some tea. He soon returned to Zhang Guang and asked, "So, what's the problem?" Zhang Guang stared at him blankly, "Are you kidding me?" Yu Yongpeng looked like he was about to cry. "I couldn't say another word after seeing her clear eyes because my heart felt like it would explode. So hurry and tell me what I should do." Zhang Guang sighed inwardly, "Good grief, isn't your very existence the real problem?" After thinking for a moment, he said, "I have an idea. If you can't communicate with your mouth, then use your body instead." But Yu Yongpeng shook his head. "Our relationship hasn't reached that stage." Zhang Guang frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? I meant challenge her to a duel, because once you make physical contact, you might understand each other without saying a word." But Yu Yongpeng glanced at the woman and replied, "Impossible. If I fought her, forget touching her, I'd probably lose my life." And Zhang Guang asked curiously, "Why?" Yu Yongpeng explained, "She's the poison phoenix of the Sichuan Tang family, Tang Yeji." Zhang Guang suddenly understood. "Tang Yeji? I'd lose my life. I see, she uses poison and hidden weapons. Perfect." And he immediately slammed the table and stood up. "I was planning to improve my poison resistance gradually, but things turned out differently." He walked over to Tang Yeji's table and greeted her, and she looked at him in confusion. "Young master, is something the matter?" Zhang Guang smiled, "I'd like to duel with you." Both Tang Yeji and Yu Yongpeng were completely stunned. The woman shook her head. "The Tang family only fights life-and-death duels, not friendly matches, so please step back." But Zhang Guang replied, "That's exactly what I mean, because if we fight, life and death are naturally on the line." Tang Yeji looked up and stared at him again, thinking he wasn't lying because even his voice, his attitude and everything about him matched his words. So was he really that confident? Or perhaps he was a true martial artist unafraid of death. So after thinking that, she replied, "I accept the life and death duel." Yu Yongpeng suddenly rushed over and blocked them. "Wait, what are you doing?" And Zhang Guang calmly answered, "Fighting, obviously." But Yu Yongpeng hurriedly tried to stop him. "No, absolutely not." Tang Yeji coldly asked, "Young hero Yu Yongpeng, why are you stopping this duel?" Yu Yongpeng thought to himself, "Miss Tang is so cold. I've admired her for so long, yet she has never noticed me. Good grief, Zhang Guang, who should you even blame now, because I still haven't managed to say a single heartfelt word. Yet you've come up with something this absurd." The embarrassment made his face turn red again, and I have to say it. I have to tell Miss Tang how I truly feel. He finally gathered his courage and shouted, "I don't want to see Miss Tang get hurt." Tang Yeji angrily slammed the table and stood up. "Do you mean I'll lose?" And Yu Yongpeng hurriedly waved his hands. "No, I only." But Tang Yeji cut him off. "Do I really look that weak? One day I'll duel young hero Yu Yongpeng myself, and then we'll see whether you can still say those words." But her words pierced Yu Yongpeng's heart like a spear, leaving him frozen in place, while she stepped before Zhang Guang and cupped her fists. Tang Yeji of the Sichuan Tang family greets Zhang Guang of the Kunlun Sect. Upon hearing the name Zhang Guang, Tang Yeji suddenly realized, "So you're that person?" And Zhang Guang asked curiously, "You know me?" So Tang Yeji nodded. "I heard about you from my younger sister." And Zhang Guang asked again, "Who is that?" Tang Yeji replied, "The Fist Phoenix Yon Yui Jin." Zhang Guang suddenly realized, "Oh, you mean the young lady with the beautiful hands. Did she speak badly about me? I was only complimenting her." Tang Yeji stared at him thinking, is he really that unusual? I need to test him. She then picked up a teapot. Poison can affect the body in many ways, such as destroying the lungs through breathing. It can work through skin contact, enter wounds to clot the blood, or be mixed into food or wine to destroy the internal organs. Among them, the hardest to detect and most dangerous method is through food. So if you drink this and remain conscious, I'll duel you. Zhang Guang accepted the teacup and examined it, finding the poison so potent that even a fly passing by would almost die from smelling it. Tang Yeji reassured him, "This isn't a lethal poison, and I swear on the Tang family's honor. Let's see whether you're worthy to face me." But before she finished speaking, Zhang Guang had already drained the cup. After drinking it, Zhang Guang calmly smiled. "Can you give me something stronger?" Yu Yongpeng and Tang Yeji were once again utterly shocked. Tang Yeji then took out 2 pouches of poison, one blue and one red. This time she used 2 different poisons. Thick white smoke rose from the cup, proving the poison inside was extremely potent, but Zhang Guang accepted it and said, "I'll enjoy drinking this." The other customers in the tea house also stood up in shock. Is he really drinking poison? This time Zhang Guang looked interested and praised it. The taste isn't bad at all. Tang Yeji was completely bewildered. This can't be happening. I can't sense any poison aura, so did he absorb all the poison? She asked, aren't your limbs numb or your breathing difficult? And Zhang Guang shook his head, not yet, so Tang Yeji asked again, then do you feel nauseous? And Zhang Guang calmly replied, I just skipped breakfast, so I'm only a little hungry. Tang Yeji suddenly understood. That's one way to put it. With poison, stronger isn't always better, and Zhang Guang smiled. Exactly, the poison user must be able to control it. Tang Yeji nodded in agreement. That's right, the best poison is one that won't endanger its user and can be cured afterward. And countless poisons in our family have been discarded because they failed to meet that standard. Another issue is cost, because if the cost exceeds the effectiveness, it will also be discarded. Zhang Guang asked, the Tang family must be very wealthy, right? But Tang Yeji shook her head. The funds allocated to me aren't that much, leaving Zhang Guang puzzled. But you're the poison phoenix. Tang Yeji opened the wooden box in her hands. In our family, strength is what matters most, so even though I'm called the poison phoenix, I'm only one talented descendant among many. That's why this has become my trump card. She handed the tiny bottle of poison to Zhang Guang. I've named this poison Dust Harmony 100 Echoes, and it's quite different from ordinary poisons. While Zhang Guang smiled as he accepted it. I'll drink it. Just like the previous 2 times, he quickly drank every last drop. This time he was no longer as relaxed as before and immediately sat cross-legged to circulate his energy. This is even better than I expected. What an excellent compound poison. Accumulated dust, countless transformations. So that's the meaning behind its name, along with ancient ginseng stone powder, entrancing grass, 7-step vine, and many other ingredients I don't recognize. Seeing blood spill from Zhang Guang's mouth, Tang Yeji and Yu Yongpeng anxiously urged him, young hero, if you can't endure it anymore, just say so. Miss Tang, wait, is winning really what matters now? Brother, I'll transfer my internal energy to help neutralize the poison, so don't worry. Zhang Guang frowned and said to them, quiet, I need to concentrate, so stop bothering me. The two were stunned once again. He's talking while circulating his internal energy, and he isn't suffering energy deviation. Others couldn't do it, but Zhang Guang could because of the wine is not wine art, which he had told Bixung Mu was merely a technique for removing the smell of alcohol. But in truth, it was a martial art created by the true heavenly demon before reaching the state of complete poison immunity. This martial art was originally meant to expel toxins invading the body. After a while, Zhang Guang finally spoke again. Miss Tang, I have a question. Was this poison created to leave its victim unable to live or die? Tang Yeji nodded. That's right, and from the righteous path's perspective, it's considered extremely cruel. Zhang Guang slowly stood up. This is quite effective. Simply killing someone only creates endless grudges, but using this can burden the enemy's family because caring for the victim will keep them occupied, and it doesn't even make them cough up too much blood. Tang Yeji nodded excitedly. Exactly, and it can also prevent a major conflict. While Zhang Guang continued, it also reduces costs because it's made from cheap ingredients, so the only real expense is labor, right? Leaving Tang Yeji shocked. You even know that. Yu Yongpeng stood between them, completely confused about what they were talking about. Then Zhang Guang asked Tang Yeji for the bottle of poison, and she readily handed it over. He then held his finger over the mouth of the bottle. Seeing liquid drip from his fingertip, Tang Yeji wondered, is he expelling Dust Harmony 100 Echoes from his body? And Zhang Guang smiled. I also mixed it with the previous poisons. Tang Yeji froze. How is that possible? Then how would the effects change? Zhang Guang thought for a moment. Let's see, since the original poison was already well refined, it'll probably become a little worse. While Tang Yeji thought, he's not from the Tang family, yet he understands poison this well. He's truly a genius. After thinking for a moment, she excitedly asked, do you have time? And Zhang Guang nodded. Yes, why? Making Yu Yongpeng stare in shock as her attitude suddenly became so friendly toward Zhang Guang. But after hearing her next words, he relaxed. I have other poisons too, and I want you to drink them and evaluate them, though some you'll have to smell or let pierce your skin. And Zhang Guang readily agreed. Fine, bring me as much as you want. Just then, another woman's voice came from outside. Sister, I'm late. Oh, young hero Yu Yongpeng is here too. The newcomer was Yon Yuijin, and the moment she saw Zhang Guang, her face immediately darkened. Zhang Guang waved and greeted her. Hello, miss. But Yon Yuijin turned away with a cold snort. We're not that close. The young man beside her stepped forward and offered a handshake. Are you the Kunlun devil who's become famous lately? and Zhang Guang replied in confusion, Kunlun is right, but not the rest, so who gave me that name? The young man glanced at the furious Yon Yuijin beside him. He then pointed to himself and introduced himself. I'm Nam Gong Ryok of the Namgung family, known as the Sword Dragon, so you've never heard my name? And Zhang Guang asked blankly, should I have? Tang Yeji then walked over and tugged at Zhang Guang's sleeve. Young hero Zhang Guang, this isn't the place, let's go. And Zhang Guang nodded, is that so? Nam Gong Ryok greeted Tang Yeji, Miss Tang, it's been a long time, won't you even spare me a glance? But Tang Yeji shook her head. Young Master Nam Gong Ryok, forgive my rudeness, but I'm rather busy right now. Yon Yuijin asked in confusion, sister, weren't we supposed to have tea together today? While Nam Gong Ryok also asked, what are you planning to do with him? I'm really curious about your relationship. Tang Yeji calmly replied, we're discussing poison, and young hero Zhang Guang is my kindred spirit. Yon Yuijin and Nam Gong Ryok couldn't believe it. A kindred spirit? Miss Tang actually used such intimate words for a man. Nam Gong Ryok sneered at Zhang Guang, so you know a lot about poison? And Zhang Guang casually replied, just a little. Nam Gong Ryok snorted, I suppose you enjoyed Miss Tang's poison. And Zhang Guang stroked his chin. The ones Miss Tang gave me earlier were indeed quite good, leaving the sword dragon shocked. What, you actually drank Miss Tang's poison? He immediately turned to Tang Yeji and asked, is he telling the truth? And she nodded, yes, while Yu Yongpeng added, he even expelled it immediately. Nam Gong Ryok was stunned. He drank poison from the Tang family of Sichuan and expelled it? That's impossible. Unless Miss Tang only gave him ordinary poison. Why would she do that? Could it be that Miss Tang ignored my sincere feelings, but paid attention to someone like him? I must show Miss Tang that I'm a man far stronger than someone like him. Thinking that, he raised his hand and shouted, Miss Tang, do you still have that poison? But Tang Yeji shook her head, I only had that one bottle. Nam Gong Ryok snorted and looked at Zhang Guang, impossible, give me the poison you expelled. And Zhang Guang pointed at the bottle in his hand, it's expensive. But Nam Gong Ryok urged, I'll apologize to you afterwards, so hand it over now. And Zhang Guang asked curiously, what are you planning to do with it? Nam Gong Ryok sneered, I'll drink it too. Zhang Guang held out his hand, asking for payment. Without hesitation, Nam Gong Ryok took out several gold ingots. Zhang Guang accepted the gold and thought to himself, is this enough? I should have brought junior brother with me. Maybe I should just keep standing here, and perhaps he'll give me more. Just as Zhang Guang expected, Nam Gong Ryok immediately threw his entire money pouch to him. Take it all. Zhang Guang's eyes lit up as he caught the pouch and stuffed it into his robe. I made quite a profit too. Nam Gong Ryok's expression darkened as he looked at the few drops of poison in the bottle. Only 3 drops, and Zhang Guang replied, that's enough to kill. Nam Gong Ryok shouted angrily, who do you think I am? Tang Yeji tried to stop him. Young hero Nam Gong Ryok, it's extremely dangerous, so please stop. But hearing that only made him more agitated. If he can do it, why can't I? And Tang Yeji explained, I don't mean to offend you, but young hero Zhang Guang is a special person. The more she explained, the more agitated Nam Gong Ryok became, until his eyes turned completely white. He decisively poured the poison into his mouth and shouted, I'm a special person too. The moment he swallowed it, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He staggered and collapsed to his knees. Seeing his condition, Yu Yongpeng said, Miss Tang, he really needs the antidote this time. But unexpectedly Tang Yeji shook her head. I don't have one, making Yon Yuijin panic. What? There's no antidote. And Tang Yeji explained, young hero Zhang Guang mixed 3 poisons before expelling them, so the antidotes I brought can't neutralize it. The customers in the tea house were horrified. The eldest young master of the Namgung family is going to die. This will shake the entire martial world. Left with no choice, Yu Yongpeng turned to Zhang Guang and pleaded, brother, save him if it's poison you expelled then. But before he could finish, Zhang Guang clasped his hands and chanted, boundless heavenly worthy, life is but dust that vanishes in the next moment, and young hero Nam Gong Ryok has nothing left to cling to. Seeing his expression, both women frowned, this devil. Nam Gong Ryok lay on the floor foaming at the mouth and convulsing violently as if he were about to die. Zhang Guang bent down and sighed, Miss Tang tried to stop you, so why wouldn't you listen? Seeing Zhang Guang's expression only made Nam Gong Ryok even more terrified. Zhang Guang put on a sinister smile, let me help you. First your chest tightens, your breathing becomes rapid, and it feels like your lungs are blocked. Protect your lungs and heart with internal energy, but then excruciating pain will spread through your esophagus and stomach. Next your limbs, fingers, and toes will gradually go numb until you lose all feeling. Just because of jealousy, I brought myself to such a miserable state. Me Nam Gong Ryok ending up like this. At that moment our eyes met. His offer to help sounded exactly like the whisper of a devil. Zhang Guang told him to sit up, then sat cross-legged behind him and said, "From now on, do exactly as I say." Tang Yeji thought to herself that this poison had changed from before, so even young hero Zhang Guang would have difficulty dealing with it. But her worries were unnecessary because what Zhang Guang cared about wasn't the poison itself. He circulated his energy and placed his palm on Nam Gong Ryok's back, wondering, how does the Namgung family's secret cultivation method circulate its energy? I'll transfer my internal energy, so accept it naturally and don't resist. I'll protect your heart and lungs first, then withdraw the true energy so you can use it to protect the other areas. Alright, begin. His true energy quickly flowed into Nam Gong Ryok's body. This internal cultivation method is impressive, worthy of comparison with the supreme divine art, so should I imitate it? Nam Gong Ryok quickly sensed something and was inwardly shocked. Is this brat using the grand heavenly expansion divine art? How could he possibly learn my family's secret cultivation method? Zhang Guang reminded him, clear your distracting thoughts and focus on circulating your energy. And Nam Gong Ryok sighed, forget it, surviving comes first. After a while, Zhang Guang warned everyone, when I count to 3, he'll expel the poison gas, so get ready, leaving everyone puzzled. What are we supposed to do? Zhang Guang didn't answer and simply began counting, while Nam Gong Ryok panicked inwardly. This feeling, wait, he said poison gas, so don't tell me. As soon as Zhang Guang finished counting, he leaped far away. Nam Gong Ryok then released an enormous burst of gas that spread throughout the entire tea house. Everyone inside the tea house was driven to nausea by the horrific stench. After this, even jumping into a river wouldn't clear Nam Gong Ryok's name. Miss Tang, it's not what it looks like. Unable to bear the psychological shock, he foamed at the mouth again and fainted. Zhang Guang, you damn devil. The Kunlun devil has returned, and when news that Nam Gong Ryok had been poisoned reached Unhack, he could only sigh helplessly. So that's the kind of rumor spreading too. Now explain yourself. Zhang Guang knelt below and began explaining everything. Young hero Yu Yong Peng of the Beggars Sect came to see me, then I drank Miss Tang's poison, and suddenly young hero Nam Gong Ryok arrived and insisted on drinking it too. After hearing everything, Unhack praised him. Well done, you answered your enemy's hostility with kindness, and your understanding of the way has risen another level. But you already cured Nam Gong Ryok, didn't you? And Zhang Guang shook his head. There are still a few minor aftereffects, but nothing too serious. Unhack asked curiously, what kind of aftereffects? And Zhang Guang smiled. Whenever he uses a certain level of internal energy, his intestines will become very active, so he'll probably pass gas again, but that's much better than dying from poison. The next morning, as soon as Zhang Guang stepped outside, he saw Baek Seung Mu diligently practicing martial arts in the courtyard, so he walked over and praised him. Excellent. That's enough for today, and hearing that, Baek Seung Mu dropped to the ground, panting. Zhang Guang walked over and asked, so, was it worth it? And Baek Seung Mu replied, I've finally started to feel it, and it's all thanks to your guidance, senior brother. Just then the waiter approached. Taoist master, you have a visitor. Zhang Guang looked puzzled. A visitor? All right, I'll be right there, junior brother, let's stop here and go eat. The visitor turned out to be Peng Suan. Zhang Guang, it's been a long time. Zhang Guang politely asked, have you been well? And Peng Suan walked over and patted his shoulder. I've been well, is Hio Ching here? Zhang Guang led him inside. Master is here, please come in, I'll go call him. After inviting everyone inside, Zhang Guang quickly ran upstairs. The young man beside Peng Suan was Peng Kangung, who watched Zhang Guang's back and said, so that's the Taoist Zhang Guang uncle often mentions, and he really is as carefree as you said. His martial arts are just as impressive, and he's the one who helped Peng Kangui so much. Peng Suan smiled, do you want to test him yourself? And Peng Kangung waved his hand, I do, but my brain tells me not to after hearing all those terrifying rumors on the way here. Peng Suan looked at him seriously, there's something I don't know whether I should say, and Peng Kangung replied, please tell me uncle, I'll remember it. Peng Suan warned, absolutely do not provoke him, understood? And Peng Kangung smiled, understood. Before long, Hioching came downstairs. My friend, why did you arrive so late? Peng Suan stepped forward to greet him. I had to settle a few matters, so I was delayed. And Hioching nodded. I see, are you confident? To which Peng Suan replied, I've done everything I possibly could, and now the rest depends on fate. Enough of that, let's go inside, and Peng Suan agreed. Right, I should greet the elders first. Before long, the afternoon passed, and the sun began to set. Hio Ching and Zhang Guang walked out to see Peng Suan and his companion off, and Peng Suan waved with a smile. See you tomorrow. Hio Ching then returned inside with Zhang Guang. Let's have a talk. The internal arrangements of the martial alliance are basically finished, and starting tomorrow will officially become part of it. You'll meet many martial artists from different sects and families, and although I know your personality, don't treat them like they're invisible. At least try to learn something from them. Even if you hadn't said so, I would have done that, and Hio Ching nodded with satisfaction. Good, I'm glad you think that way. Zhang Guang thought to himself, is that really so praiseworthy? This is my chance to wipe out those righteous factions. Hio Ching continued, you should also know there's some conflict over choosing the alliance leader, so no matter who provokes you, stay calm. The new alliance leader will hold tremendous authority because in the past we were too careless and allowed the demonic cult to wreak havoc for far too long. Things are different now, and after this assembly, the martial alliance will have strategies to deal with the demonic cult's gradual small-scale attacks against sects and families, leaving Zhang Guang puzzled. The demonic cult has been launching gradual attacks on smaller sects. Hio Ching explained, so you didn't know, the true heavenly demon, the source of all evil, slowly drained the strength of the Central Plains martial world instead of launching one massive assault, attacking smaller sects and families one by one to wear down their power. Boundless heavenly worthy, I hate to say this, but it's fortunate he died. Zhang Guang fumed inwardly, I never did any of that, so why is everything blamed on me? Just who impersonated the heavenly demon cult and made me take the blame? After thinking for a moment, he asked, Master, do you know the names of those attackers? And Hio Ching replied, I'm only naming the ones I suspect, making Zhang Guang silently swear, whoever they are, I won't let them off. Hio Ching quickly answered, the first is the blood-faced demon blade, Jionghu, leaving Zhang Guang stunned. That coward who starts blushing and crying over the slightest thing. Hio Ching continued, the Iron Soul Ice Fist, Mo Jianghu, and Zhang Guang was shocked again. That muscle-headed fool who spent his whole life bragging about the 3 characters in his name. How could someone like him come up with such schemes? The last is the Joyful Demon Maiden, So Huibin, making Zhang Guang gape. Wait, So Huibin may be a little sly, but she's actually serious, so calling her the Joyful Demon Maiden is too much. The martial world really loves smearing the demonic path. Hio Ching continued, they're all incredibly powerful and cruel, leading the demonic cult's elite forces to wipe out the Central Plains. While Zhang Guang wondered inwardly, those are all the people who betrayed me and disappeared after fleeing. Didn't they die after I beat them? Why are they still causing trouble in the Central Plains? And now I'm the one taking the blame for those bastards. Unaware of the truth, Hio Ching saw his disciple's expression and sighed inwardly. He must be furious over the demonic cult's actions, so I'd better change the subject to calm him down. What a righteous child. After thinking for a moment, he said, that's why choosing the alliance leader is so important. And Zhang Guang calmed down before asking, how is Patriarch Li, the man we're supporting for martial alliance leader? Hio Ching replied, he's a great hero with a face like a panda bear. And Zhang Guang asked again, then what's his weakness? Hio Ching answered, he's very ambitious, and Zhang Guang nodded. A man with both righteousness and ambition isn't bad, while Hio Ching agreed, I think so too, because people like that keep their promises. If Patriarch Li becomes alliance leader, he'll send experts to Qinghai City to prepare for the demonic cult's attacks. For the sake of our sect and the people of Qinghai City, it would be good if he became alliance leader. Zhang Guang looked into the distance and silently vowed, for a carefree journey across the world, I'll make it happen. The next morning, the Kunlun sect and the Li family headed to the martial alliance. A crowd of commoners rushed over, pleading, Immortal Elder, my old mother's life is nearly over, could you pray for her? And Immortal Masters, please save this humble one. Unhack stepped forward, bowed with clasped fists, and said, Boundless heavenly worthy, forgive this poor Taoist. I can only do this much because of my duties, but the Supreme Lord will surely appreciate your sincerity. The people repeatedly thanked them. Thank you, Immortal Elder, thank you, Immortal Masters. Walking beside them, Peng Suan reminded Peng Kangung, look carefully, this is the true bearing of Taoists, and Peng Kangung replied in amazement, they're incredible, there's not a trace of arrogance or superiority. He then glanced at Zhang Guang and thought to himself, they say Zhang Guang's personality is impossible to predict, but does he really have the bearing of a Taoist? He recalled Peng Kanghui's earlier words, that person truly carries the bearing of a Taoist, and once he appears in the world, everyone will remember his name. Peng Kangung clenched his fists. Then what about me? The one who will shake the martial world with his name is Peng Kangung. Even with his back turned, Zhang Guang could still sense the stare. Why does that guy keep looking at me? Since we're on the same side, I can't just punch him. Besides, his aura is different from the other martial artists of the Li family, even Peng Kanghui, though it's such a tiny difference that only someone with senses as sharp as mine could notice. I need to uncover what kind of person he really is, just like I did with Nam Gongryok. A little later, the group arrived at the Martial Alliance headquarters, where people were already waiting for them. As soon as they arrived, Moon Hyung's Zhuge Wu stepped forward with his men to welcome them. Welcome, Kunlun Sect and the Li family, to the Martial Alliance. Unhak politely replied, it's an honor to meet the heroes of the Zhuge family. You've worked hard traveling such a long distance. Zhang Guang looked around and thought, the defensive layout, it's pretty spacious. One man approached the group and said, you will likely need to attend the meeting immediately, so I'll have someone escort you to the guest quarters to arrange your belongings, and afterward you're free to look around. Another man stepped forward and said, I'll guide you. Everyone, please follow me. As he walked, Zhang Guang hummed to himself, thinking, the Martial Alliance's guest quarters must be pretty nice. But reality fell far short of his expectations, because the place they were taken to was even more rundown than the Kunlun Sect's rooms. Zhang Guang couldn't help grumbling inwardly, can I just go back to Kunlun? The young man leading them coughed awkwardly. It has a bit of an old-fashioned charm, doesn't it? Zhang Guang's face turned red with anger. Old-fashioned my foot, while a Kunlun disciple smiled and said, it's fine, it has tiles and walls, so it's already quite respectable. Peng Kangung pointed inside and said, Zhang Guang, once you step in, you'll change your mind, and Zhang Guang asked, why? So Peng Kangung smiled, just go inside and see. He then cupped his fists toward the Kunlun group. Master Yung Wu will return to our guest quarters now, and Yung Wu politely returned the greeting, until next time, young master. Peng Kangung turned and left, thinking as he walked, judging by Zhang Guang's expression, he isn't pleased with the guest quarters. If you're driven by worldly desires, dealing with you may be easier than I thought. Zhang Guang pushed the door open and was immediately surprised. What's this? Why is everything inside so much nicer than the outside? And Baek-seung Mu said, maybe they did it to avoid attracting outsiders' attention. Zhang Guang frowned and thought, afraid of looking unlike the righteous path, so even their buildings have different exteriors and interiors. When Yu Yongpeng suddenly appeared at the door, brother, so you're here. Zhang Guang looked at him in confusion. What's going on? Yu Yongpeng walked in smiling. I heard the Kunlun Sect arrived, so I came to visit, but now that you're at the Martial Alliance, are you really just staying in your room? Come out and have some fun with me. Zhang Guang asked, why me? And Yu Yongpeng laughed, come on, brother, I'm here to thank you. So Zhang Guang asked again, have things progressed with Miss Tang already? Yu Yongpeng proudly pointed at himself, don't be surprised, Miss Tang herself asked me to guide you around. The two looked at him helplessly, so that's what you call progress. Yu Yongpeng laughed loudly, Miss Tang asked for my help, doesn't that mean she trusts me? While Baek-seung Mu thought helplessly, this guy is hopelessly dense. Yu Yongpeng changed the subject, enough about that, where do you want to go? And Zhang Guang replied in confusion, wasn't Miss Tang the one who asked you to guide me? Yu Yongpeng continued, she still has something to prepare, so we have some time, and Zhang Guang sighed, but I don't know where to go. Yu Yongpeng pointed to himself and said, then let's visit the Hall of Heroic Deeds. Every righteous martial artist has to go there. The Hall of Heroic Deeds means displaying heroic righteousness. Hearing that name, Zhang Guang thought it was describing himself, while Yu Yongpeng pointed to a robe on display and explained, this belonged to the previous alliance leader, the blood-soaked robe he wore while driving back the demonic cult. Beside it is the saber of Chu Ming, the blood-faced demon blade who once led the demonic cult. Zhang Guang looked at the saber before him and nodded inwardly. This really is that cautious fellow's weapon. Beside it are the gauntlets of that fool Mo Jianghu. So after I killed those bastards, this is what became of them. I wonder what happened to the weapons I used in my previous life, though they're probably making people fight bloody battles over them now. Seeing Zhang Guang suddenly smile, Yu Yongpeng said, you're really different. Zhang Guang asked in confusion, what do you mean? And Yu Yongpeng replied, have you looked around? Don't you notice the difference between yourself and everyone else? Hearing that, Zhang Guang turned and looked at a woman nearby who was crying her eyes out. He then turned back to Yu Yongpeng and asked, am I supposed to cry too? And Yu Yongpeng shook his head. No, not cry, this is the martial alliance. If you're part of the righteous path, this is how martial artists are expected to behave, because this place is full of people with such old-fashioned ideas. That's why people like you are easily misunderstood. So difficult as it may be, it'd be better if you pretended to be like everyone else. Zhang Guang pointed ahead and replied, actually, I don't really understand the common thinking of the righteous path, because honoring righteous people who died is fine, but why did they have to die in the first place? Yu Yongpeng asked in confusion, didn't they die for righteousness? And Zhang Guang replied, is that really what righteousness means? Even if the enemy is stronger, you still risk your life? So Yu Yongpeng answered, of course, for righteousness I'd do anything, even sacrifice my life. But Zhang Guang calmly said, I wouldn't. Yu Yongpeng was stunned. What? Zhang Guang asked in confusion, why charge at an enemy you know you can't beat? Why die together instead of retreating? You must stay alive first, because only by living can you continue doing righteous deeds. Yu Yongpeng stood stunned. I've never thought about that, and honestly it's still hard for me to accept. So Zhang Guang patted his shoulder. Everyone thinks differently, just know that this is another way to see it. Yu Yongpeng laughed. I guess I need to think about it more, and don't misunderstand, I'm not criticizing you. So Zhang Guang sighed. Why would I? Shouldn't we be heading to Miss Tang now? As they arrived, Tang Yeji warmly ran out to greet them. Perfect timing, I just finished preparing. Yu Yongpeng lit up with excitement and couldn't stop smiling. Following Tang Yeji inside, they saw another figure already seated in the pavilion ahead. Seeing them arrive, the man stood and greeted them. Long time no see, brother Yu Yongpeng. And Yu Yongpeng smiled. Brother Tang, you've been well. The young man looked at Zhang Guang in confusion, and Yu Yongpeng introduced him. This is Zhang Guang of the Kunlun Sect. The young man immediately cupped his fists. A pleasure to meet you, young hero Zhang Guang. I am Tang Ogun, young master of the Tang family, and I've heard much about you from my junior sister. Zhang Guang nodded, pleased to meet you, while Tang Yeji sighed inwardly. Why is he talking so much? Tang Ogun continued, I heard you're very knowledgeable about poison, so what do you think of it? And Zhang Guang calmly replied, I both love and hate it. Tang Ogun asked again, I understand the hate, but why love it? And Zhang Guang answered with a question, is there anything else that can kill or save people as effectively as poison? Tang Ogun shook his head no. Zhang Guang continued, poison users can accomplish almost anything they want, yet those who know nothing never stop talking about how terrible poison is, leaving Tang Ogun unable to refute him and only able to nod in agreement. He then invited them into the pavilion. You only truly understand after experiencing it, but sadly, using poison on people like them. Not far away, an old man stood on a rooftop watching them. That kid understands poison remarkably well. So that's Zhang Guang, this will be interesting. Looking at the table covered with bottles, Yu Yongpeng couldn't help asking, are all of these poisons? And Tang Yeji replied, yes, mine, my senior brothers, and those made by our Tang family brothers and sisters. Zhang Guang thought excitedly, wonderful, I wonder how many bottles there are. Tang Ogun explained, the poison in the front row is 3-step soul shatter, my finest creation. But before he could continue, Tang Yeji interrupted him. Senior brother, wait, are you cutting in? And Tang Ogun frowned. I just wanted to introduce mine first. Ignoring him, Tang Yeji picked up a bottle and said to Zhang Guang, young hero Zhang Guang, it's nothing extraordinary, but I'd appreciate your help. And Zhang Guang nodded, sure, I'll try it now. Zhang Guang then picked up the poison and drank it. After enduring it for a while, he sat cross-legged and began circulating his energy. Just like before, he forced the poison back out of his body. The group then discussed and evaluated the poison together. As time passed, Zhang Guang tested every poison on the table, then said, the ones on the right have greater potential. Tang Ogun laughed excitedly, most of those are mine, while Tang Yeji sighed sadly, only 2 of them are mine. Zhang Guang smiled, including Dust Fusion Blend, that's 3, and I think Dust Fusion Blend is the best. This time Tang Ogun looked dejected while Tang Yeji beamed with joy. The two exchanged proud glances before Zhang Guang interrupted. I'll take my leave now, and when you've improved the poisons, call me again. He then called Yu Yongpeng to leave together, but Yu Yongpeng stayed behind because he had something to say to Miss Tang. Hearing that, Zhang Guang left by himself. Outside, Zhang Guang curiously looked at the stone beast by the gate. Is this a Qilin? While he was examining the stone Qilin, someone suddenly spoke to him. Hey kid, do you know what this is? It was the old man who had been watching them from the rooftop. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guang calmly walked past him as if they had never met, and the old man merely nodded. Fine then. Only then did the old man realize something. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhang Guang, who asked in confusion, "What's wrong, sir?" The old man pointed at himself and introduced himself. "I am Tang Guichuang, the Poison Sovereign, so have you changed your mind?" Zhang Guang thought the Poison Sovereign, one of the 10 supreme masters of the righteous martial world. But no matter how he looked, the old man didn't seem worthy of that title. If anyone in the heavenly demon cult dared use such an arrogant title, they'd be beaten half to death. You people of the Central Plains are really too kind to let him strut around with that title for so many years. And seeing Zhang Guang staring blankly, the old man asked, "Hey brat, judging by your face, you don't like me, do you?" Zhang Guang replied, "What's wrong with my expression?" And Tang Guichuang scratched his head. "It looks like you're looking down on me, but never mind." Zhang Guang sighed, "If you have nothing else to say, I'm leaving." But Tang Guichuang quickly stopped him. "Wait, don't you know basic manners? Didn't your grandmaster teach you?" Zhang Guang stroked his chin. "Let me think. I don't think Great Grandmaster ever taught me that," making Tang Guichuang wonder. Great Grandmaster? Who is this brat's Great Grandmaster? Alright, it's Saint Woon Jiok, just as his reputation suggests. If he weren't Saint Woon Jiok's disciple, this rude brat would have already been beaten senseless. The more he thought about it, the more he sighed. A true master with a disciple like you. While Zhang Guang clenched his fists angrily. What did I even do? Tang Guichuang waved his hand. "Forget it. How is the saint's health?" "I heard his energy center was destroyed," and Zhang Guang replied, "He's gradually recovering." Tang Guichuang was shocked. "What do you mean?" And Zhang Guang calmly answered, "I healed him." Tang Guichuang wondered inwardly. I've never heard of restoring a destroyed energy center, and he wouldn't lie about his great grandmaster, so this brat must truly excel in poison. If that's true, then his medical skills must also be exceptional. After thinking for a while, he said to Zhang Guang, "Hey brat, I'll give you the greatest gift in the world." And Zhang Guang curiously asked, "What's that?" The old man spread his arms and invited him, "Become my disciple." Shortly afterward, Zhang Guang returned to his lodging. "You followed me all the way just to say that?" Tang Guichuang kept following him. "You still haven't answered." So Zhang Guang replied, "You expect a Kunlun disciple to become your disciple." Just then, Unhack arrived with the Kunlun group. "What are you talking about?" Seeing Unhack, the old man cupped his fists. "Greetings, Taoist master, I am Tang Guichuang," and Unhack politely replied, "I am Unhack, what brings you here?" Without hesitation, Tang Guichuang answered, "I want to become Zhang Guang's master," leaving the Kunlun disciples speechless. Tang Guichuang explained, "I don't mean leaving his sect, I only want to teach him a few things, and since he looks a bit slow, calling us master and disciple is simply easier." So Unhack asked, "You'll teach him without a formal discipleship ceremony?" Tang Guichuang nodded, "That's right, I'll teach him everything I can, so I hope you'll permit it." And Unhack asked, "Why did you choose Zhang Guang?" Pointing at Zhang Guang, Tang Guichuang explained, "If he learns everything I know, he'll become an unparalleled genius. This brat has outstanding talent, and he also reminds me of my younger self, which makes me want to teach him even more." Zhang Guang looked at him in confusion. "I look like you when you were young. That's ridiculous." As if struck where it hurt, Tang Guichuang angrily shouted, "I wasn't talking about your face, you little brat. What's wrong with my face?" He then stormed off. "I've said everything I needed to, so give me your answer when I return. I'm leaving. No need to see me off." He leaped away under the bewildered gazes of the Kunlun disciples. Unhack sighed helplessly. "Nothing but strange things today," and Zhang Guang nodded in agreement. "Exactly," making Unhack ask, "And now you're saying that too?" Zhang Guang sighed. "This really is absurd, but what exactly happened? Please come inside and I'll explain." After hearing the whole story, Hiocheng was astonished. "You drank that much poison?" And Zhang Guang shook his head. "It wasn't that much." Unhack sighed in relief. "Luckily you expelled it all." But Zhang Guang replied, "Not all of it, there's still some left." Unhack and the others were shocked. "Why?" And Zhang Guang smiled, "To build poison resistance." Unhack still looked worried. "Training like that is fine, but what do you think about the Poison Sovereign's offer? Learning from someone like him is a rare opportunity." Zhang Guang glanced at Hiocheng. "One master is enough," making Hiocheng so moved he nearly cried. "My precious Zhang Guang. I only have you, well, plus Bixung Mu, 2 disciples are enough." While Zhang Guang sighed inwardly, "One nagging master is already enough." Unhack nodded. "I understand, then stay firm because the Poison Sovereign is persistent and will definitely return." Zhang Guang grinned mischievously. "Then let's ambush him," and Unhack sighed helplessly. "I'd rather you hit me instead. Tomorrow before going to the Martial Alliance, I'll visit the Tang family head and settle this." So Zhang Guang sighed. will the poisoned sovereign really let it go? Hyo Chung reassured him, he may seem like that, but he listens to his son, so don't worry. Unhak added, if the poisoned sovereign comes again, no matter how annoyed you get, don't hit him, understand? And Zhang Guang excitedly asked, wouldn't fighting him help my martial arts improve? Unhak angrily snapped, were you even listening? And Zhang Guang quickly replied, I won't fight him. The next morning, just as promised, the poisoned sovereign arrived. Brat, become my disciple. Zhang Guang coldly replied, you came only because the elders aren't here. And Tang Giechuang snapped, enough nonsense, answer me. The crowd gathered around to watch and whispered among themselves, the poisoned sovereign is angry again. Yet Zhang Guang stubbornly answered, I'm not interested, making the poisoned sovereign angrily raise his hand. Looks like I need to teach you respect first. Yongwu hurried over to mediate, please calm down, let's settle this with words, while Zhang Guang secretly thought, I actually want to fight him too. But the moment he thought that, images of Unhak and Hyochung flashed through his mind. I almost got lectured again, I'd better use that method. Thinking that, he tapped one of his own acupoints. In front, Yongwu and the poisoned sovereign were still arguing. Suddenly, Zhang Guang let out a miserable scream from behind them. Seeing him suddenly cough up blood, Beek Seung Mu and the others cried out in shock, senior brother, what's wrong? Zhang Guang gritted his teeth and said, poison. The poisoned sovereign froze, I didn't use any poison. Even the surrounding spectators were stunned. The poisoned sovereign poisoned a Kunlun disciple. The scene then shifted to the Tang family. Unhak and the others were there as the Tang family head bowed. On behalf of my father, I apologize. But Unhak replied, we didn't come here just to hear your apology. This man was Tang Yongyong, the Tang family head, and hearing that he nodded, I understand and I sincerely apologize. Unhak thought to himself, so the rumors were true. The father causes trouble everywhere while the son, as family head, is always left apologizing and cleaning up afterward. Unhak then stood up, we'll take our leave now, and Tang Yongyong replied, won't you attend the meeting? After seeing my father, I'll go as well, let me see you out. Just then loud shouting came from outside, stop, you can't barge in here. It's urgent, are this sect's elders inside? Hyochung said to Unhak, isn't that Yonghyan's voice? The commotion outside continued, what happened? Something has happened between your supreme elder and our disciple. What is it? An assassination? There's no time, hurry and report it. Hearing that, Hyochung and Unhak were shocked. What trouble has that brat Zhang Guang caused this time? Tang Yongyong quickly pushed the door open and asked, explain clearly, and Yonghyan immediately replied, the poisoned sovereign poisoned our disciple Zhang Guang. Hyochung and the others sighed in relief, so he wasn't harming others, he was the victim, thank goodness. But they quickly realized something was wrong, Zhang Guang, the victim. Unhak asked Yonghyan, how is Zhang Guang now? Yonghyan explained he was taken back to his room to rest, and while senior brother was circulating his energy, I came to report it, so I don't know his current condition. Then Unhak asked, what about the poisoned sovereign? He's confronting our fellow disciples, so Unhak hurried off. That won't do, let's go at once. Tang Yongyong also rushed after them. Please forgive us for letting this happen again, I'll come with you. As soon as they reached the street, they heard people gossiping. Have you heard? The poisoned sovereign poisoned a Kunlun disciple. They say the senile poisoned sovereign attacked one and even started fighting. No, the senile poisoned sovereign embarrassed himself and was saved by the Kunlun Taoist, but now he'll probably bury that Taoist alive. Unhak asked in confusion, Yonghyan, why is your story completely different from theirs? And Yonghyan replied, it seems the rumors have become distorted, I really don't know. The group quickly arrived where the poisoned sovereign and the Kunlun disciples were still confronting each other in the courtyard. I'll say this one last time, move aside. No, please go back. These fools, do they really need bloodshed before they'll listen? Seeing things escalating, Tang Yongyong immediately rushed forward. The poisoned sovereign was startled when he saw his son arrive. Tang Yongyong was holding something and swung it straight at the top of his father's head. Meanwhile, Unhak and the others hurried into Zhang Guang's room. Are you all right? To their surprise, Zhang Guang was lying leisurely on the bed as if nothing had happened. You've arrived. Unhak could only point at him, completely speechless. He turned to Yonghyan and asked, he's perfectly fine, and Yonghyan was equally speechless. After hearing Zhang Guang explain everything, Unhak finally understood. So you expelled the poison you'd kept to build resistance just to damage the poisoned sovereign's reputation. Zhang Guang looked puzzled. Damage his reputation? I only said there was poison, I never said the poisoned sovereign poisoned me. And Unhak sighed, so everyone there misunderstood. Zhang Guang smiled innocently. that's right. Just then Yongwoo entered from outside, and as soon as Unhack saw him, he asked about the poisoned sovereign. Yongwoo replied he ran away to avoid the Tang family head who's chasing him now, leaving everyone speechless. Did it really have to come to this? The wronged poisoned sovereign flew into a rage because hardly anyone believed him, and even his own son didn't trust him. Didn't you see it? The moment he saw the poisoned sovereign, he pulled out his eme staff. Yongwoo raised his hand to interrupt. I have something to say. Unhack asked, what is it? Are you suggesting Zhang Guang really caused a misunderstanding, so we should go to the Tang family and clear everything up? Yongwoo excitedly replied, exactly, Martial Uncle, your insight is truly admirable. But Unhack shook his head. I reject that, you really don't know how to adapt. Hearing that, Yongwoo dejectedly sat down and burst into tears while Baekseung Mu sympathetically patted his shoulder, and Unhack continued lecturing. Sometimes I honestly can't tell whether you're simply upright or just naive. Zhang Guang interrupted, you're all overthinking this, and Unhack looked at him in confusion. Then tell us, what do you think we should do? Zhang Guang explained, there are two ways. First, since only we know the truth, just leave it as it is. The highest virtue is like water, it flows naturally without conflict. Second, if we follow the way, then let's follow it properly, making Unhack tense up. You're planning to fight the poisoned sovereign, can you? Zhang Guang smiled, with great grandmaster uncle here, who is there to fear? And Unhack sighed, I'm afraid of you. Just then someone came to report, honored Taoists, you have a visitor, and Unhack asked in confusion, a visitor? The man continued, the head of the Tang family wishes to meet Taoist Zhang Guang, making everyone turn pale while Zhang Guang calmly stretched, what must come has come. After meeting Zhang Guang, Tang Yangyong said, I've already heard most of it from my father. Zhang Guang asked, what did he say? Tang Yangyong replied, my father said you ruined his reputation, and Zhang Guang asked, you believed him? Tang Yangyong frowned, I know my father acts on impulse, but he has never lied to me. Zhang Guang grew slightly tense and thought, so much for the highest virtue being like water. After thinking for a moment, he calmly asked, then why did you come? Because you don't seem here to fight or question me. Tang Yangyong replied, I came to say a few words because you've done me a great favor, thank you. Zhang Guang looked puzzled, you're thanking me for this? And Tang Yangyong nodded, thanks to you, I was finally able to scold him. Zhang Guang said, I thought you'd be angry over your family's honor. And Tang Yangyong took a sip of tea. For decades I've always yielded to my father, but not this time. Zhang Guang said in surprise, you've had it rough, and Tang Yangyong replied, you're the one who's had it harder. Thank you for carefully evaluating so many poisons made by the Tang family's descendants. While Zhang Guang answered, it benefited both sides, nothing special, and Tang Yangyong asked, will it stay that way? Zhang Guang replied, as a guest, how could I behave rudely? Making Tang Yangyong hold his head helplessly. Your way of thinking is truly complicated. For a family that uses poison, someone as capable as you is extremely dangerous. Zhang Guang sneered inwardly, I like how direct he is, then coldly said, then killing me would solve everything. Tang Yangyong gritted his teeth, honestly I thought so too. Zhang Guang laughed, you're very honest, and Tang Yangyong continued, no matter how I calculated, there was no answer, so become a friend of our family from now on. I'll take my leave. See you again. Zhang Guang still asked curiously, why did you really come? And Tang Yangyong replied, to thank you and see what kind of person you are. Zhang Guang asked again, so have you figured me out? Tang Yangyong shook his head, not at all. After Tang Yangyong returned, Tang Giechwang hurried over asking, what did that brat say? Was I right? I was wronged, wasn't I? Tang Yangyong sighed, father, you're too greedy, and Tang Giechwang followed. He's a true genius, of course I'd want him, and you want this settled quickly too, right? Leave it to me. Tang Yangyong glared at him and warned, if you cause trouble again, I won't let it slide. And Tang Giechwang protested, what, are you going to beat me again? Tang Yangyong coldly replied, not just once, leaving the old man speechless. Ignoring him, Tang Yangyong entered his room, shut the door, and told him to go home. Tang Giechwang turned and left with a snort. That brat actually dares look down on this old man. He then looked up at the sky and sighed. This runs deep, I'd better have a drink. He walked into a pavilion in the garden and drank alone. Good grief, why does today's wine taste so bitter? Have you two seen enough yet? As soon as he spoke, two figures emerged from the darkness. My, you look miserable, you should hurry up and die. And the other added, why so gloomy? Are you planning to kill someone? Tang Giechwang angrily shouted, aren't you too old as well? And you old Yue, you're really getting on my nerves. The two newcomers were also elderly men near death, and one said, I'm a year younger than you, why get angry? I'm only telling the truth. Are you two challenging me? Come at me together. What, I heard you fought your own son this morning, but do you still have the strength? Then the other sighed, why do you always poke at someone's sore spot? Forgive him, poisoned sovereign, I apologize on his behalf. Tang Giechuang snorted and poured himself another drink. You bastards are so annoying, forget it. Arguing with you gains me nothing. Seeing how easygoing he was today, the two men looked at each other in surprise. I heard you tried to poison a young disciple of the Kunlun sect. That's just a ridiculous rumor, right? And Tang Giechuang snapped, of course it's just a rumor. That Zhang Guang kid is something else, he really got you good. And Tang Giechuang nodded. He's more than impressive, he's a once-in-a-generation genius. Listen to you, are you really trying to steal a disciple from the Kunlun sect? And Tang Giechuang sighed as he set down his cup. It's difficult. The other man was surprised, even someone like you knows what difficult means. And Tang Giechuang calmly stroked his beard. You'll understand once you meet that brat. After all these years, this is the first time I've met someone so carefree. Yet someone like him stays in a strict Taoist sect like Kunlun, which means his loyalty to his sect runs very deep. Tang Giechuang sighed, you can't imagine how stubbornly he opposed me. Just give up, there are plenty of smart, capable youngsters in your family. Tang Giechuang snapped, do you think I never wanted to pass my secret arts to my descendants? The problem is my son isn't interested. My grandchildren still aren't skilled enough, and at my age I can't just sit around waiting. I don't really want to steal anyone's disciple. I only want to pass on what I've learned, yet that brat still refused. The two men were astonished. That arrogant old man wants the kid that badly. Is he really the greatest genius under heaven? The two then stood up together. Ah, this old body of mine, I'll head back and rest. And the other added, I'll leave too, let's have lunch together tomorrow. Tang Giechuang didn't bother stopping them. Hey, you left the wine jug behind. Ah, I've been found out. Back to Zhang Guang, he was sleeping in bed when his craving for meat suddenly returned. Unable to resist, he immediately sat up. Should I sneak into one of the Martial Alliance's restaurants? As soon as he stepped outside, he heard people arguing nearby. Why the hell are you here? I should be asking you that. You said you were going back to rest, so why are you here? Are you afraid people won't know you're a beggar unless you treat the streets as your home? And the two arguing were Tang Giechuang's old friends. Zhang Guang peeked over and wondered, who are those old men, a beggar and a huge old man? The old beggar pointed at himself, I got here first, bastard, and seeing how filthy he was, Zhang Guang instantly lost his appetite. The huge old man replied, who let you decide that? When you're ready for the yellow springs, I'll let you have it. And after looking at him, Zhang Guang completely lost interest in eating. The two old men suddenly turned to look at him. They rushed over excitedly and asked, are you Zhang Guang, young hero? And Zhang Guang replied in confusion, who are you two? They immediately introduced themselves. I am Yue Manchun of the Yue family in Shandong. You may call me Spear Sovereign. And I am Yun Huigu, Supreme Elder of the Beggar Sect. You may call me Beggar Sovereign. Zhang Guang wasn't too surprised and asked, what brings you here? And Yun Huigu said, young Taoist, I heard Tang Giechuang wanted to take you as his disciple and that you refused. Why? Zhang Guang calmly replied, one master is enough for me. And the old man asked, your master is Hiocheng, right? I've heard that Taoist is quite capable. But it seems you don't understand the weight carried by one of the 10 sovereigns. And Zhang Guang calmly asked, how heavy is it? The old man drew the beggar's staff from his waist. I'll show you why we're called the 10 sovereigns. He immediately spun the staff and performed the beggar's staff technique. Dog beating staff strike. Dog faces the heavens. Watching from the side, Zhang Guang thought, a straightforward thrust with no restraint. This martial art is more direct than those of other righteous sects. And the technique is executed with great finesse instead of relying only on power. When the old man finished, Zhang Guang applauded and praised him. But if you lowered your stance a little and shortened the distance, it would be even better. Didn't the beggar's sect founder, or whatever he's called, create it while catching dogs and then adapt it to capture villains? So why ignore his original intent just to make it look prettier? Yue Manchun was stunned after hearing his explanation. Zhang Guang bent down and swung his arm around. So try widening your movement path and imagine your enemy is a dog instead of a person, making Yue Manchun secretly think, why does this look so familiar? He unconsciously recalled his master teaching him, disciple, it seems you're putting too much force into your shoulders. And he replied, master, are you getting senile? I'm not. The old man walked over and smacked him. Quit your nonsense, you brat, you're a beggar. Do you think you're some great hero? What did I do wrong? Look at how you perform the dog beating staff technique. Aren't you just trying to look cool? This is the guild leader's supreme art, master. Shouldn't it look majestic? You're a beggar, so perform it like one. You're not a hero hunting a demon, you're a beggar catching dogs, understand? Only by using it with a humble heart can you uphold justice without ambition. Recalling everything, he suddenly realized, back then I never thought deeply about it, lower myself and shorten the distance. That's right, only then can I get as close to my enemy as possible. Such a simple principle of casting aside flashy appearances, yet I forgot it. Standing nearby, Yoon Huigu was secretly astonished. He only watched the martial art once and gave advice that made that old man attain enlightenment. He's no longer just the greatest genius under heaven, he's the greatest genius of all time. I must take this kid with me. Thinking that, he turned to Zhang Guang and asked, "Young hero Zhang Guang, what do you think of the beggar's sect's martial arts?" And Zhang Guang nodded. "They're quite interesting." He leaned close and whispered, "A warning, don't get involved with that guy." And Zhang Guang asked in confusion, "Why?" Yoon Huigu immediately badmouthed his companion. His personality is so strange that even the beggar's sect doesn't treat him well. He calls himself a free spirit and wanders alone, and he's always exaggerating. Yue Mansion angrily shouted, "I heard every word, you old fool." Zhang Guang, you may not know this, but that guy was thrown out by his uncle, making Yoon Huigu panic. "Where did you hear that ridiculous rumor?" The two old men immediately started arguing again. "Didn't you use teaching martial arts as an excuse to beat up your descendants, so you got kicked out?" "I only traveled because my wife told me to go out and relax before coming home." "You were obviously thrown out, you lonely old beggar." "Beggars are always alone, and I walked out on my own 2 feet. Standing nearby, Zhang Guang helplessly covered his ears. "Good grief, you're deafening me. You'll wake everyone up." The two old men kept glaring at each other. "I've disliked you from the start." "Same here, now that we've said it, let's settle this with a fight today." Zhang Guang finally shouted, "You're too noisy. If you want to fight, then do it somewhere else. How am I supposed to eat meat with you making this much noise?" The two old men were stunned after being scolded by him. "Are we really that noisy? This brat actually dares speak to us like that. Looks like I need to teach him some manners." They exchanged another glance. "Brother Yue, now isn't the time for us to fight, so withdraw your killing intent. Then you do it first." "Hey, old man, you don't trust me? Well, do you even trust yourself?" Unhack and the Kunlun disciples also rushed out from inside. "What happened? Why is the killing intent so intense?" Seeing them, Zhang Guang sighed. "Oh well, there goes my dream of eating meat." The surrounding crowd gathered and asked in confusion, "Were you two the ones releasing that killing intent? What exactly happened?" "You two are going to fight here? Oh, then I can't miss this." Under the countless stares, the two frowned. "Damn it, how did we end up becoming a spectacle for everyone?" Zhang Guang clicked his tongue in disappointment. "Just looking at them, you can tell they won't fight." Unhack glanced at Zhang Guang. "Why does this situation feel strangely familiar?" Zhang Guang covered his mouth and turned to go inside. Unhack asked in confusion, "It's so lively out here and you're going back in?" Zhang Guang calmly replied, "They're just standing face to face, there's nothing worth watching." The crowd kept discussing, why are those two just standing there releasing such powerful killing intent? Are they pretending to attract attention? "What are you talking about? They still have their pride." Zhang Guang shouted to the crowd, "Everyone go home, these two don't have the guts to fight each other." The two old men broke into a cold sweat. "Why can I hear every single word that brat says so clearly? Brother Yue, we have no other choice now." After saying that, he swung his staff at his opponent. "Watch my ball staff technique." The spear master raised his spear and unleashed the tyrant wolf spear technique. The two had no choice but to charge at each other to preserve what little dignity they had left. Zhang Guang put an arm around Bixung Mu's shoulder and turned inside. "Junior brother, let's go in." Bixung Mu asked, "Senior brother, how can we miss such an intense showdown?" Zhang Guang explained, "Did you notice anything while watching them fight?" Bixung Mu replied, "Maybe my realm is still too low, so I couldn't see anything." Zhang Guang nodded, "Exactly, we're not like those grandmasters, so even if we watched, we wouldn't understand anything, just focus on your cultivation. For the next few days, try practicing the youth sword technique." Bixung Mu immediately drew his sword and performed the technique just as Zhang Guang had instructed. Standing to the side, Zhang Guang watched and thought, he's improved, but compared to the senior brothers, his physique is still far too weak. After a while, Bixung Mu sheathed his sword and asked, "Senior brother, what do you think?" Zhang Guang nodded, "Not bad, but honestly your physique is still too weak, so you need to work much harder." Seeing Bixung Mu looking discouraged, he encouraged him, "Don't be upset, things can change depending on how you approach them." Bixung Mu patted his chest and asked, "Then what should I do?" Zhang Guang pointed at himself. "You need determination because your confidence is practically zero right now. Every time you finish a technique, you run over asking what I think." Bixung Mu looked puzzled. Isn't that normal? Zhang Guang clenched his fist. The problem is you ask with a scared face, so ask boldly instead of being afraid. You should say, wasn't I already perfect? Let's move on to the next step, senior brother. Bixung Mu stammered, but my ability isn't that good. Zhang Guang lectured him, you must immerse yourself in confidence, and if anyone criticizes you, shout back, you're next, today's your unlucky day. Then charge in, because that's what makes martial arts fun and gives you a sense of achievement, and your strength will naturally improve. Bixung Mu clenched his fists. I'll give it a try. Zhang Guang encouraged him, then do it now and show everyone your debut performance. Bixung Mu asked, what do you mean? Zhang Guang roared like a gorilla. Repeat after me, I am the second greatest person under heaven, Bixung Mu. Bixung Mu pulled a long face and broke into a cold sweat. Zhang Guang asked in confusion, what's with that face? Bixung Mu replied, then does that mean you're the greatest person under heaven, senior brother? Got a problem with that? And no. Bixung Mu thought to himself, that's true, I don't know about anything else, but when it comes to martial arts, senior brother is absolutely trustworthy. I once told father I wanted to catch up to senior brother by following his back, and if I can't even trust my role model's words, how can I ever improve? Thinking that, he made up his mind and shouted, I am the second greatest person under heaven, Bixung Mu. Zhang Guang praised him. Good, next say, I am the golden fist sword hero, Bixung Mu. Bixung Mu asked, what's a golden fist sword hero? Zhang Guang explained, I didn't want your business talent to go to waste, so I added those words, now say it. Bixung Mu paid no attention, closed his eyes and shouted again, I am the golden fist sword hero, Bixung Mu. After he finished shouting, Zhang Guang asked, how do you feel now? Bixung Mu patted his chest and sighed in relief. Shouting like that really does make me feel much better. Zhang Guang encouraged him, good, keep it up. Yes, senior brother. Just then, loud laughter suddenly erupted behind them, interrupting the two. The Kunlun group and the old men had all arrived. Junior brother, don't laugh. Sorry, senior brother, I couldn't help it. Golden Fist Sword Hero, that's the first time I've heard such a title. Everyone has dreams. Bixung Mu blushed bright red and stood there speechless. He suddenly burst into tears and ran away. Zhang Guang watched his back and thought, look at that kid's speed, so he's the type who grows through real combat. That's right, I've followed the orthodox path for too long, but no training is more effective than real combat, so it's time to change the training method for Junior Brother and the Kunlun Taoists. We'll need a lot of medicine, so I should probably go speak with the Tang sect leader. Only then did he notice the people laughing behind him, so he turned around and shouted, keep fighting. After shouting, he turned around and walked back inside. Everyone looked back at the two old men. Oh right, we were watching a fight, weren't we? The Golden Fist Sword Hero's ambition made me forget. The news spread quickly. Tang Giechuang smashed the table in anger. Yue Manchun and Yun Huigu fought right in front of the Kunlun sect's lodging, those lunatics. Tang Yangyung reminded him, that table belongs to the Martial Alliance. The Supreme Poison Master snorted, I'll just pay for it with my own money. Tang Yangyung nodded, that works. The Supreme Poison Master continued, that damned beggar and that crafty old Yue fellow must have fought over my disciple. Tang Yangyung asked, since when did Zhang Guang become father's disciple? I picked him first, but the kid didn't seem interested. The Supreme Poison Master suddenly stood up. Right, now isn't the time to sit here talking, I have to see that brat Zhang Guang. Tang Yangyung objected. The old man asked in confusion, why? Tang Yangyung stood up and reminded him, Father, you need to stay home for a while. The old man pleaded softly, I'll go quietly, just let me go. Tang Yangyung remained firm, no means no. He walked outside and shut the door behind him. Right now, Zhang Guang was being talked about even more than the selection of the alliance leader. I really should build a good relationship with him, so I guess I'll visit the Kunlun sect's lodging. Outside the Kunlun disciples' rooms, a large crowd had already gathered. Tang Yangyung arrived and was baffled. Why are there so many people? Did they all come to befriend Zhang Guang too? It seems no one's inside, where did everyone go? Tang Yangyung sighed in relief. So the Taoists aren't here, thankfully father didn't come. I'll come back another time. Suddenly, he was startled and looked up at the sky. A terrifying wave of killing intent was rising from inside the lodging. Everyone present was horrified by the overwhelming killing intent. What on earth is that? Tang Yangyung immediately dashed and sighed. That killing intent is coming from the training yard. Who dares unleash such terrifying killing intent within the Martial Alliance? A little earlier, all the Kunlun Taoists had gathered in the Martial Alliance's training yard to hear Zhang Guang's instructions. Starting today, our training method will change a bit, so pair up with someone at your own realm and spar. Even though it's sparring, fight with the intent to kill as if it were a real battle, and if no one objects, let's begin. Unhack was shocked. What? Fight with the intent to kill? Zhang Guang explained. Not actually kill, of course, we're fellow disciples. I just want everyone to experience a true battle with real killing intent while learning to stay calm under that pressure. Unhack smiled. Very true, that's the best preparation for real combat. Hioching eagerly agreed. Yes, this kind of sparring is essential, let's do it. The group then paired up and began sparring. Zhang Guang watched from the side and sighed. Just as I thought, they're only swinging harder than usual, nothing's really different. Looks like I'll have to step in myself. He drew his sword and charged into the crowd, and a single slash turned one man's face pale with fear and drenched him in sweat. Brat, are you trying to kill your martial uncle? Zhang Guang kept swinging his sword. Of course not. After knocking the man to the ground, the man angrily demanded, don't you think you've gone a little too far? Zhang Guang ignored him and continued swinging his sword at the others. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Guang grinned wickedly. We're in the middle of a melee. The middle-aged man panicked. That's not what you said earlier. Zhang Guang swung his sword again at both of them. Martial uncle, get up already. Are you planning to lie there forever? Hiocheng was sent flying by his kick. As for the other martial uncle, Zhang Guang slashed him across the face, making him spit blood. Hiocheng angrily shouted, today I'll straighten you out. Zhang Guang smiled inwardly. It's finally time. He glanced at them again and said, let's begin. A terrifying killing intent instantly erupted from his body. The killing intent grew stronger and stronger until it seemed almost tangible. Everyone from the Kunlun sect in the yard was utterly horrified. Unhack turned to Bixiong Mu. Quick, hide behind me. Zhang Guang gripped his longsword and looked at everyone. Now I'm getting serious. By the way, I'll adjust my killing intent according to each person's strength, so there's no need to worry. Tang Yangyong and the others had also reached the entrance, and looking inside, he was shocked. Is this killing intent really Zhang Guang's? He says this is already toned down for sparring. Zhang Guang is far more dangerous than I thought. After a while, Zhang Guang finally withdrew his sword and killing intent. That's enough training for today. The Kunlun group lay sprawled all over the ground after being thoroughly beaten. Even Unhack needed his disciples to help him up. Can someone help me? My shoulders are stiff and my whole body feels awful. Zhang Guang told them to wait a moment, then dashed over to Tang Yangyong. Sect leader, may I ask you a favor? Tang Yangyong nodded. Young hero, please speak. Zhang Guang didn't stand on ceremony. Could you give me some healing medicine, preferably the best kind? Tang Yangyong was puzzled. After releasing such terrifying killing intent, he's acting so carefree again. He had instantly returned to his usual easygoing self. After thinking for a moment, he replied seriously, yes, but I also have a favor to ask of you. Zhang Guang asked curiously, what is it? Tang Yangyong explained, let's treat their injuries first, then bring them to our sect. Tang Yangyong then ordered his subordinates, the Taoist masters and Taoist elders are injured, so treat them immediately and don't be stingy with the medicine. After giving all his orders, he asked Zhang Guang to speak with him elsewhere. The two soon arrived at the Supreme Poison Master's room. He was drinking inside, and when he saw Zhang Guang enter, he was startled. Brat, why are you here? Zhang Guang angrily questioned Tang Yangyong. Sect leader, please explain this. Tang Yangyong calmly replied, young hero, please sit first, and father, put the wine aside. After the three sat properly at the table, he continued, now I'll tell you my request. I want young hero to inherit everything my father has realized. Both Zhang Guang and the Supreme Poison Master were stunned. Seeing Zhang Guang remain silent, Tang Yangyong asked, what do you think, young hero? Zhang Guang frowned. You're not doing this just because the former sect leader wants it, are you? Say the rest. Tang Yangyong replied seriously, nothing else. I simply want the world to know that young hero Zhang Guang inherited everything my father realized. Zhang Guang immediately understood. So this is just an excuse to build ties with me. Tang Yangyong then looked at the Supreme Poison Master and continued, wherever my father goes, enemies follow, making life difficult for me, so I want my descendants to have a powerful ally instead of a powerful enemy. What do you think, young hero? Zhang Guang folded his arms. Fine, I'll learn, but he talks too much, and I hate people who talk too much. The Supreme Poison Master pointed at himself. I'm actually a quiet person, Zhang Guang snorted. I hate liars even more. The Supreme Poison Master hurriedly replied, I'll try to restrain myself. Zhang Guang asked again, so is this realization of yours any fun? The Supreme Poison Master excitedly answered, "Of course, it's incredibly fun." Zhang Guang thought to himself, but it seems the Tang sect is getting the better end of this deal. After thinking for a moment, he turned to Tang Yongyong and said, "Then from now on, the Tang sect must treat my sect's disciples for free." Tang Yongyong readily agreed. "Done, as long as they stay within the alliance." Zhang Guang shook his head. "No, they must be treated outside too. We'll meet countless people in the martial world, so how about the Tang sect sends its physicians to our sect?" Tang Yangyong nodded. "Then I'll send 4 people there for 10 years, and in return, Kunlun must allow us to gather poisonous herbs and medicinal plants from Kunlun Mountain." Zhang Guang continued, "I can't decide that. I'll have to ask the elders first." Tang Yangyong knew Zhang Guang couldn't make that decision alone, so he wasn't bothered. "Then let's go ask them for permission and have my father pass his realization on to young hero." After hearing everything, Unhack turned to Zhang Guang and advised him, "I've said it before, this opportunity is rare. Your talent is too great to remain only in our sect, so go out and learn as much as you can." Heo Ching also walked over and seriously patted Zhang Guang's shoulder. "My disciple, congratulations on learning from someone as remarkable as the Supreme Poison Master, but don't forget this master of yours." Zhang Guang replied, "Of course not, but why are you using voice transmission?" Heo Chung explained, "Isn't it because his personality is a little strange? He's standing right behind us, so how could I say it out loud?" Zhang Guang completely agreed. The news that the Supreme Poison Master would pass on his secret arts to Zhang Guang quickly spread everywhere, and Yue Manchun and Yun Huigu were both shocked. "What's going on?" The Supreme Poison Master laughed loudly at them. "Oh, you've arrived." The two frowned at his smug expression. "Looking that pleased, you must be close to dying." The Supreme Poison Master only laughed even louder. "Are you seriously sick somewhere?" Just then, Zhang Guang's voice came from inside. "Former sect leader, what's next?" The Supreme Poison Master sighed. "This brat is still calling me former sect leader. Looks like he still isn't used to calling me master." "Oh right, you're still here. Excuse me while I go inside. I have to teach my disciple." "My disciple, did you hear that? My disciple." He then went back inside and slammed the door, leaving the 2 old friends outside. The 2 turned red with anger. "Disciple, it's been a long time since I've been humiliated like this. Brother Yue, are we doing this or not? Of course, what about you?" The 2 then returned to their own sects and told their juniors they would pass their secret arts to Zhang Guang. Both groups of disciples were extremely confused. Even if it's a personal secret art, shouldn't it be passed down within the sect? Why give it to an outsider? The 2 old men angrily scolded them. "You avoid me every day as if I don't know, and whenever I teach you, you all run away, so why are you asking now?" They argued from morning until night without reaching any agreement. The next morning, the disciples from both sides changed their approach. "This won't work. I'll go see Zhang Guang directly. I have some connection with Zhang Guang's master, so I'll meet him instead." Meanwhile, Zhang Guang was still inside the Tang family, learning the Supreme Poison Master's secret arts. He yawned repeatedly and casually threw the hidden weapons in his hand, embedding them all around the Supreme Poison Master, making the old man break into a cold sweat and nearly wet himself. Zhang Guang asked impatiently, "Do we really have to keep doing this? Isn't this enough already?" The old man was shocked. "Enough, I've only finished sorting the hidden weapons by type since yesterday." He secretly glanced at Zhang Guang. This brat throws hidden weapons as skillfully as someone who's used them his entire life. Who exactly is he? After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right then, tell me what hidden weapon you mainly use." Zhang Guang replied, "Nothing special, I just throw whatever's in my hand. After 2 or 3 throws I get used to it, so I don't really have a main hidden weapon." The old man scratched his head helplessly. "Good grief," Zhang Guang asked again, "so when are you actually going to teach me?" The old man explained, "First, there's something you need to know. Although everyone calls our family the home of hidden weapons and poisons, we actually have one more specialty. That is movement techniques." Zhang Guang remained calm. "Makes sense, if you're throwing poison or hidden weapons, your hands and feet have to be quick. That's only natural." The Supreme Poison Master snapped, "What's with that attitude? You don't seem very impressed, but to use poisons and hidden weapons effectively, you must maintain the proper distance from your enemy. And I've already heard the youngsters talk about your views on poison. I'll assume you already understand poisons, and your Kunlun sect is famous for its movement techniques. Although our methods differ, I don't need to explain further since you already understand the use and nature of hidden weapons. Since you already grasp those three things, I'll teach you the three principles of heaven, earth, and man, where all three must exist in harmony to be perfect. But I changed that order and realized the three principles of man, earth, and heaven, where man shapes heaven and earth through his own will, making any enemy conquerable. You understand that concept now, don't you? Zhang Guang looked surprised. Are you saying I just need to train harder with poisons and hidden weapons? What a waste of time, I'm leaving. Seeing Zhang Guang about to go, the Supreme Poison Master hurriedly explained, it's not that simple, the key is that man becomes the core, turning poison into earth and hidden weapons into heaven until the three become one. Zhang Guang glanced back at him and inwardly mocked him. What terrible wording. Without saying a word, Zhang Guang picked up a handful of hidden weapons, then scooped up a handful of dirt with his other hand. He leaped backward and threw everything at the Supreme Poison Master. The hidden weapons and dirt flew together, making the Supreme Poison Master cover his face and shout, "What are you doing?" Before Zhang Guang could explain, he quickly realized what had happened. He looked up at the rain of hidden weapons overhead. He's controlling both the dirt and hidden weapons with internal energy, turning poison into earth, turning hidden weapons into heaven. The more the Supreme Poison Master thought about it, the more excited he became until he burst into laughter. Looks like you're quite capable, let's see just how strong you can become. He then circulated his energy and directly met Zhang Guang's hidden weapons head-on. Zhang Guang was startled and jumped back. Poison. Having no choice, he grabbed another handful of dirt and threw it at the Supreme Poison Master. The Supreme Poison Master shattered the dirt again. In man, earth, and heaven, if heaven collapses and earth is split apart, only man remains. Just as he said, Zhang Guang had already appeared behind him. The Supreme Poison Master turned around and raised his hand. Man creates earth and heaven, and that is why man is. He suddenly stopped because Zhang Guang had already lowered his attack and was standing aside with folded arms and a frown. The old man asked in confusion, "Disciple, why did you stop?" Zhang Guang replied, "You used poison on me and that's allowed." The Supreme Poison Master nodded. "You're right, it shouldn't be." Zhang Guang continued, "Thanks to you, I understand now, thank you." The Supreme Poison Master replied, "Me too, I was born into the Tang family and spent my whole life with poisons and hidden weapons, so I thought that was all there was." Zhang Guang froze, "You don't have any friends." The Supreme Poison Master snapped, "Can you be quiet and let me finish?" But that's not everything, it all comes down to man, because even without heaven and earth, man alone is enough, and that's what I just realized. Looking at the old man, Zhang Guang thought, weapons only extend your reach, each has its own purpose, so they should be used, not worshipped. The Supreme Poison Master's view of poisons and hidden weapons is the same as his heaven and earth theory, but his words are still fresh to someone like me who is studying their true effectiveness. Thinking that, Zhang Guang cupped his fists. "Thank you for your guidance, it seems I've learned everything, so if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." The Supreme Poison Master was stunned. "What, after listening, you should practice first?" Zhang Guang ignored him and walked away. "I'm hungry, I'm going to eat." The Supreme Poison Master hurried after him. "You can eat here, I'll have my son bring you food." Zhang Guang thought to himself, if I eat here, it'll definitely be nothing but vegetables. Not wanting that, he casually made up an excuse. "I can't owe you any more, goodbye." The Supreme Poison Master could only helplessly let him leave. "Come see me whenever you want to practice." Zhang Guang replied indifferently, "I'll think about it." As he walked through the streets, he happily thought, "It's been a long time since I left the Martial Alliance, so I should treat myself to plenty of meat and wine. If I want to eat meat outside, I'd better change my clothes and wear a hat as a disguise." After only a few steps, he ran into someone he knew. "Just trying to eat some meat is such a hassle, maybe I should just eat vegetables instead." The man ahead was Yu Yongpeng, and another beggar walked beside him. As soon as he saw Zhang Guang, he warmly greeted him. "So you're here, have you been well?" Zhang Guang put his hands on his hips and replied, "I've been fine, what's the matter?" Yu Yongpeng pointed at the man beside him. "My master wants to meet you, so I came to invite you." The old beggar pointed at himself and introduced himself. "I am Yang Hwe, the current beggars gang leader, so let me ask you directly, would you like to take my master as your teacher?" Zhang Guang asked curiously, "Your master, that sharp-tongued old man?" Yang Hwe replied, since you've refused already, I'm curious why you rejected one of the 10 great masters. Zhang Guang stroked his chin. Simple, because I don't need to. Yang Hwe stared at him in silence. Just as the rumor said, he's unbelievably arrogant. Now it was Zhang Guang's turn. Since we've met, may I ask you something? Yang Hwe nodded. Go ahead. Zhang Guang asked, is there a good restaurant around here? One with a private room or backyard would be even better. Yang Hwe replied, that would be First Flavor Restaurant. Zhang Guang immediately turned around and waved for them to follow. Yang Hwe asked in confusion, where are we going? Zhang Guang pointed ahead and laughed excitedly. To First Flavor Restaurant, of course, my treat. He secretly smiled. I'll use these beggars as an excuse to eat meat. Hearing they were being treated, Yang Hwe couldn't stop drooling. This guy actually seems pretty decent. The group quickly arrived at First Flavor Restaurant. Zhang Guang generously said, gang leader, order whatever you want. Yang Hwe confirmed, you're paying for everything. Zhang Guang nodded. Of course. Yang Hwe still wasn't convinced. A true man never breaks his word. Only after Zhang Guang confirmed again did he relax and order, waiter, bring us every meat dish you have, plus 2 jars of wine. Yu Yongpeng asked Zhang Guang, I heard you took the Supreme Poison Master as your teacher. How's it going? Zhang Guang calmly replied, I've already learned everything. Yang Hwe and his disciple were stunned. What? Yang Hwe found it impossible to believe. It's only been 2 or 3 days since the rumors started and he's already learned everything? I didn't expect him to be such a braggart. Why would Master want someone like him? Knowing what his master was thinking, Yu Yongpeng used voice transmission. Master, he's not lying. Yang Hwe asked through voice transmission, what do you mean? Yu Yongpeng explained, he's not an arrogant loudmouth, master, just listen a little longer. After settling things with his master, he turned back to Zhang Guang. Brother, it's not that I don't believe you, but this is too unbelievable. Could you explain? Just then, several maids brought in the food. Staring at the meat dishes, Zhang Guang said, there's something even more important than that. You two must keep a secret for me. Can you do that? The two broke into a cold sweat. We won't tell anyone else. Zhang Guang still looked doubtful. A true man never breaks his word. Yang Hwe realized those were the exact same words Zhang Guang had said earlier. After confirming, Zhang Guang waited until the maids left before telling everyone to start eating. Like a starving tiger, he grabbed a chicken leg in each hand and devoured them. Yang Hwe looked at him in confusion. We already promised, so why haven't you told us? Zhang Guang poured himself some wine and calmly replied, this is the secret. Yang Hwe was even more confused, so Zhang Guang explained, don't let anyone know that I eat meat and drink wine. Veins bulged across Yang Hwe's face in anger. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Yu Yongpeng smiled helplessly. Brother, I'll pretend I never saw anything, so don't worry and enjoy your meal. Zhang Guang nodded. I trust young hero Yu Yongpeng, but I'm not so sure about the gang leader. Yang Hwe grew even angrier, clenching his fists until they cracked. Yu Yongpeng used voice transmission again. Master, he may be a little rude, but he truly means no harm. Yang Hwe angrily replied, if he had any ill intent, I'd have coughed up blood and died already. I've lived all these years and never met such a rascal, and to think someone like him came from a prestigious righteous sect like Kunlun. But wait, there's still one more person, and if Master keeps insisting, I definitely won't let it slide, so I'll just let this brat keep acting so arrogantly. He imagined Zhang Guang proudly boasting, I became Yue Manchun's disciple, and I learned everything in just a day or two. If that happened, I'd get to watch Master faint from shock. The more he thought about it, the happier he became until he burst into excited laughter. Even Zhang Guang, who was happily eating, was startled. Is he plotting something? Yang Hwe stopped caring, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. The food's getting cold, Yu Yongpeng, hurry up and eat. Yu Yongpeng also dug in without holding back, while Zhang Guang thought to himself, causing trouble right now wouldn't be a good idea anyway. Suddenly he noticed something. Wait, what's that? He couldn't help shouting, gang leader, there's dog hair falling from your sleeve, it's getting all over the food, please go outside and shake your clothes. After enjoying a hearty meal, Zhang Guang returned to his lodging. Bixung Mu was practicing in the yard and upon seeing him said, senior brother, master was looking for you. Zhang Guang asked, what for? Bixung Mu replied, I think a guest has arrived. Zhang Guang quickly headed over. Master, Zhang Guang has arrived. As soon as Zhang Guang entered, Hio Ching introduced the man beside him. Come greet him, this is Yue Hyung-ik, the head of the Shandong Yue family. Zhang Guang politely cupped his fists in greeting, and Yue Hyung-ik returned the gesture. It's an honor to meet the famous young hero Zhang Guang. Actually, it's nothing serious. My uncle kept nagging me to invite you because he wants to accept you as his disciple, and I originally planned to ask you to refuse. Zhang Guang asked, but not anymore, right? Yue Hyung-ik explained, that's right, I think becoming my uncle's disciple wouldn't be bad, so don't misunderstand. It's simply because I can't stop my uncle's stubbornness, and if he accepts you, you can pass his teachings on to your own sect later. Zhang Guang interrupted, I never thought about that. Yue Hyung-ik continued, of course, I also have a few more offers. First, I will support the Li family in this alliance leader election, and if they become the alliance leader, they'll have to send experts to Qinghai City to fight the demon cult, where I'll also provide additional support. Second, I'll invest in Western trade by partnering with your junior brother's Ha Merchant Guild, allowing it to grow even stronger while making the people of Qinghai City wealthier. Zhang Guang nodded, that doesn't sound bad, so you've already prepared everything. Yue Hyung-ik scratched his head. Was I really that obvious? Zhang Guang asked again, then what do I get? Hearing that question, Hyo-chung nearly jumped in shock and stared with his mouth wide open. Yue Hyung-ik burst into laughter. Haha, I like you even more now. Hyo-chung tearfully asked, disciple, are you really a Taoist? Zhang Guang sighed and glanced at him. I knew you'd say that, master. Yue Hyung-ik laughed until tears rolled down his face. I don't know what you want, but become his disciple first, then think about it later. Zhang Guang found no reason to refuse the offer. The next day, news spread everywhere. The beggar master and merchant master had both accepted Zhang Guang as their disciple. Not just the supreme poison master, but the beggar master and merchant master too, 3 of the 10 great masters. The news didn't stop there and quickly spread throughout the martial world, overshadowing the arrival of the heads of the Namgung family and Hebei Li family, who had come to compete for the alliance leader position. Nam Gong Hwa, head of the Namgung family, slammed the table in anger. What is going on? Since when has the alliance leader election been replaced by news about some Kunlun brat? Everyone sitting below fell silent, too nervous to answer. Nam Gong Hwa shouted again, answer me. One frightened man replied, it's only a temporary sensation. It definitely won't affect your chances of becoming alliance leader, and the sects will surely respond. Nam Gong Hwa was still furious. Respond, there's no such ridiculous thing in the martial world. Nam Gong Ryok beside him tried to calm him. Father, please calm down. He would have been better off staying silent, because the moment he spoke, Nam Gong Hwa scolded him. You're too noisy, I've heard enough from you on the way here. I gave you the title Sword Dragon, not Earth Dragon, so stop acting so timid. Nam Gong Ryok immediately shut his mouth. Nam Gong Hwa cursed inwardly. Damn it, what's that brat trying to prove? I should have arrived earlier instead of wasting time competing with the Li family, and everyone knows Kunlun is backing them. It might even influence the other sects, and the Namgung family should be leading this situation, not Kunlun. Thinking that, he waved his hand and ordered, begin the banquet and let the martial world witness our family's prestige. Meanwhile, the Li family was also discussing the matter. Whether this is good or bad is still uncertain. What do you think? The speaker was Peng Suguan, head of the Hebei Li family. Peng Suwan, seated beside him, smiled and replied, Hyo-chung said Yue Hyung-ik has chosen our side and the Tang family thinks the same, so we should meet with them. Peng Suguan nodded. The alliance leader election is near, so of course we should. Zhang Guang is definitely someone worth paying attention to. Peng Suwan nodded. That's right, we must become friends with that boy. Peng Suguan glanced at Peng Kangung beside him and asked, You've met him already, haven't you? What do you think? Peng Kangung was startled. He's a bit rude and lacks manners, but his heart isn't bad. Peng Suguan stroked his beard and laughed. Good, then I'll meet him myself. Meanwhile, the merchant master stared at Zhang Guang in shock. That fast? Zhang Guang said impatiently, Fine, if I have to use a spear, then I'll use one. The merchant master was stunned. He learned everything in just a day or two. Who exactly is this kid? The supreme poison master and beggar master were also there, arguing. I haven't finished teaching my disciple yet, old fool, move aside, it's my turn now. Zhang Guang turned and asked in confusion, Beggar master, I never said I'd take you as my teacher. The supreme poison master and merchant master instantly joined forces. He hasn't even agreed, so what are you trying to teach? The beggar master roared angrily. He didn't want to become your disciple either, you two forced him. The Supreme Poison Master snorted. You really have no shame. The three immediately started arguing again. Zhang Guang stood aside and sighed helplessly. They're so noisy. Zhang Guang then returned to the Kunlun group's lodging. As soon as he entered, he saw Unhack and the others preparing to leave. Where are you all going? Unhack replied. The Namgung family is holding a banquet and we're heading there. Zhang Guang pointed at himself in frustration. A banquet? Why didn't anyone tell me? Unhack explained. You were receiving the elders' teachings, so how could we interrupt you? Zhang Guang spread his arms. I've already mastered everything. Even the merchant master's teachings only took me 2 days. Unhack smiled. You've worked hard, so come with us. Zhang Guang immediately joined the group on their way to the banquet. The Namgung family is wealthy, so there must be plenty of delicious food. When they reached the banquet venue, they were completely amazed. As expected of the Namgung family, even with such short preparation, they managed to host this many guests. While they were talking, a servant approached and bowed. Greetings, Taoist masters of the Kunlun sect, please follow me. As soon as Zhang Guang reached the table, he froze. What the hell is this? Why is it all vegetables and greens? The other tables are full of meat and wine. Those damned Namgung bastards don't even have the slightest flexibility. Soon Namgung HWA appeared. Welcome everyone, today's banquet is hosted by me, Namgung HWA, head of the Namgung family. He stepped onto the platform and looked down at the crowd. Seeing such a large gathering, even he couldn't hide his surprise. The corners of his mouth slowly rose. This feels wonderful, looking down on everyone else is truly satisfying. So that's Zhang Guang sitting over there. What's with that look, anger or contempt? Whatever it is, you're still beneath me. He then loudly addressed the crowd. I carefully prepared separate dishes for every sect and I hope they suit your tastes. This is where our seniors once stood to defend the martial world until rivers of blood flowed, and though their years are many, they still stand here today, so I offer them my deepest respect. I also thank all the heroes of the martial world who stood up for its sake. You've always been my role models, which is why I chose this place for today's banquet, and I hope you all enjoy it. The crowd below erupted in cheers. Excellent, Namgung HWA. Namgung HWA is amazing. Zhang Guang thought to himself, he really knows how to impress people with those typical righteous faction speeches. He certainly knows how to win hearts. Hio Chung patted Zhang Guang's shoulder and pointed toward the next table. Disciple, the man sitting over there is the head of the Li family. What do you think of him? Zhang Guang calmly replied, he looks like someone who's killed countless people. Hearing that, Hio Chung immediately spat out the tea he had just sipped. He certainly leaves a strong impression, doesn't he? This alliance leader election is important enough to change everyone's standing, so people of my generation like the heads of the Namgung and Li families have all come personally. Zhang Guang asked curiously, if that's the case, they'll definitely pull all kinds of tricks. Hio Chung nodded, most likely, but those two have completely different personalities, so everything depends on who gains the initiative. Anyway, hurry and eat before the food gets cold. Zhang Guang frowned helplessly and nodded. Yes, master. As he ate, he thought, I had such high hopes, but this turned into pure disappointment. I guess I'll have to find something else to eat later. After everyone finished eating, Unhack said, since we're done, we should head back. Just then, the Li family approached. I am Peng Suguan of the Li family, and I greet the elders of the Kunlun sect. Unhack immediately stood and returned the greeting. I am Unhack of Kunlun. Peng Suguan politely said, you must have had a tiring journey coming all the way here. His gaze then fell on Zhang Guang. Under Zhang Guang's puzzled look, he warmly ran over and grabbed his hand. You must be young hero Zhang Guang. I've heard Peng Kanghui speak of you often and was eager to meet you. Zhang Guang calmly returned the greeting. Greetings, great hero. Peng Suguan released his hand and seriously asked, young hero, you once said you'd visit our family if the chance arose, correct? Peng Kanghui has been looking forward to it. Zhang Guang thought to himself, I don't remember ever saying that. Peng Suguan continued, young hero, would you spare a little time to visit our residence? I have something to discuss with you. Just then, the three great masters walked over. Long time no see, head of the Li family. Peng Suguan hurriedly turned and greeted them. Greetings, esteemed 10 great masters, I hope you've all been well. The Supreme Poison Master nodded. We've all been fine, but are you trying to steal my disciple? Peng Suguan smiled. Not at all, Zhang Guang happens to know my second son, so I was merely chatting with young hero Zhang Guang. The Supreme Poison Master chuckled. So that's it. Standing nearby, Zhang Guang thought, this old man sure knows how to talk. But since the Supreme Poison Master, Beggar Master, and Merchant Master were all here, their disciples and followers had to be here too. I need to get out of here quickly. Now what excuse should I use? He kept looking around until he finally found the perfect target. He immediately used voice transmission to tell Hiocheng that he wanted to leave first. Hiocheng asked in confusion, why? Zhang Guang pointed to the side. Master, look over there. Those unknown martial artists are standing outside, and shouldn't we take care of them too? Isn't this unfair treatment? Hiocheng nodded. You're right, this is the martial alliance. How can they only care about the strong? But wait, you actually thought of that yourself? Faced with his master's doubtful gaze, Zhang Guang calmly replied, yes. Hiocheng sighed. Primordial Heavenly Lord, should I really trust this brat? Zhang Guang snorted. Master, you didn't have to use voice transmission for that. Hiocheng sighed helplessly. Fine, go ahead, but don't start any fights, not even a small one. Zhang Guang smiled. I know. Meanwhile, Bixung Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. I never imagined I'd attend a banquet with the martial world's great heroes. Today I have to make as many close friends as possible. But before he could do anything, Zhang Guang grabbed his clothes and dragged him away. Let's go, junior brother, Bixung Mu cried and struggled desperately. Senior brother, no, my connections and my future are in there. No matter how loudly he screamed, Zhang Guang kept dragging him outside. He asked the people standing outside, you're all hungry, aren't you? Seeing their puzzled expressions, he continued, come with me, I'll treat you all to a meal. They exchanged glances. Zhang Guang is treating ordinary martial artists like us. When they still hesitated, Zhang Guang asked, not coming, then I'll invite someone else. Startled, they immediately replied, no, we'll come. Zhang Guang excitedly pointed ahead. Then let's go, everyone follow me. The group happily followed at the thought of a free meal, while only Bixung Mu kept looking back with tear-filled eyes. But when they arrived at First Flavor Restaurant, it was already completely full. I'm sorry, honored guests, you've come all this way, but First Flavor Restaurant can't properly serve you today. Zhang Guang stroked his chin. What should I do now? Just then, one of the men following him spoke up. I live around here, so I know a pretty good place. It's not as fancy as this restaurant, but the food is cheap, tastes great, the portions are generous, and the owner is very welcoming. After listening, Zhang Guang frowned. Are you recommending it because you're getting a commission? The young man frantically waved his hands. No, absolutely not. Bixung Mu also asked, what should we do now, senior brother? Zhang Guang replied, I can't think of anywhere else either, so let's give it a try. The young man immediately stepped forward. Please let me lead the way. Before long, the group arrived at a rundown house in the woods. Zhang Guang froze when he saw the restaurant. His face darkened with anger as he glanced at the young man. Should I beat him up? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became until he demanded, are you sure no one paid you to bring me here? The young man firmly replied, absolutely not, please believe me. Zhang Guang glanced once more at the shabby house behind him. A middle-aged woman soon came out. Son, you've brought customers. Hearing that, Zhang Guang felt as if struck by lightning. Son, that's your mother. He angrily shouted at the young man again. Are you messing with me? The young man trembled in fear. I swear I'm not. Zhang Guang calmed himself instead of beating him and sighed. Right, if it's his mother, there's no reason he'd take money. The young man explained, I'm not praising her just because she's my mother, she really is an excellent cook. But as you can see, business is terrible because everyone around here is working all day and barely has time to eat. Zhang Guang snorted inwardly. This guy is really that confident. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forward. Fine, let's try it. The young man beamed. Trust me, you won't regret it. Zhang Guang walked up to the woman and said, hello, auntie, just bring out all your best dishes. The young man also went over to help his mother. Zhang Guang then told the others behind him to find a table and sit down. While waiting for the food, Zhang Guang looked up at the sky in deep thought. Images of his old grandmasters suddenly came to mind. I wonder if they're all doing well. They're probably still training diligently. Even though I'm dead, those guys aren't the type to sit still, and the heavenly demon cult will definitely make a move. The head of the Li family must become the alliance leader, so the martial world's experts are sent to Qinghai City, letting me wander the world in peace. Soon, the curly-haired young man brought out the food. Enjoy your meal, this vegetable salad is our restaurant's signature. Zhang Guang frowned. What is this? More vegetables, do you have anything better? The young man gave a thumbs up. As expected of Zhang Guang, of course we do. Please wait a moment, I'll bring it out right away. Zhang Guang stopped him and whispered, bring some meat and wine too. The young man froze, but aren't you a Taoist? Zhang Guang smiled, my junior brother isn't. Bixing Mu became the scapegoat and could only sit there with a helpless expression. The curly-haired young man suddenly understood. You're wearing ordinary clothes, so he must be a lay disciple. Understood, please wait a moment. Zhang Guang added, my junior brother eats like a pig. Then I'll prepare plenty of food. Bixing Mu was trembling with rage, but didn't dare say a word. After the curly-haired young man left, he tearfully used voice transmission. Senior brother, I'm neither a pig nor a lay disciple. Zhang Guang calmly replied, you don't even have a Dharma name yet, so what's wrong with calling you a pig? I just say what I think. Bixing Mu asked again, then why don't you just imagine the vegetables are meat? Zhang Guang snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? How can vegetables become meat? The young men behind them soon started pouring wine and drinking. Come on, drink up. It's been so long since we last had a drink. This is amazing. Here's a toast to you all. Hey, you should sit too. Thanks to you we're finally eating our fill today. The curly-haired youth glanced at Zhang Guang. It's all thanks to him. Everyone laughed. That's right, thank you, young hero Zhang Guang. But what is he doing? That's impossible. At the next table, Zhang Guang devoured the food so fast that no one could even see his arms. It wasn't sword light anymore, it was chopstick light. It seems he's gifted not only in talent, but also in eating. I should learn that posture too, I'll eat like that as well. Watching everyone imitate Zhang Guang and gobble down food, Bixing Mu sighed helplessly. He's only eating fast so no one notices he's eating meat, so why am I the only one embarrassed? After stuffing himself, Zhang Guang nodded in approval. This tastes better than I expected. The young men were still talking about Zhang Guang. He bought us so much food without showing off, and he even ate enthusiastically so we wouldn't feel awkward. You only understand someone after meeting them, and he truly deserves to be called a dragon among men. Compared to the famous disciples of great sects, they suddenly seem disappointing. But have you heard? The Manhua sect and Southern sect have been having a hard time in Shanxi City lately. I think that's fine, especially with the Namgung family head acting so arrogantly. Hearing them chat, Bixing Mu frowned. Looks like a lot is happening among the major families and sects. Zhang Guang thought to himself, maybe I should stir things up a little. After thinking for a moment, he stood up. Keep eating, junior brother, I'll be back soon. Zhang Guang slowly walked toward the group. Let me buy you all a few more jars. Hearing that, everyone became excited. After pouring everyone a drink, Zhang Guang introduced himself. I came from Qinghai City to the Central Plains and I'm still a bit confused. Is something happening here? Ask whatever you want. If we know, we'll tell you everything. Zhang Guang got straight to the point. Then tell me about the alliance leader election, like the attitudes of the major families and sects and how they're connected. Everyone glanced at the curly-haired youth and thought, he's asking about the alliance leader election. If word gets out that we talked, we'll be in trouble. Zhang Guang tempted them further. I won't just listen. If you tell me, I'll reward you in return. The curly-haired youth looked at him and thought, he's the successor of 3 of the 10 great masters, a Kunlun disciple, and one of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes. What if someone like him taught me? The group immediately began talking. The Taiyuan Stone Manor supports the Namgung family, while the Qingcheng sect is officially neutral but privately leans toward the Namgung family. After revealing a mountain of information, the curly-haired youth hesitantly asked, May I ask what you're going to teach us? Zhang Guang calmly replied, I'll teach you a few fighting techniques and some methods for building a solid foundation. Everyone became excited again. Really? Early the next morning, as dawn broke, the curly-haired youth packed his belongings and headed out. The middle-aged woman came outside and asked, You're leaving already? The young man turned around. Mother, sleep a little longer. Why are you already awake? The woman shook her head. I'm fine, but you were making such a fuss all night. The young man laughed. It's because I'm finally learning martial arts, so I got too excited. It's getting late, I'll be going now. The woman reminded him, travel safely and don't train too hard. Hearing that, the young man stopped and bit his lip. Mother is the one who works the hardest, cooking every day without any rest. If I gave up my foolish dream of becoming a martial arts master and stayed to help her, she'd have a much easier life. But I can't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away, just this one last chance. Overcome with emotion, he rushed over and hugged the woman tightly, leaving her utterly confused. What's gotten into you? The young man didn't answer and only hugged her tighter. Just let your son hug you for a while. If I fail this selection again, I'll come back home." A little later, everyone gathered around Zhang Guang. "Everyone's here, right? I didn't get much time to talk with you yesterday, but I'm certain you're all still too timid. Your status in the martial world and your sect's reputation make you think your background is holding you back, but to break that barrier, all you need is courage and fighting spirit. Right, junior brother? I told you before about confidence, and this is the same thing. What we're doing now is building that courage and fighting spirit. All right, now everyone charge at me." Before long, Zhang Guang had beaten them all so badly they were sprawled across the ground. Zhang Guang stood with his hands on his hips and looked at them. "That's enough for today, you've all worked hard." The curly-haired youth struggled to raise his head. "You worked hard too, sir." Zhang Guang then walked over to Bixing Mu. "Junior brother, get up, let's keep training." Bixing Mu looked confused. "What, didn't you just say we're done for today?" Zhang Guang smiled. "I was talking to them, not you." Bixing Mu's face instantly turned pale. The curly-haired group stood up and said awkwardly, "Then we'll take our leave now." Zhang Guang didn't stop them. "Goodbye, see you tomorrow." As soon as they walked outside, they sighed in exhaustion. "I'm about to die. I never imagined it'd be this tiring." Still, Bixing Mu is tougher than he looks. That's right, while we were all trembling, Bixing Mu was already charging at Zhang Guang. At first glance, he just looked like some spoiled rich kid. I'll never forget when young hero Zhang Guang flung Bixing Mu away and said, "You all need the same determination as my junior brother. Once you attack, you must give it everything you've got. I'm going to practice the techniques I learned today day and night. You're full of energy, but I just want to sleep." The people on the street kept glancing at them and whispering. They were personally taught martial arts by young hero Zhang Guang. What an incredible opportunity. The curly-haired youth thought to himself, "The rumors have spread already. I'd better leave quickly. Everyone staring at me like this is too much pressure." Just then, a voice sounded from behind. "Tusk, Tusk, why would young hero Zhang Guang waste his time on people like you?" Hearing those words, everyone stopped and turned around. The moment they looked, they recognized him. "Isn't that young master Shi Yongchen from Taiyuan Stone Manor? Why did we have to run into this jerk?" Seeing them frozen, Shi Yongchen called out, "Warrior Zhang, are you pretending not to know me?" The curly-haired youth immediately cupped his fists. "So it's young master Shi, I hope you've been well." Shi Yongchen pointed at him and demanded, "Well, my foot, you're a servant of our family, so why are you here at this hour?" The curly-haired youth calmly replied, "I'm off duty today." Shi Yongchen spread his arms and laughed. "How careless of me, my apologies. I heard young hero Zhang Guang taught you martial arts, so did you actually learn anything?" The curly-haired youth replied, "I'm still studying his teachings diligently." Shi Yongchen waved his hand. "Come on, let me have a look, get over here." The curly-haired youth simply stood there with his head lowered. Shi Yongchen smiled. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're scared." Hearing the mockery, the curly-haired youth suddenly recalled Zhang Guang's words. "You need courage and determination to break through that wall." "That's right, I can't avoid this anyway, be brave." After making up his mind, he gathered all his courage and shouted, "Very well, though my skills are mediocre, I'd still like to exchange a few moves with young Master Shi." Shi Yongchen was stunned that he actually wanted to fight. His expression quickly darkened as he angrily clenched his fists. "You learned just a few moves and already think you can look down on me. You really are an ignorant brat who doesn't know your place." Watching his opponent charge in, the curly-haired youth thought in confusion, "I don't know if it's because of young hero Zhang Guang's training, but somehow his attack doesn't seem threatening at all." Shi Yongchen's punch was easily dodged with a simple sidestep. He stared at his opponent. "Once you attack, you must give it everything you've got." He then threw a punch straight into Shi Yongchen's ribs. After taking that punch, Shi Yongchen dropped to his knees in agony, drenched in cold sweat. The surrounding crowd was astonished. An unknown martial artist actually defeated the young master of Stone Manor. The curly-haired youth's companions rushed over in excitement. "You won, you really won." He himself still stood there in disbelief. "I won." Soon afterward, he collapsed from exhaustion and fainted. After an unknown amount of time, he finally woke up from unconsciousness. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a voice. "You fainted because you were too tense. Those people brought you here, and they already told me everything." Seeing Zhang Guang, the curly-haired youth excitedly exclaimed, "I won. I defeated the young master of Stone Manor." Zhang Guang nodded. "That's right." The curly-haired youth asked again, "Can I become even stronger?" Zhang Guang nodded. "To a certain extent." "Then how far can I go?" "Just keep going and you'll find out." "All right, I'm leaving now. We have to train too." As Unhack returned from outside and saw Bixing Mu lying there miserably, he was shocked. "Oh my, Bixing Mu, why have you collapsed again?" The curly-haired youth sincerely thanked Zhang Guang. "Thank you, benefactor, I'll train hard." Good, go home and rest today. After the curly-haired youth returned home, his mother was horrified by his condition. Oh, my son, why are you covered in bruises? No, I have to call a doctor. The curly-haired youth looked at her seriously. I'm sorry, mother. The woman asked in confusion, what's wrong, my son? The young man replied, I want one more chance to challenge myself. The woman lowered her head and sighed. I knew you'd say that. Keep going until you truly feel you can't anymore. The young man's eyes filled with tears. Do you really mean it? The woman encouraged him. Of course, I like seeing you so determined. That day, he cried nonstop in his mother's embrace for a very long time. Meanwhile, back with Zhang Guang. Young hero, you've accomplished something remarkable. Zhang Guang waved his hand. Not me, it was young hero Zhang who did it. Peng Suguan nodded. Exactly, and that's even better. Because of that, I came here as soon as I thought of a good idea. Zhang Guang, may I add another spoon to the table you've already prepared? Zhang Guang smiled. Please go ahead, family head. Peng Suguan stood up and seriously declared, I want to establish a training program open to everyone. Zhang Guang sighed. Honestly, even if you do that, it won't gain you much more support. Peng Suguan laughed. I simply want to show that the martial alliance stands as one. Young hero, you know exactly why I'm saying this, so I'll get straight to the point. You must participate, because only then will everyone else follow. What must I do to convince you? Zhang Guang asked. Family head, you said that if you become the alliance leader, you'll send martial alliance experts to Qinghai City, right? Peng Suguan nodded. That's right, I'll send 2 groups, one made up of core experts and the other of rising talents. I've even chosen their names already, the Heavenly Dragon Squad and the Earth Dragon Squad. What do you think, young hero? Zhang Guang replied, the names don't really matter. Have you decided who will lead them? Peng Suguan waved his hand. I understand, I'll appoint you as the Earth Dragon Squad leader. Zhang Guang shook his head. No, I mean the Heavenly Dragon Squad leader. Peng Suguan's expression turned serious. Impossible. No matter how talented you are, you're still a junior. No one would accept a junior commanding their seniors. Zhang Guang pointed behind him. Not me, my master. Peng Suguan suddenly understood. So you want me to give that position to Kunlun? Zhang Guang nodded. Of course. That way both squads can truly work for Kunlun and Qinghai City. Peng Suguan frowned. To be honest, young hero, the Heavenly Dragon Squad is really just an excuse to keep the Council of Elders from interfering, so it's difficult to give that position to your master. Zhang Guang suggested, then let's do this. Split the Heavenly Dragon Squad into 2 teams and let the squad leader lead one team to Qinghai City. The other team should be led by the deputy squad leader in the Central Plains. We can use this chance to build the deputy's foundation, and as long as the workload is divided properly, no one will complain. Peng Suguan stroked his beard thoughtfully. Not bad, that hides its true purpose while still allowing my people to remain in the Central Plains. After talking a while longer, Peng Suguan got up to leave. Very well, I'll give Kunlun the Heavenly Dragon Squad leader position if young hero agrees to become the chief instructor of this training program. Zhang Guang smiled. Family head, you've made the right choice. Soon, the Li family and Kunlun coordinated to launch the Hebei Li family training program. They personally taught martial arts to help everyone improve, and the news quickly spread throughout the martial alliance. People began talking again. Looks like the Li family head really wants the alliance leader position. Will they just teach us some worthless martial arts? They're all show. I heard Zhang Guang is the chief instructor. Unknown martial artists might go, but anyone with status would lose face. Better not bother. Most people reacted negatively, but everything changed on the first day of training. Why are you here? I was just passing by. What about you? Trying it won't hurt, so I came to have a look. Even those who had mocked it arrived awkwardly. Peng Suguan stepped forward and loudly cupped his fists. After witnessing young hero Zhang Guang of the Kunlun sect's righteous deeds, the Li family has reached an understanding. Everyone gathered here for the peace of the martial world. Today the Li family will teach martial arts to all. Hearing that, the crowd erupted with excitement. Long live Zhang Guang, long live the Li family head. Peng Suguan proudly announced, I hereby declare this training program officially begins. The day before training started, Zhang Guang visited Yu Yongpeng and suggested, let's work together. We don't need to teach secret arts, just the basics and a few useful tricks. Yu Yongpeng was eating noodles and froze. I'm fine with that, but I need my master's permission. Zhang Guang tempted him with food. Just have another meal with your guild leader like last time. Yu Yongpeng's eyes lit up. Really? Zhang Guang then went to Tang Ogun and Tang Yeji. After hearing his request, the siblings politely refused. We're busy refining the poison you criticized, so we don't have time. Zhang Guang smiled. Then wouldn't it be faster if I criticized it directly now? the siblings were instantly tempted by his knowledge of poison. Next he approached Yon Yuijin. Sitting beside her, she asked in confusion, "Why are you gathering everyone and what are you planning to teach?" Zhang Guang smiled slyly. "Join us and you'll find out. So, are you in?" Her curiosity alone was enough for Zhang Guang to recruit Yon Yuijin effortlessly. Back to the present, Peng Suguan pointed toward Zhang Guang's group. "Now I'll introduce the instructors and chief instructors." The crowd immediately recognized Zhang Guang's group since they were all famous among the younger generation, with 3 members of the 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes plus the young master of the Tang family. As expected, the younger generation has much to learn. Zhang Guang loudly addressed everyone. "Our first training session will begin with the fundamentals. We'll start with the horse dance. Since this is the first session, I'll demonstrate it only once." The crowd excitedly clenched their fists and cheered, but their expressions quickly changed as they felt something was off. "The horse dance? You're holding such a grand training program just to teach that?" Seeing their reactions, Zhang Guang pointed toward the exit. "Anyone who doesn't want to do it may leave." No one left and everyone assumed the horse dance together. "Let's just follow him for now." Zhang Guang folded his arms and snorted. "Did I tell you to stand there so comfortably?" He raised his hand and pointed to the side. "Look at him." Everyone immediately turned their heads. Zhang Yui was holding the horse stance with absolute seriousness, his face flushed red and his whole body trembling nonstop. Zhang Guang explained, "That's the horse stance, just copy what he's doing." Seeing Zhang Yui supporting his entire body on his toes while holding the stance, everyone was baffled. "That's a horse stance? What nonsense is he talking about?" They copied Zhang Yui and before long they were crying in pain, yet none of them gave up and kept holding the stance. "This much pain is nothing. We've underestimated basic training." Zhang Guang continued, "Everyone knows the importance of a strong foundation, but very few actually practice it. Why? Because it's embarrassing, because it's hard, neither. It's because no one else does it. Everyone else learns advanced techniques while I'm stuck practicing this, so they'll leave me behind. So if everyone practices it together, there'll be nothing left to worry about." After a while, Zhang Guang called Peng Suwan and the others out. "This time we'll spar, and your opponents will be members of the Li family." As the organizers of the training, the Li family did their utmost to guide the martial artists. They fought with full effort and gave detailed advice, helping every participant identify weaknesses and improve their techniques. The news quickly reached the Namgong family. Namgong HWA was sitting in his room when a subordinate rushed in, prompting him to scold. "Shin Jin, what would people think if someone like you barged in like that?" The man hurriedly apologized. "This servant was at fault, but the matter was urgent, so I didn't think it through." Namgong HWA asked again, "Don't tell me this is about the Li family's training." Shinjin nodded. "Yes, family head. Even those who mocked the training have all joined." Namgong HWA slammed the table and stood up angrily. "What did you just say?" "I'll go verify it myself." The two quickly headed toward the training grounds. Seeing the massive crowd gathered there, Namgong HWA cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this many people." Although everyone looked exhausted, they all seemed delighted. "I'm so glad I came. Exactly, I never knew I had that weakness. If I hadn't joined, I'd have regretted it for the rest of my life." A guard outside shouted, "Break time is over, hurry up, the gate is about to close." Hearing that, everyone hurried inside. Namgong HWA stepped forward and asked in confusion, "Why are you closing the gates?" The guard calmly replied, "Only participants are allowed inside." Namgong HWA was still puzzled. "Then you should keep it open. What if someone arrives late?" The guard replied somewhat impatiently, "There are 2 training sessions every day. If you want to learn, come on time." Namgong HWA stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I'm curious about this training. I want to go inside and watch. Open the gate." The guard bowed and refused. "Please forgive me, but that's impossible." Namgong HWA frowned. "Impossible? He actually dares refuse me." He angrily clenched his fists, wanting to rush over and punch the bastard. But he quickly calmed himself. "No, too many people are watching. I have to endure it." After calming down, he said, "I was being narrow-minded. You're right, rules should apply equally to everyone." The guard sighed in relief. "Thank you for understanding." Namgong HWA then turned and left with his subordinate. Though he appeared calm, the moment he turned around, his face darkened with fury. Inside the training grounds, Zhang Guang loudly announced, "The second training session will be led by the instructors." He then looked toward Tang Yeji's group. I'll leave it to you. The Tang siblings immediately pulled out concealed weapons and unleashed them toward the crowd. They're not lethal poisons, they'll only cause temporary paralysis and aching muscles and organs. Now these two will teach you how to deal with and avoid them. If you want the pain to end quickly, remember everything carefully. Then it was the other two's turn. This time it'll be Yon Yui Jin and Yu Yongpeng. Let me ask you all a question. If the weapon in your hand breaks during battle, what will you do? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to die just because you were caught off guard? Fight with your bare hands or pick up anything you can use as a weapon, which is why staff techniques and fist techniques are so important. They're not meant for sparring or fighting evil cultivators. They're for real warfare, so everyone must master them. Everyone trained enthusiastically, and before long the sun began to set. After a full day of training, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Peng Suguan arrived with members of the Li family carrying restorative medicine. You've all worked hard. It's nothing special. I simply wanted to share these tonics with everyone who participated. The crowd excitedly got up, accepted the medicine, and eagerly consumed it. They even prepared this. The Li family is truly generous. Peng Suguan encouraged everyone. Not everyone can become a master, but anyone can improve through hard work. This training is your chance to prepare for the future. For the martial world and for everyone, let us fight together with one heart. The crowd enthusiastically responded with thunderous cheers, bringing the first day of training to an end. Yet no one noticed that Zhang Guang hadn't personally taught anything at all. Several days later, everything was still progressing just as enthusiastically. This made Nam Gong HWA furious. Repeat that. Xin Jin nervously reported again. More and more people are joining the training. Not only the Li family, but also the Tang family, the Beggars Guild, the Yue family, and countless other sects and noble families have joined as well. Nam Gong HWA laughed as killing intent surged from his body. If that's the case, then I won't hold back any longer in dealing with you. That night outside Zhang Guang's room, Zhang Guang, may I come in? Zhang Guang sleepily came out and opened the door. Is something wrong? Hio Ching asked. Has Bixu Mu gone to sleep? Come outside and talk with me for a while. The master and disciple walked into the courtyard. After waiting a long time without hearing anything, Zhang Guang couldn't help asking, Master, why are you sighing over and over without saying anything? Hio Ching looked up at the night sky. The head of the Namgung family has begun making his move. There was still plenty of time before the alliance leader election, but he proposed ending everything within another week. Zhang Guang asked in confusion, didn't the head of the Li family object? Hio Ching explained, of course he did, but the head of the Namgung family brought up the Mount Hua sect and Southern sect, forcing the other sects to become more cautious. I heard Mount Hua and the Southern sect have already had their interests seized by the evil Overlord Alliance. Hu Wijin came to Zhang Guang's mind. Looks like he's quite capable. Mount Hua and the Southern sect must be deeply worried. Hio Ching looked up at the sky again and sighed. The other sects are also deeply concerned because they fear the evil Overlord Alliance may one day appear at their own gates. Zhang Guang let out a breath. Luckily we don't run businesses, so that's one less thing to worry about, right, Master? Hio Ching smiled. That's right. Anyway, everything has already been decided. The Alliance leader election will be held in 1 week. Can you adjust the training schedule a little? Zhang Guang nodded. Of course, no problem. Hio Ching then turned to leave. It's getting late, go get some rest. Yes, Master, sleep well. Zhang Guang didn't return to his room immediately but stood there looking up at the sky in thought. Shortening the deadline isn't a bad thing. If I were him, I'd do the same. I wonder what the outcome will be then. Suddenly, he realized something. With such a cool breeze tonight, it'd be a waste not to have a drink. He changed back into his clothes and leaped onto the rooftop. I didn't get a single drop of wine at Warrior Zhang's restaurant. I should take this chance to raid all the taverns in the Martial Alliance. After walking a short distance, he spotted members of the Namgung family sneaking around. Isn't that the head of the Namgung family? Good grief, why isn't he wearing a mask? His stealth skills are mediocre, yet he's boldly showing his face. But what's in that jar on his subordinate's back? Should I follow them and see? Nam Gong Hua's group soon arrived at the residence of an elder from the King Cheng sect. Master Ching He politely poured tea. It is an honor to receive the head of the Namgung family so late. May I ask what brings you here at this hour? Nam Gong Hwa replied, Please forgive my late visit, elder, but I have an important matter to discuss. Master Ching He responded, An important matter? Please speak freely. Nam Gong Hwa got straight to the point. I would be deeply grateful if the King Cheng sect supported me in this alliance leader election. The old man smiled. the alliance leader election. He thought to himself, although King Cheng has already decided internally to support the Namgung family, I should first see what benefits we'll gain. After thinking it over, he said, "Forgive me for being blunt, but what benefit would my sect receive for doing so?" Nam Gong Hwa immediately ordered his subordinate to bring the item inside. "I've brought some fasting pills to nourish you, elder." Fasting pills were medicinal pills used to replace food during secluded cultivation or while traveling the martial world. Master Ching He stared at the huge jar on the table in shock. "Fasting pills, it's late, family head, don't joke around like this." "I'm not joking, these are specially refined fasting pills. Some increase cultivation while others improve one's quality of life. Just try them and you'll understand what I mean." Master Cheng He's eyes lit up. Does he mean this contains both medicinal pills and money? The old man immediately smiled brightly. "I've long admired the head of the Namgung family. My answer should be obvious." Nam Gong Hwa smiled happily as well. "Then thank you, elder." The old man stood up smiling. "Allow me to see you out, there's no need." But the old man insisted on escorting him outside before closing the door. How could I neglect the future alliance leader? After Nam Gong Hwa left, he hurried back inside excitedly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he quickly opened the jar. He reached inside and searched around. After finding nothing, he simply turned the whole jar upside down. "There's nothing, what's going on?" He ground his teeth in fury. "Damn you, Nam Gong Hwa." But it wasn't Nam Gong Hwa who had tricked him. Zhang Guang had secretly swapped the contents. Sitting on the rooftop, he looked at his spoils with immense delight. Aged tea root, snow yin root, and even 9-leaf purple chi herb. These are truly priceless treasures. He looked after Nam Gong Hwa's group once more. "Let's see what's inside the next jar." The next morning, Baek Seung Mu stretched as he woke from a pleasant dream. Not seeing Zhang Guang in the room, he wondered, where did senior brother go this time? He quickly opened the door and went outside. The moment he stepped out, he saw Zhang Guang boiling something in the courtyard. "Senior brother, what are you doing so early?" Zhang Guang calmly replied, "I'm refining medicine. You woke up at the perfect time. Come fan the fire for me." Baek Seung Mu sighed. "Senior brother, I'm a little tired." Zhang Guang tempted him. "I'll share some with you." Hearing there was a reward, Baek Seung Mu immediately ran over and started fanning. "Is this good enough?" Zhang Guang nodded. "Perfect, keep it up." Zhang Guang circulated his energy and began shaping the medicine. This size should be about right. Before long, he had successfully refined a whole batch of medicinal pills. Baek Seung Mu excitedly asked, "Senior brother, what kind of pills are these?" Zhang Guang crossed his arms and thought, "I haven't named it yet." Baek Seung Mu was stunned. "Don't tell me senior brother invented these yourself." Zhang Guang handed him a pill. "That's right, junior brother, try one." Unknowingly becoming a test subject, Baek Seung Mu was instead thrilled and repeatedly thanked him. After he swallowed the pill, Zhang Guang explained, "Its first effect is expelling impurities from your body, and the signal should come soon." Baek Seung Mu's face quickly twisted in agony. "Senior brother, is the signal you mentioned?" Zhang Guang exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, it's already happening, pretty effective. Hurry to the restroom." Baek Seung Mu broke into a cold sweat. "I can't even walk anymore." Hearing that, Zhang Guang grabbed him by the collar. "Is that so? Then let me help you." Zhang Guang dragged him to the restroom and tossed him inside. "Only when your body is emptied will you comprehend its profound truth. Then perfect void enlightenment pill is the perfect name." He then started dividing the pills. "Let's see, these are mine, and these are for the others in the Kunlun sect. That leaves 8 pills." At noon, everyone was stopped outside the training grounds to wait. Zhang Guang called the 4, including Zhang Yui, inside. "Benefactor, why did you summon us?" Zhang Guang took out 4 pills and handed one to each of them. "Take one each," they asked in confusion. "What is this?" Zhang Guang calmly replied, "A medicinal pill, what else?" "Take it tomorrow morning on an empty stomach, and I strongly recommend staying near a restroom." They stared in shock. "Such precious medicine, why are you giving it to us?" Zhang Guang smiled. "If I'm giving it to you, just take it." The 4 immediately bowed together. "Thank you, benefactor. We'll never forget your kindness for the rest of our lives." Looking at them, Zhang Guang thought, "I'll win their loyalty with martial arts and pills, so if anything happens in the martial alliance later, it'll all benefit me. As for the remaining pills." Zhang Guang then gave pills to the Tang siblings. This contains fo tai root and snow ginseng, and it even has the scent of 9-leaf purple chi herb. Yon Yui Jin naturally received one as well. Looking at the pill in her hand, she asked in confusion, "Where did you get this medicine to give me?" Zhang Guang smiled, "I refined it myself." Yon Yui Jin was inwardly astonished. I knew he was skilled in medicine and knowledgeable about poisons, but I never imagined he could refine pills like these. The three of them thanked him together. Thank you, little brother. We'll definitely repay this favor someday. Zhang Guang smiled to himself. Investing in these youngsters is definitely worthwhile. The last pill naturally went to Yu Yongpeng, but seeing his expression, Zhang Guang couldn't help wondering, what's wrong with this guy? The young beggar was deeply shaken, because even he had been given such a precious pill. A few days later, the main hall of the Martial Alliance was packed with people. Everyone present was a leading figure of the martial world. I hereby declare the meeting on restructuring the sects after the Alliance leader election officially begins. Nam Gong Hwa glanced at the people behind him and wondered, what is this? Why do those who accepted my gifts all have those expressions? Unable to hold back, he secretly transmitted his voice to Master Cheng He. Master, what happened? The old man snorted inwardly. Are you playing games with me? He angrily sent a voice transmission back. You gave me fake fasting pills and now you're acting like nothing happened. Hearing that, Nam Gong Hwa froze, his face filled with confusion. Those were definitely precious pills. What are you talking about? The old man clenched his fists in anger. Family head, do you really think I'm that easy to fool? Nam Gong Hwa explained again, I don't know what you're talking about, master, but there must be some misunderstanding. Let's discuss this. The old man turned away without even looking at him. Forget it. King Cheng cannot stand with the Namgung family, just remember that. Nam Gong Hwa flared up. What, you accepted my pills and now you're going back on your word? Accepted what? You clearly only gave me fasting pills. Then return them? Return what? What nonsense are you talking about? The two kept arguing through voice transmission, neither willing to back down. Seeing how tense they were, Unhack looked over in confusion. What's going on with that atmosphere? Facing everyone's gaze, Nam Gong Hwa reminded himself, I can't lose my composure. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Back at the training grounds, after everyone finished training and left, Zhang Guang walked over to Zhang Yui and asked, Young hero Zhang, is your mother doing well? Lying on the ground, Zhang Yui replied, Yes, my mother always asks about your well-being, benefactor. Zhang Guang nodded. Then let's go. Zhang Guang then turned to Yu Yongpeng. Young hero Yu Yongpeng, you know the place, right? Yu Yongpeng, drenched in sweat, gasped, Brother, forgive me. I'm a bit too tired today. Hearing that, Zhang Guang turned to leave. I was going to invite you to eat, but you refused. The moment Yu Yongpeng heard eat, he shouted, the more tired I am, the more I need good food. Wait for me. Zhang Guang picked up Bixing Mu and led everyone forward. Let's go. Their destination was Zhang Yui's mother's restaurant. Soon a table full of delicious dishes was served. If you need anything else, just tell me. Yu Yongpeng was overjoyed. I never expected such a great restaurant outside the city. The woman smiled shyly. You're flattering me. Zhang Guang spoke to the woman. Wait, there's something I want to ask. The woman sat beside her son. Please ask, benefactor. Zhang Guang got straight to the point. Why are you running your business here? She calmly replied, because I don't have any money. Zhang Guang asked again, if you had money, would you open your restaurant somewhere more crowded? The woman asked in confusion, what do you mean? Zhang Guang glanced at Bixing Mu. Junior brother, among the plots of land we bought, is there one suitable for a restaurant? Bixing Mu was stunned and couldn't answer at once. Zhang Guang didn't mind and spoke to the woman again. I'll lease you the land to build a restaurant and I'll cover the taxes. It'll be fairly large, so I'll need more workers here. Young hero Yu Yongpeng will help introduce people. Yu Yongpeng, who was scooping up a piece of fish, froze. When did I ever say that? Zhang Guang continued, if members of the beggar gang come asking for food, prepare meals for them. Hearing that, Yu Yongpeng happily pointed at himself. I know people everywhere, leave that to me. Zhang Yui said awkwardly, benefactor, you've already helped us so much. Zhang Guang cut him off. Then just make sure the food is delicious. Young hero Zhang has to train in martial arts, so he can't cook, right? The young man nodded. That's right. Zhang Guang asked again, so you're always worried about your mother, aren't you? The young man nodded once more. Yes. Zhang Guang smiled. Then I'll hire plenty of workers. Since the place is close to the Martial Alliance, you won't have to worry. The woman hesitated, but if you do that, benefactor, you'll suffer losses. Zhang Guang replied, that's exactly why I'm entrusting it to the two of you. If the business prospers when the contract ends, you can buy the land from me, and if you prefer another location, just move there and I'll sell this place to someone else. Bixing Mu asked through voice transmission in confusion, Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Did you eat something strange? Zhang Guang replied. What nonsense are you talking about? How much profit can a restaurant even make? Zhang Guang nodded. I know that. Bixung Mu asked again, are you thinking about reputation? I know you well. Bixung Mu sighed. I never thought senior brother cared about that. Zhang Guang refuted. I'm not doing this under my own name, it's all under Kunlun's name. Bixung Mu was stunned. You mean you're laying the foundation for our sect in the Central Plains? Zhang Guang explained, that's not what I'm thinking. I just want to bring glory to Kunlun. You still remember those people who suddenly came to cause trouble, right? That won't happen again, so we should just focus on building for the future. After thinking for a while, Zhang Guang asked, what do you think of my proposal? Zhang Yui and his mother answered in unison, we agree. Thank you, benefactor. After returning, Zhang Guang discussed everything with Hiocheng. Once there's a restaurant, there will be a clinic, a Taoist temple, and many other things. So you want to help those in need. If you build Kunlun's reputation, many people will become jealous. Zhang Guang didn't care much. If it's worth doing, we should try, master. Hiocheng reminded him, you must find people who share the same ideals. Only then will many support you. Zhang Guang replied, we have the Tang family, the Yue family, and the beggar gang. Helping the needy through medicine is our family's chance to restore its reputation. Let us teach the youngsters. This opportunity will only benefit our family. If beggars can eat at the restaurant, our beggar gang will surely attract many more people. We'll handle that. News of the 4 factions joining forces quickly spread everywhere, and some people also benefited from it. The Li family will join as well. Hiocheng reminded the family head, to be honest, this is a chance to stabilize the martial world. Peng Suguan asked, are you worried Kunlun's growing influence will break the agreement? Hiocheng nodded. That's right, thank you for understanding. Peng Suguan laughed, very well, I don't know exactly what I'll do yet, but Kunlun can trust me. Hiocheng let out a sigh of relief, thank you for understanding. The two then shook hands warmly, please help me find the right path. I promise, rest assured. Bixung Mu went out to gather information, then returned to report to Zhang Guang. Everything is happening just as you predicted, senior brother. Everyone is praising Kunlun's kindness this time. I'm truly impressed. Even though you had other motives, I never expected things to turn out this well. Zhang Guang calmly replied, of course. Once the land price rises, I'll sell it. Bixung Mu stared in shock. What? Zhang Guang continued. Prices will rise because of this. How long do you think I should wait? Bixung Mu worried. If you sell it, people will criticize our sect. Zhang Guang answered seriously. After selling, we'll buy land outside the city. Then people will say Taoists are just land dealers. Zhang Guang explained, we'll build everything there instead, then say we move to better help the poor. Got it? Bixung Mu cursed inwardly. As expected, he's still one crafty Taoist. I knew he was like this, but I never imagined he'd go this far. If I keep using senior brother as my role model, I wonder if I'll become a master. At this rate, I don't even deserve the title of hero. Just then, Yongwu pushed the door open. Zhang Guang, I have something I want to ask you. I heard from young hero Yu Yongpeng that there are more orphans than we imagined. I want to take them all in, but I'm still worried. Zhang Guang instructed, just take them all in. Yongwu scratched his head worriedly. Won't that cause problems later? Zhang Guang replied, just discipline them and assign them work. Yongwu was stunned. Assign them work? Shouldn't we teach them to read if they want to study and teach them martial arts if they want to learn? Zhang Guang explained, even if we teach them, how much will they actually learn? Most of them will give up. Yongwu stroked his chin. That's true, not everyone can master literature or martial arts. Zhang Guang continued, once they can earn money themselves, they'll donate back to us. It may be difficult, but if they've received help, they should repay that kindness. That's what we'll teach them. Yongwu suddenly understood. Once they've received help, they should give back and the cycle repeats. That's excellent. As expected, junior brother thinks everything through. Sitting nearby, Bixung Mu stared in shock. Isn't this basically a business? A few days later, the head of the Zhuge family loudly addressed everyone. I hereby declare the alliance leader election officially begins. When I call a name, those in support only need to raise their hands. Those who do not raise their hands will be considered abstaining. First, representatives supporting Hero Namgung, please raise your hands. Only a handful of people did. The head of the Zhuge family continued, representatives supporting Hero Li, please raise your hands. The Kunlun sect and the Tang family all raised their hands together. The family head then announced the results. Hero Namgung has 13 votes, Hero Li has 18 votes, and 2 abstained. I hereby announce that Hero Peng Suguan of the Hebei Li family has become this martial alliance leader. Peng Suguan immediately stood and cupped his fists. For the martial world and all righteous people, I, Peng Suguan, will do my utmost for the realm. I ask for everyone's guidance." Everyone rushed over to congratulate him. "Congratulations, Alliance Leader. An unworthy man like me has been fortunate enough to receive everyone's support. Thank you all." Just then Nam Gong Hwa walked over. Peng Suguan looked at him in surprise. "Hero Namgung, is something the matter?" Nam Gong Hwa smiled and shook his hand. "My faction will support you with all its strength." Peng Suguan laughed. "Thank you, Hero Namgung. With your support, it's like gaining an army." Though Nam Gong Hwa smiled outwardly, he harbored ill intentions. "You think becoming Alliance Leader is the end? I'll make you regret sitting in that seat." Peng Suguan also distrusted him. "He must be furious. Whatever you're planning, I'll face it head-on." The head of the huge family stepped forward. "Everyone, please proceed to the banquet. Everything has been prepared." As Peng Suguan led everyone there, he thought, everything is only beginning. Nam Gong Hwa will surely keep getting in my way. First, I must firmly secure Kunlun's support. Only then will the other sects, including the Tang family, the Beggar Gang, and the Yue family, stand with me. While walking, he suddenly stopped and looked back. Where did Taoist Hiocheng go? Tang Yangyong noticed his reaction and asked, "Alliance Leader, is something wrong?" Peng Suguan shook his head. "No, nothing." Even so, he was still puzzled, wondering where Hiocheng had gone. Back to Zhongguang, he was in his room packing his belongings. Bixing Mu walked over and asked in confusion, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Zhongguang calmly replied, "Can't you tell? I'm packing." Bixing Mu asked again, "Senior brother, I have to ask, are you planning to run away?" Zhongguang shook his head. "Not at all." Bixing Mu frowned, "Then why are you packing?" Zhongguang smiled. "I'm going sightseeing." Bixing Mu was horrified. "That's obviously running away. You're really leaving without telling Master." Zhongguang reassured him, "Don't worry, Master will understand." Just then, Hiocheng walked in from outside. "I knew this would happen. Now that the Alliance Leader has been chosen, you're leaving already." Zhongguang wasn't surprised by his appearance. "I'm just taking the opportunity to visit a few places." Hiocheng reminded him, "You still have plenty to do here." Zhongguang replied, "There are even more things waiting outside, Master." Hiocheng looked at his disciple fondly and thought, he's right, he must be bored too. Having grown up in Kunlun, he must want to explore the world and experience everything it has to offer. Seeing him suddenly lost in thought, Zhongguang asked, "Can I go?" Hiocheng replied, "If I told you not to go, would you really stay?" Zhongguang stroked his chin without answering. Hiocheng snorted, "Stop pretending to think. Your master knows you too well. Wherever you go or whatever you do, I'll always support you." Zhongguang smiled, "As expected of my master." But Hiocheng's next words shattered his hopes. "So you're not going anywhere?" Zhongguang frowned. "Why?" Hiocheng simply shook his head seriously. "No." Zhongguang asked again, "If I still run away, what will you do?" Hiocheng replied, "I'll worry too much if you're out there alone." "How about I come with you?" Zhongguang flatly refused. "No," Hiocheng asked in confusion. "Why, don't you want to hear me nag anymore?" Hiocheng huffed angrily. "Can you find a kinder master than me?" Zhongguang asked. "Master, do you also want to leave this place?" Hiocheng sighed. "Yes, I've carried too many burdens and they've started to frighten me." Zhongguang suggested, "Then Master should travel alone." Hiocheng sighed again. "In the end, you still don't want to travel with me. I can't leave because I still have things to do, but you should enjoy your freedom." "Still, you can't travel alone. Someone must go with you." Zhongguang asked, "Who could possibly come?" Without saying a word, both of them turned to look at Bixing Mu. The young man turned pale. "What's going on?" Zhongguang turned back and asked, "Master, I really can't travel alone." Hiocheng answered firmly, "You must take at least one person. If you go alone, I'll make you recite scriptures every day when you return." Zhongguang thought to himself, "Should I just run away? No, I'm not the true heavenly demon anymore. Kunlun is my home. I'll come back from time to time, but if I run away now, I won't be able to face everyone later." Hiocheng asked again, "Is there really no suitable companion?" Zhongguang nodded. "It doesn't seem so." Hiocheng asked, "Not even Bixing Mu?" Zhongguang nodded. "That's right." Hiocheng said seriously, "Then let your fourth martial uncle go with you." The moment Zhongguang heard him mention unhack, he panicked. "I'll travel with Bixing Mu instead." Hiocheng smiled. "Good, travel safely." Standing nearby, Bixing Mu felt utterly wronged. "Nobody even asked for my opinion." Hiocheng then reminded him, "Bixing Mu, your responsibility is very important." Zhongguang sighed inwardly. If I have to bring someone, junior brother is still the better choice. At least he settles the bills quickly. Zhang Guang then instructed Bixu Mu, bring out the wealth I gave master. Bixu Mu immediately poured out a pile of gold, jewels, and banknotes. Seeing such a fortune, He Ocheng couldn't hide his shock. Why is there so much? Zhang Guang explained, the lords of Qinghai City and Gansu City gave it to me. Please use it as capital and take care of our sect. He Ocheng asked in confusion, if you give me everything, what will you two do? Zhang Guang cupped his hands with a solemn expression. A Taoist has no need for wealth while traveling. This body and these 2 legs are all I need. He Ocheng smiled with satisfaction. So you've already prepared everything, well done. Zhang Guang then grabbed Bixu Mu and headed outside. Then we'll be leaving now. Watching his back, He Ocheng smiled. I'll inform the elders. The martial world is dangerous, so take care of yourselves. Zhang Guang said nothing and simply turned back to smile at him. Slung over his shoulder, Bixu Mu frowned inwardly. I'm the one who needs to be careful, not senior brother. Zhang Guang carried Bixu Mu and dashed through the forest at full speed. After a long while, he finally landed and stopped. This should be far enough. Bixu Mu slumped to the ground and groaned. My poor face. Zhang Guang looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Bixu Mu's cheeks were swollen like 2 buns. Senior brother's luggage kept smashing into my face. What on earth did you pack? Just some money and a few odds and ends. Bixu Mu sighed in relief. Good thing, I thought you'd given everything to master. Zhang Guang then held something out, and this too. Bixu Mu was shocked. Isn't that the ring the lord of Qinghai City gave you? Zhang Guang explained. If we ever need money, just show it at any estate and exchange it. Bixu Mu finally understood. I see, so where are we going? Zhang Guang smiled. Hebei. Do you have business there? Zhang Guang shook his head. I'm just passing through. Where do you want to go? Bixu Mu gripped his sword tightly. I want to visit Luyang, Kaifeng, and the 5 great mountains. Sorry, I guess I want to visit too many places. It's fine, I'm going there too, so we'll just take our time. Bixu Mu beamed. Yes, senior brother. Zhang Guang stretched. First, let's go have a few drinks. Bixu Mu shouted in alarm. No, don't you realize you've become incredibly famous after becoming the disciple of 3 of the 10 masters? Every move you make will become gossip. Zhang Guang stroked his chin thoughtfully. That's troublesome, so I can't eat meat or drink wine. There's no other choice. Even if I reveal a little demonic aura, it won't have anything to do with the martial alliance. He immediately circulated his energy and used the 1000 transformations bone-shifting disguise art. In the blink of an eye, he became a completely different person. Well, now I just need to change my clothes, right? Bixu Mu stood frozen, drenched in sweat. Is that really you, senior brother? What kind of disguise technique is that? How can it change both your appearance and face? Zhang Guang smiled. I created it myself. Then he silently added to himself, in my previous life. Zhang Guang then continued walking forward. Now there's nothing left to worry about. Let's go and begin our journey across the Central Plains.